2907. Thank you so much for tuning in. I enjoyed your live earlier. Um, yes, that's so good. So, what do you think about this comment? EAE said, I came in late, but I think the biggest thing that will fix modern men's mental health is unionized careers like our parents and grandparents had, where we weren't in danger of being fired every week, and our very own Tiana Trump that can throw down in the kitchen. It's definitely
To the first
more
part,
to it than that.
to the first part is there's a lot of people that are in unions and still suffer with trauma. They're still living in a
Mhm.
hell. So, although that might give you some type of relief in knowing that you can't just get fired, they got to go through a process of getting fired. Trauma is a is is a torment all itself. Outside of that, right? There's a lot of people that got good jobs. You look at Robin Williams; he had the world,
Mm.
very good actor, money, women. He committed. He self-deleted. So there's a lot of people that have that foundation of knowing that, you know what, my job is fortified to a certain extent, but they're living in a hell within themselves. That's what this topic is about when she says when the past is still present, uprooting trauma. When the past is still present, the past should be something that's in the past.
It
You
should.
learn from your past, right?
Hmm.
You learn from your past. You prepare for the future, but you live in the present. So what we learned in the past, we apply it in the present so that we become ready for what the future holds. That's how that process works. There's a lot of men and women that are going through this continuous cycle of trauma day in and day out, regardless of what their work is, regardless of them being good parents, they're still going through something within themselves. And that's what we're talking about here. But I get your point. It is a good point.
Hmm. Hey, 84, how are you?
Oh, okay. All right. So you picked a nickname. There you go. Um,
Yeah, 84, because I'm like intellectual soapbox, best in best in the world. I'm like, let me just call him 84.
man, um, man, Bolo is Bolo. He's a hard person to follow. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean. A
Hi,
salute to you, you,
Electra.
Mo Love. Salute to Bolo. Salute to everybody in the
Hey,
chat.
what's going
Oh,
on?
you were saying something? I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm listening. But to EAE's point, he's basically saying men are struggling more financially today because of the instability in the corporate America job market, whatever you do to earn the bag, right? So
Right.
he's saying that has the a huge impact on men's mental health because they're not able to provide. Um, they're unstable,
But
so
see,
it
let
has
me
a huge
respond to that.
effect.
Let me respond to that. If listen, because I've done the work, because I've went and got the and I went and got the help that I needed to get. If I fall into a place where I'm unable to provide for my family, that doesn't affect my mental health. That just means I need to get on the ground and find something. That's what it means, right? That just means, hey, family, the way we used to live, we can't live like that no more. It's not going to affect me in the way where I want to self delete. When
Hmm.
you, my position as household, as the head of my household, is not predicated on just me monetarily. That's the point that we're trying to make. When you are so broken and the only thing that you hold on to, because a lot of these men, they they project manhood to be just providing monetarily.
Hmm.
When that's far from the truth. We do so much more than just monetarily provision.
Money.
Spiritually,
Exactly.
emotionally, mental. You know what I'm saying? Sacrificing if need be. There's so much more to our job than just physically providing monetarily. And on top of that, why isn't she providing too? She ain't supposed to just be at home.
Phew.
She's a help,
So do
brother.
you?
She's a help. She's a help. She
Mm-hmm.
be home just
So
chilling.
Okay, so do you feel like if the man does not need, and this is our subject, if he's financially stable and he wants his wife to stay at home and take care of home and the children,
No
is that
problem with
a
that.
problem?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not a problem.
Mm-hmm.
The point, that's a choice that you both are making in the household, or he's making that choice. Say, listen, I need you to focus on this. I make enough so that you don't have to go into this world and be subject to the madness that's in the world or the workplace, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's the exception. That's not the rule. The
Oh, I
rule
got
is a lot of people don't have that type of setup in their homes. And when they try to pull out biblical, when they try to go into the Bible and say the man is supposed to provide, show me where it says that. Show me in the scripture where it says the man is supposed to provide and the woman's supposed to stay home. Because when we read Proverbs 31, she went out and worked. She went out and worked like the merchant ship. She clothed, she bought land, she did all these things, she planted the vineyard. It doesn't say she stayed home. You're an helpmate to me, not just in creating life, but you're
But
a
I
help. Go ahead.
I think because they were having so many children back then.
They still
You
work.
know,
The
they
reason
didn't
why-
have the like my grandmother, she
Right.
had 13 children.
Damn.
So
Mm-hmm.
she didn't have room and they were like stair steps.
But
So
what-
it's like she had to stay home and cook and clean. All she had time for was the kids,
but
you know?
the point, it doesn't change the point that you're a helpmate. If you
Mhm.
decide to have 15 children, then you're gonna have to figure it out, right? Then listen, you gotta stay home, Mo. You can't work. We got 15 children. But that
Mm-hmm.
change the fact that you were created to be a helpmate, not a help weight, a helpmate.
Absolutely.
That's what you were created to be. Now, if I financially make enough for you to stay home, absolutely. If that's what we decide, because sometimes women don't want to stay home. They want to go out into the world, have a career, do this, do that, and the third. So if that's something that we work out, and all right, Ma, as long as this world don't infect you and understanding the positions that we play, do you. Let's do it. But when people try to use biblical principles to say that, no, I'm supposed to stay home while you go out and provide, it doesn't say that at all. You're a helpmate to me. That means you help me. That means you help the dream that I'm facilitating. That's what that means. This is what the women
Right.
of the scripture
And
did.
I only mention that because
No,
I
I
know
understand
some
what you're
men
saying, that some people,
don't have a
some men,
problem, but I know in today's society, like it takes two majority of the time. But I also know some men prefer that the woman stays at home. So EAE said, and I may be going in and out, I'm not sure. He said it sounds good, but I know plenty of stories where men lost their jobs and then self-deleted themselves, their wife and kids.
damn.
It happens all the time.
And that's the point. If a man, listen, that's heavy. But here's the point. Again, okay, the reason why, okay, let's look at it from this perspective. When you're building a building, there are different pillars that hold that building up so that if one fails, all of them don't break apart. There are others
Mhm.
that will take on the weight that is distributed, right? So if this man, whoever this man might be, if he loses his job, if he's still emotionally, mentally, and spiritually connected to the Father, he's not going to self-delete. Will he be depressed? Absolutely. I can't provide for my family. Absolutely, that's going to happen. But, you have to understand, self-deletion will probably be one of the last things. Not telling you he won't think of it, not saying that to you, but there's a lot going on more than what he either told, said, or
True.
showed. There's a lot more going on than just that for him to self-delete himself, his children, and wife. That wasn't just a job, Haji.
There wasn't.
It
No.
wasn't just a job. So again, there's nothing wrong with, if a man can provide in that way where he can sustain his home and the wife don't need to, absolutely. Do you? If that's what works, that works. However, according to the scriptures, that's not what was done or facilitated for when a man and a woman were supposed to come together. They were supposed to work together. Together they work together, not just her in the crib. Proverbs 30. Everybody quote the Proverbs 30 woman, the virtuous woman. Read the whole chapter, man. Don't just read the parts that you want to cherry pick. Read the whole chapter, please.
Man. Bolo. Hold on.
Hi, everybody. Thank y'all for coming in. Laugh Out Loud, Cal Reject, Scam, and William. Please hit the like. Feel free to hit the link and broach the topic.
Read what narratives wrote. What narratives wrote, please.
Okay. Bolo, you have brought so much context about the help me. Both men and women have been wrong in tailoring it to their feel good in this space. View.
Do you mind if I just grab something real quick, Mo?
Okay, cool.
Because again, you know, the one thing that we do, is we try to give chapter and verse because we want people to be able to read it themselves and understand, right? And I'll just run through it real quick, right? This is Proverbs chapter.
When Bolo gets done, I do want to hear from you.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm long-winded.
No, you're okay. This is so good. You're good.
Yeah. So
may I build before Brandon, if I may?
Did you talk? I don't think I did.
He didn't get to speak yet. No, he didn't get to speak.
I didn't get to speak yet.
I promise you, I'll shut up.
So 84, and then Brandon, and then Riaz after Bolo.
So this is the virtuous wife, Notorious, right? I mean, narratives. It says, "Who can find a virtuous wife? For her worth is far above rubies. The heart of the husband safely trusts her, so he will have no lack of gain. She does him good and not evil all the days of her life. She seeks wool and flax and willingly works with her hands. She is like the merchant ships. Merchant ships went out to work. They leave the harbor at 3-4 o'clock in the morning. She brings her food from afar. She also rises while it's still yet night and provides food for her household and a portion for her handmaids. She considers a field and buys it." That means she's worked. That means she went out into the field, she walked around the field, the acreage, and she buys it from her profits. She plants a vineyard. She grinds herself with strength. She girds herself with strength and strengthens her arm. She perceives that her merchandise is good. So where does it say she stayed home? It doesn't say that. Now, if a man can provide that type of life, and that's what she wants, and that's what they decide, more power to you.
Right. Hey, Scale. Yeah, I agree. That's basically what I was saying. If the husband is in agreement and that's something that he wants for her to stay home, then it makes sense. But majority of people have to do it together. Hey, 84, your turn.
What's going on, Mo? I was trying to comment, but I started struggle streaming, so my back, y'all. But salute to you, Mo Love. Salute to Bolo. Young Riaz, Brandon. You know what I mean? Much love to all of you. But man, what Bolo was saying is on par, and I think that we have these lofty expectations and things that are not even biblical. They have nothing to do with the Bible. For instance, Mo, let's say because you sing, right? Let's say you're with any one of these brothers, right? And let's say your career takes off, right? You take off. Let's say you and Young Riaz is together, right? Your career take off, right? Now, if your career is taking off, right, as a man, right, should now that man be like, oh, no, you're not going to sing because you're supposed to be at home. Now you're missing out on millions and millions of dollars. I remember one time I had a show. It was a group of brothers on there, and I asked them, I said, if you were dating Holly Berry, and Holly Berry, salute the Information Man Show. Good to see you, bro. Salute to everybody in the chat, too. You know what I mean? You know, OG Electro Jazz, salute to you. I know you had to bounce, but salute to you. And you was dating Holly Berry. She signed a contract for 2 films, and she was making $10 million per film. Would you let her do it? There were brothers on the panel that told me no. They told me no because she was a woman. This is the delusion, the deception, and just just evilness and foolishness that we've been following, man. You know what I mean? And it's leading us nowhere, completely nowhere. That you wouldn't even allow your woman to, be there as a Proverbs 31 example has been laid, by Bolo in that scripture, you won't even let her
Mhm.
go and collect in order to build your household because you are so prideful, so chauvinistic, so evil that you will stop your woman from blessing you.
Mm.
That is evil to a point where it's sadistic. You know,
Mhm.
and these are and sister, these are women that these are men that you got to stay away from. Stay away from any man that operates in that type of energy. You know what I mean? And some people, we call it worldly, or being spiritual or godlike. And then I know, other people say low vibrational, high vibrational. So whichever
Mhm.
terminology you use, stay away from those who are not who are operating in that type of realm. Because a man like that is only gonna lead you to hell, basically. He's not gonna lead you anywhere good. And that's just the facts. And I land there.
Mhm. I was going in and out on some of it, but thank you so much for your thoughts. Brandon, would you like to add?
Yeah, how y'all doing today?
Good. How are you? Hey, information man. How are
Doing good,
you,
brother.
Brandon?
Yeah. Well, I think you know what? Let me let Riaz talk for a minute because um I think he wanted to say something, right? Or did he talk already?
Riaz, he hasn't said anything. He came up after you. That's why I mentioned
Oh,
you
okay.
first.
Because I noticed that was a prevailing issue later earlier, so I'm gonna show the man some grace. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're talking about trauma. I had trauma today because I spilled some transmission oil on my face or something, and it
Mm.
disallowed me to cam up tonight. So please
Oh
excuse me.
man.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah. If you ever spill like motor oil on your face, you'll break out a little bit.
Oh, is it bad?
No, it's
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 an
just
echo. I don't know.
pimples. Is
Do
it
you
an
have like
echo?
a tab open?
Yes, I do. Um, Let me see. Shouldn't be no. Oh God, yeah, sure do. Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me well now?
Yeah, that's better. No,
Alrighty.
it's still an echo.
Really?
Can y'all hear
Okay.
it?
Yeah, I can hear the echo. Yeah.
Okay. EAE, I
A
got
little
you. I
bit.
will definitely put the overlay up before.
Let me see. Oh, now I hear it in myself. I don't know what the. Hold up. I, my gosh. Let me see. I hear it in myself now.
Look
Are
to see
you
if there's
on?
any browsers open. You might have YouTube open someplace.
Yeah, I'm looking right
Do you
now.
have cancel echo cancellation or something?
No, I
Did you
sure don't.
have that? When you go in
Um,
settings, it should
Mo,
be.
you can do that. You can do that for him too, though. You can go
Oh,
into his settings and add that.
Leave and come right back.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let me try.
Okay. So what?
I think it's
Where
Young
were
Riaz.
we?
Is Young
Hey,
Riaz
Big
supposed to talk?
Bad Bull. Oh
Triple
yeah. Well, hey,
J.
Riaz, would you like to add to the conversation about traumas? What's the title? When the past is still present, uprooting trauma. Would you like to add?
All right, can you guys hear me?
Much better.
All right. All
It's
right.
still an echo.
Yeah, I think it's still an echo.
Oh my gosh, hold up. Okay, let me see if it's this stupid computer. Or it could be my headphones. Oh,
Um.
that's it. That's it. It's probably my headphones.
Oh, thank you, Big Bad Bull, for the cash app. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. You having a headset?
Yeah, I do. Can you hear it
Oh,
better now?
uh, it's still an echo.
Yeah, let me take off these headphones.
Okay.
All right, can you guys hear me now?
That's much better.
Hey,
Okay.
William. I don't know who William is, but I see William. He goes in everybody chat and just is typing away, and I have no idea what he's talking about.
So you want to try to give young Riaz a chance to speak before Brandon
Yes.
does?
No, I
Young,
mean, when
I don't
whoever's
think
ready, I
Riaz
mean,
hears me.
if
I
you want me to
mentioned.
speak, huh?
Oh yeah, go ahead. It's whoever at this point.
Oh, Riaz, do you want to go first, or do you want me to?
He's not responding.
All
So
right,
I
yeah,
don't know. Maybe he walked
he's
away.
probably eating another burger.
Probably.
Yeah.
Funny.
All right. I'm glad to be with you guys tonight. Bolo, you speak so grandiloquently, and I think you know, I think it's serendipitous that I just randomly saw one of your videos in covering the mental health aspect, and I think it's such an important issue.
Mhm.
Especially since I've had firsthand experience in it. But I this this aspect of trauma is something that's so um, um, duplicitous in the
Mhm.
U.S. and how mental health is affected. Um, it's it literally is the main reason why we're overweight. It's the main reason why we
Mhm.
are drug addicts. It's the main reason why many people are in jail. These effects happen in they can take days or even years. Now, y'all know me. I'm gonna bring the scientific aspect of
Mhm.
you know trauma. So I'm y'all bear with me. I'm half asleep, but we're gonna rock. I stayed up watching anime last night, and I shouldn't have. All
Okay, I
right.
know you love anime.
Yeah, I do. All right. So trauma. I don't know if y'all have covered the origins of trauma, the what, when, where, and how, but um,
Mhm.
perhaps I give a small vignette of what that is. Trauma is, according to the DSM-5, is exposure to actual or threatened death, injury, or SA, either directly witnessed or learned about from a close family member or friend. So that's basically what trauma is. And earlier, um, that predates how trauma was actually discovered. So early accounts of trauma have been recorded since the 19th century. A prevailing attitude of the traumatic stress response was, just like people were weak, had weak moral value. And, despite efforts of Charcot, Janet, and Freud, um, the World War II recruits were still screened for moral weakness, and they made it clear that maybe something else is going on with these people. It's not just weak morale, but I think that that's the importance of understanding the mind on a scientific basis rather than just speculating or you know guesstimating. That a lot of people do that nowadays. They're like, oh, um, I've been told my whole life, oh, your ADHD was just a lack of discipline. And I'm like, yeah, okay.
Mhm.
But anyway,
Wow. Somebody told you that?
yeah, yeah, everybody. That pretty much. You know how Southerners are. You're like, I ain't nothing wrong with you. You just need some more discipline. Yeah, if you go over there and pick up them hog barrels, I think you'll be all right. And you don't need to worry about all that. I'm like, okay. All right,
Mhm.
so we discovered trauma around the World War II, and when soldiers were coming back, and they were coming back different, and that's it. It
Mhm.
yielded an initial discovery into the neurological factors that were occurring. During the Korean and Vietnam War, how they mitigated trauma was on talk therapy. But it wasn't until the DSM introduced PTSD in 1980
Mhm.
as and that as a classifiable anxiety disorder. The DSM-4 modified the definition even further, and this is according to the National Institute of Health, with emphasis with attention to the National Library of Medicine. So, okay, now we've got the what in the when with trauma. Let's ask the
Mhm.
question, why does trauma happen? And if anybody needs to say anything or has any questions, stop me now. I don't want to talk anybody's ears off or bloviate in someone's angst.
Okay, let's go.
Any questions any so far?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so I'll continue then. So why trauma happens, and this is my favorite part. I love the neurology and I love it
Mhm.
on the cellular level. So
Right.
trauma happens to the brain because of how our brains are wired. So, our brain is programmed, and this is according to the National Sexual Violence Resource Center. So this is where I've
Mhm.
ascertained this information, just a little brief study on it. Um, so I wrote down some, various talking points and points to remember. Um, so trauma happens to the brain because of how it's wired. We're programmed to remember things for survival. Bad things trigger fight, flight, or freeze response. And that happens, of course, by the sympathetic nervous system. Our adrenaline gets raised in the event of trauma or traumatic events. Or in this is a one fact I found pretty peculiar. Our
Mhm.
hypoglycemic symptoms occur when we're in the advent of trauma or when we're traumatized.
Absolutely.
So yeah, your
Absolutely.
blood sugar can actually drop.
Yes, it does.
Imagine if you ain't ate, you know, that would be a
Ooh,
problem.
worse. Yes.
So and the okay, so additionally, the cortisol response makes it difficult to relax afterwards. So when you're in the midst of trauma, or you've gotten in a fight, or you've been chased by a chihuahua, or you've been on a seesaw with a big girl,
Mhm.
it's hard to relax because you're so scared. I mean, you're so traumatized. We can't just put it in the category of fear, because trauma
Mhm.
is not just relegated towards fear. So
But it's
that
not
is your
though.
cortisol response, huh?
It's not like it doesn't have a huge portion of trauma is not fear.
No, because yeah, trauma happens because of perceived threats or bad
Uh-huh.
experiences. So it's not necessarily relegated to just fear.
Got
Yeah.
you. Mhm.
So yeah, I mean, because there are things that you're not so fearful of that may trigger the fight or flight or freeze response.
Mhm.
So continuing what I was saying about the cortisol response, making it difficult to relax after you're traumatized. So, your body may be shaking, or your your eyes, your pupils are dilated, your heart's pulsing. Of course, you know how that works. Basically your sympathetic nervous system's taking over. It
Mm-hmm.
takes a toll. Trauma takes a toll on health. We can see
Yes.
that, elevated cortisol reduces our total lifespan. It adds body weight, makes it hard to sleep. It can trigger depression, la di da, blase blase. But another thing that trauma does is it stays in the amygdala, which is the data center of your brain.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you look at your a regional scan of the brain, you can determine where the amygdala is. It's probably, as you can see, probably if you can see on a typical brain scan or just a model of it, is typically near the middle. The lingering symptoms of trauma can culminate into larger patterns that can result in the PTSD. And another thing is damaged neuroception. I think we covered that last time.
Mm-hmm.
Have any of y'all heard of polyvagal theory?
Polyvagal theory. I am not personally.
Yeah, so that's
I
a
have, brother.
theory.
I have.
You have? Okay, that's
Yes, sir.
good. Yeah, now there's a lot of scientific pushback, but you got to understand it's just a theory. A theory is not a fact unless it's subject to undergo a systematic process of fact findings via the scientific method. But y'all
Mm-hmm.
know that. So yeah, I mean this is trauma in a nutshell. So I'm gonna yield the floor and any questions or comments, agreements or disagreements. Now don't disagree too much because I will cook you. Yes, I will. Like 907 Good Eats.
I cook you too. I
Yep,
forgot how we used to get down in the chat back and
I
forth.
know it. I'll cook you and put you in a little cupcake tin.
Y'all crazy.
No, but that was good. I agree with you. Oh,
Well, yeah, thank
that
you.
was
I
good.
hope
Thank you
that
so much. It's always very informative.
yeah, I hope that was gives a more copacetic way of looking at stress. I mean, yeah, stress and trauma based on the data
Mm-hmm.
we have. So I always like to report back to go back to the all of the multi-analysis, multi did I say meta-analysis? I'm sorry, and all of the scientific consensus. This data was that I quoted to y'all was this has Sigmund Freud in it, um, Charcot,
Can I say
even down
something?
to the
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm listening to Brandon. I'm listening to Brandon. Listen, for those of you that don't, Brandon, he eloquently speaks,
That's
and
very smart.
the words will mess you up. So basically, what Brandon was saying was, for
I'm
those of
laughing. Hold on, because
some
we
people
was
don't want
in
to raise their hand. Again, what
we
you
were
was
in
gonna say,
Freezy's chat the other day, and
right?
Chico was in there, and Brandon hit the link, and then she said, "This conversation is too smart for me. Let me take out Chat GPT." I said, "No, that
Yeah,
is."
Yeah, so what Brandon was saying was the amygdala part of the brain, man, is the fight or flight. Okay, imagine
yeah,
that
Mhm.
being in the car. Imagine that being the radiator fan, and
yeah,
that's just created to keep the motor cool. When the motor overheats, the fan cuts on, it, it cools down the motor, then it shuts off. It's not made to continuously be on because then it overheats and other things get affected. So what he's saying, when you live in the amygdala, that's the part of fight or flight, and
yeah.
that's
That's your lizard brain.
right, and that's where you
Yeah,
live. It's going to affect other portions of your body because remember, when you're living in your amygdala and a pit bull is chasing you, it's telling your body, listen, man, we need more adrenaline, we need more cortisol, we need this, we need that. This is what's happening 24 hours a day because that's where you live. Where you should
yeah,
be is your hippocampus part of the brain. That's the part that regulates everything else, happiness, this, that, and the third. So that's basically what he's saying. A lot of us
Yeah.
Mhm.
in the fight or flight amygdala part of the brain, and that changes the molecular structure and the nervous system of how your body reacts to what the stimuli in this world is. That's basically what
Yes.
I'm saying, guys.
Yes. And I you know, yeah, you basically Bolo, you were hitting on some things that were happening way, in the days of Aristotle. Aristotle himself said that, you know, people who are really evolved, most people, he said the same thing you did. People who, most people live in on their emotional side of the brain, but, the truly great live on the rational part of the brain. And I see a dissenter in the chat. Shout out to you, EAE, and he says that I really like Brandon's second time seeing him up here, but he always bites his sources and never
He
and just
meant
pulls
sight.
things out the air. Oh, I'm sorry, cites
He meant
his. He
sight.
never
Yeah.
cites his sources.
Hmm.
Oh, he always cites his sources. Oh, I thought he said I never cite my
He was giving
sources.
you a compliment. Yeah.
Oh yes. Oh, I was about to say like that's a big no.
I'm
I
living in the,
never.
living in the
Mm.
amygdala right now, baby.
Yeah, I was about to say yeah, dude. I get so mad when people don't like. Earlier this morning, I was yapping at somebody who was citing their sources.
Yo,
Mm.
y'all can hear me?
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
go
Yeah.
hear
ahead,
you.
Okay.
man.
That's
So, God, hold on real
happening.
quick. Because I think Rhea still had to go. Then you can go next. What were you saying, Brandon?
Yes. Well, I don't want to just spew out a lot of hearsay and conjecture. If anything I'm saying up here is based on data, facts, and statistics, we've studied the brain for technically over 2,000 years. With Aristotle was the first to illuminate some of these things, but in the modern age, we started studying trauma in the 19th century. So, yeah, I just hope that gives a little snapshot in time as to the what, when, and why of how trauma originates
Yeah,
Yes. So
definitely.
and how
someone
it works on a
started.
scientific basis.
Is that yours, tough guy?
I'm
What?
sorry.
It's loud. Who is it?
What's
What's
loud?
that?
No, like something in the background. There's a lot of
Can you mute
background noise.
until you speak, tough guy?
That's me?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Let me
Hold on.
see. Yeah, that was you. Okay, what were you saying?
Man, you know that's your ass. Talking about that's me.
Were you done, Brandon? Or
Yeah, I mean, if anybody has any you know, questions or comments, I'm happy to answer.
Okay.
Who was
yeah,
that trying to talk shit?
very
Who on
important.
problem?
Tough guy, not no, not tonight.
Oh, okay. All right. Tell them to shut up then.
Who said that?
That's tough guy. Okay, Riaz, hi. Did you want to add to the conversation in regards to
Yes.
upcoming trauma?
So the trauma thing, yeah, can become generational if you don't fix it, though. So that's what I'm starting to realize also. Because for me, most of my life, though, I've had like identity crisis, though, basically. Like
Mhm.
basically the identity crisis for me which started though is me being basically of two different cultures slash nationalities. I'm in a Western country. I have a faith, of course, but at the same time I got a different heritage also. Different heritage, the different cultural background, but at the same time I'm in a Western country, so basically it creates more confusion basically though. So that's kind of like, that created a lot of stuff. So that was like when I was younger. I think long, long time ago, I had that though. When I was growing up, it's just I didn't notice that. Though. I displayed small little signs though. to everybody. It's just that it was, sometimes they weren't sure though, or they kind of noticed though. It's like it come here, there, but then it slowly led to everything, basically. Slowly led to everything. I feel like though, not saying it's universal for everyone, for me though, basically, I feel like it's post-colonial syndrome because my people, they suffer from post-colonial syndrome though. The symptoms is depression, anxiety, identity confusion, preference of Western culture. Basically, yeah, those are like these four symptoms I can name and stuff like that. And also, you know, like they, that's that. Well, hold on, let me actually see what else. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So what I can take out of it was to actually fix that though is to actually first step to actually fixing trauma though is to actually, start to embrace
Yeah, go
what
on
was the
mute.
problem.
I
Go
have no
ahead,
idea
Riaz.
what you just said, Riz.
Yeah, I didn't hear you that clearly, Riaz.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
are you saying like your identity issues plays a huge role in like your trauma that you've
Yes,
experienced?
yes.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, identity basically led to everything basically. So that's no, like basic, during when I was a tad and stuff like that, basically that's what it led to though. Because look, even though it was like small, little signs though, became major though became major and led to everything basically.
Okay. Well, I understand and I appreciate you for sharing your thoughts. Tough guy, would you like to
Yeah.
add to the topic?
What's the topic?
When the past, see, that's I'm not even. When the past is still present, uprooting trauma. So the things that we hold on to, like sometimes it's easy to combat the things that we can identify, the issues that we see on the surface, but uprooting the issue is so important because a lot of times things grow underneath in private in secret because we don't deal with it. So what are your thoughts?
What do you think people suppress the most?
What do I think people suppress the most? Um, I mean, ooh, what do people suppress the most? I think unforgiveness is a huge one. What do you think?
Unforgiveness? You said unforgiveness?
Unforgiveness, yeah.
That's what people suppress?
Uh, I think a
So you
lot of
mean they
times
don't? So you mean
like
they don't want to? You mean they don't want to
I mean that they hide
forgive
it. They
somebody?
act like they're walking in forgiveness, but they're really bitter about a lot of things. That's what I mean. They have a lot of things that they have swept under a rug and they haven't confronted, and it turns into a negative. And a lot of that
Mhm.
is rooted in unforgiveness, like not forgiving pain, not forgiving certain traumas, holding on to people
Well,
and
if you
past
can't forgive
hurts.
nobody, you
Yeah, and
can't
I think a
expect to
lot of
be
people like
forgiven. You can't expect to be forgiven if you can't
yeah,
forgive
I get
nobody
that.
else.
Well, my right. So what are your thoughts in regards to uprooting trauma? How do you think you can? How do you? What do you think is the best way to combat that?
Uh, the best way to combat it
Yeah.
to be honest with yourself first. I mean, if you ain't
Mhm.
honest with yourself, you can't be honest with nobody else. So you not being honest with yourself is gonna put you in a predicament to where you ain't, you know, gonna be authentic. It's gonna be fake shit. If you say a lot of people walk around fake as hell, then yeah, people do that all the time because I
Mhm.
guess it's situational and circumstances. But in my opinion, I think you should just always be real, whether people like it or not. I think people will respect it, and even if they don't, at least you're still being you authentically.
Mhm. So what do
So,
you think? What do you think people struggle with the most when it comes to trauma? Do you think majority of it is
Childhood stuff,
uh-huh. I
childhood stuff. I think people struggle with uh, their own insecurities, um, things that they feel like they can't express for whatever reason it may be. Because when a person is suppressing certain things, they're not authentically being themselves. And a lot of the times, that's what people are yearning for, especially within relationships. But if you can't be 100% honest with your counterpart or your partner, right, then it's kind of hard to have a genuine relationship because things change, moments happen, so I think that, especially like in relationships, people put too many expectations on one individual. So
mm,
that's why you get certain things like that where people are suppressing certain feelings. And this is why they go and do whatever they do because they're not really able to be 100 with whoever they're in bed with every night.
that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like you have a hard time maybe addressing your trauma? Or for the most part, like do you confront the things that you know are an issue?
Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty upfront, um, straight to the point. I've always kind of been like that. And
Hmm.
I don't know. I just grew up different. Everything was always my fault, so I always took the blame. So as far as like being scared or something like that, I don't give a fuck. Like it is what it. You know,
Sorry, his mic cut out.
I ain't scared of shit. Only thing I'm scared of is God,
Hmm.
for real. That's about it. Cause man, he could cut it short. He could cut it all short immediately. So you never take certain things for
Absolutely.
granted. That's about it. And even life comes to an end. So, people always talk about I don't want to die or, thank God for keeping me above ground. But nigga, we live to die. We dying now. We just ain't dead yet. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Shit. We living now, but it's just like we don't know when that you know, we don't know.
Right. I just want to
Mm-hmm.
be.
But yeah, man,
Bob,
I
would
think
you
people
like to
suppress a
add?
lot of things. But if you suppressing something, then you're not authentically being you. And so I, in my opinion, would say be you, whatever that may be. You need to express that, and you need to express that to the peers, the people you're around. Just be who you are, and fuck what everybody else got to say because then
What
you're
the
going to be
TikTok?
comfortable
You
in your
know
own
what
skin.
it is. You keep saying the F word.
Oh, my bad. I forgot we on your show.
You okay? Yeah, but that's good. Thank you so much for your input. Bolo, would you like to add something?
Now I just listening, listening to everybody's input, listening to what everyone has to say. And I think that I'm listening to the brother, tough guy speak, and just being the person that's always blamed for something is a trauma,
Mm-hmm.
is an issue. You know what I'm saying? To the point where um he's created this protection around him where he just doesn't give a damn. He's just gonna say what.
But that's
No,
a front. You
But
know,
you know what? But that's why people think bad of me, though. People think I have bad
right.
intentions,
No,
or
no, that's
they
what
look at me
I'm
like
saying
the first thought of me is just like, oh, he's evil or he's not a good
because I'm
person
making the
when they
point.
don't even know me.
But that's the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is you created a protection, a garrison around yourself because of how you were brought up, and people will interpret it a certain way, even though it's not what you're actually doing. You just move this way because of how you were brought up, and you created this thought process that, listen, I don't care what you think, I'm going to say it, and this is what it is. And that can be good, and that can be bad. It
Yeah,
can
it can
be
be bad too.
right. It can be
Mm-hmm.
the aspect that I know I know what you're thinking. You're not gonna mince words with Bolo when you and I are talking. It can be bad because what if you need to uplift your brother? There has to be a way you do it with tact. opposed to just saying, man, get the hell up and do such and such. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
true. That's what my sister says all the time.
You know, so
I need to work on my tact.
right,
Yes,
yes. So, and
Okay.
that's the point
because I
that
could be a little harsh.
but that's the point that we were talking about when we, past past traumas that have molded us into these men and women that you see on the stage today, and it affects how we react and how we respond to the world. And in conversation, which is hard right now in this day and age, in conversation, people don't take in the thought process of the other person. So it's like if you and I are having a dialogue like we're doing right now, my job is to try and understand where you're at so that I can try and preface what I'm saying in a way that you can receive it. Not just me just delivering it, and whether tough guy gets it or not, it is what it is. Then I'm not doing you any justice or the message that I'm trying to deliver to you any justice, because being an orator means that I'm able to deliver it in a way that any man or any woman, no matter where they're at, they can receive it, or at least I can give it to them in a way that they can digest it. Now, whether you agree with it or not is a totally different thought process, but to make you
Right.
understand is the game. And that's the point, right? So, your sister's 100% on point, tough guy. So, you have to learn to balance it in the aspect of, I understand that you were blamed for everything, or your perception of the events were you were blamed for everything. So
Mhm.
what you would have to do is, search your mind's eye, whether you do it with a therapist or you do it yourself in meditation. Search your mind's eye with the thought process of who you are now. Sounds like you're in your early 30s, late 30s, early 40s. And when these things started, where did you start saying, I don't care how people feel? I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to do this, and I don't care what people think. When did that process start? And that's where the work needs to be done, in that moment right there. You know what I'm saying? Because again, when we don't have the coping skills or the coping mechanisms when we were younger or
I'm
whatever.
gonna tell you what it was. I'm gonna tell you what it was. It was in school because they
Okay.
used to tell me I was hyper and I was, ADHD and all this shit. They used to make me feel like I was stupid
What
until
grade?
somebody told me I wasn't stupid, and they said you smart and you can do this.
What
And then
grade?
once I started to really gain a little bit of confidence in that, I was like, damn, these people fucking lied to me.
What grade were you in?
And then that put
What
me in
grade?
a whole different level as far as a mindset to be more intelligent, to take things more serious, and to understand my intelligence in totality.
What grade were you in when they started saying those things to you?
Oh, this is like fourth grade because I was
So,
hyper.
but here's
I used to do like backflips. I was just
yeah,
a boy. I think I was just a boy. That's what I
right.
think.
So when did they
But
tell you? When did they tell you that you weren't what they said that you
like
were?
fourth grade, that's when they started
But
the
when did they?
medicine shit.
No, do I understand they started in fourth grade? But when were you told that you weren't dumb? You were smart. When did they tell you that?
Oh, that was like a little bit like being an adult, like after 18, like maybe 21,
So in fourth grade,
22.
how old were you in fourth grade?
I don't know. What was I? Fourth grade, I was nine, eight, nine. I don't know.
You were
How
eight,
old
nine.
was
So from 8 to 9,
I?
right?
Nine?
Let's just
Something
say,
like that, maybe.
yeah, let's just say 8 to 9. So from 8 to 9, they were telling you that you're dumb, you're this, you're that, the third. When you became 18, someone said to you, hey, they lied. You're not this, you're not that. So
Well,
you,
no, I thought, okay, so this is what happened. I'm a drummer, right? So I felt maybe like I was a savant because I was always advanced in that, but I had a lot of passion for that. So it was like, well, if I'm smart at this, right? So, and then somebody's like, man, you're great. Like, you're a genius, when it comes to this, right?
Mhm.
So, that kind of gave me a different mindset when it came to different things. It was just like, well, if I'm smart in this, then and then it just gave me confidence, is what I'm saying. And
When did
that
they give you,
confidence is what
when,
transferred to other things.
but what I'm trying to connect with you is they started calling you these names at 8 or 9. between 7 and 9, they started calling you these names. At the age of 18, they're like, yo, this dude is no joke when it comes to drums. He's a savant. That's not, listen, to be called a savant is a heavy thing, right? That's you're like a genius when it comes to dealing with the drums. So now what you do is, yo, these dudes called me this and called me that, or whatever the situation might be. So what you do is you have a resentment that's created now. The resentment is created. It wasn't reconciled. So the trauma that you, or the events that you went through at 8th, 7th, and 4th grade, you're still living with that right now as a grown man on this panel. Because look at what it created. I say what I say. I don't give a damn what other people think. I'm going to say it. But your sister is saying, hold on. But you have to be mindful of how you deliver the message, because if you're talking to your child or your niece or your nephew and you need to reach them, I'll give you an example. My granddaughter did something. I forget what she did, but she did something. And I was going to, correct her. So when she sees this 5'11" and a half man with a beard talking to her, she gets scared. She ran behind the couch. So I had to catch myself in that moment. So what did I do? I got on my knees, made myself so much smaller, about the same size as her. So now she doesn't look at me as this opposing, big, grandiose figure. And she came to me and I said, Mama, you can't do this. You have to do that, this, and the third. She hugged me and said, thank you, Papa, and ran off. So what I'm saying to you is, because you are who you are right now from when you were 4, you have created this facade. Well, let me not say facade. You have created this person that I just give it the way they get it. If they get it, they get it. If they don't, they don't. And that's why your sister is saying to you, you have to be mindful of how you deliver it to people, because the message that you're giving isn't wrong. So let me ask you this. What's your favorite food? What do you like to eat a lot?
My favorite fruit?
Yes, sir.
You said fruit or food? Just in general.
Food. Your favorite food?
Oh, pasta.
All right.
Italian.
Yeah, let's say if I took that pasta,
breadsticks, garlic bread and shit. Yeah, it's just
all of that. Pasta, breadsticks, all of that, right? And I put it on a garbage can lid. Would you eat it?
Hell no.
Why? Okay. If I took new pasta and I put it on the finest china I could find, would you eat it?
You said new pasta?
I'm not going to take the same pasta off the garbage can lid. I went to the kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
New pasta,
You mean fresh? You mean fresh? Yes.
Fresh.
Off of fine china, yes. Why not?
What's the difference?
Well, one of them is not sanitary. So that wouldn't be sufficient for me to eat. That wouldn't be that wouldn't be
the presentation.
It wouldn't be.
The presentation.
Well, it's not just presentation. It's
hold on. It is
it's a lot. It's more than just presentation. This is like it's unsanitary.
But the presentation of how I presents it unsanitary, presents it dirty, presents it I don't care about you, present it that I look at you as if you're nothing. My presentation says all of that. You feel me? It says all of that. But if I put it on china and I garnish it nice and do all that, it shows a whole lot of what I think of you as my customer. Opposed to me,
I can understand that, but then there are people that are unappreciative of you taking the time.
We're talking about that.
Let's do that.
Hold on.
No, we got to deal with that, nigga. What you mean? Let's not deal with that.
You're not doing tough guy. We're not doing that.
1 second. I'm talking to you though, tough guy. We're not talking about everybody else. I'm talking to tough guy. Now, when we broaden the spectrum, I get what you're saying. But right now, we're talking about tough guy and what tough guy is saying to him. That listen, you have to understand that even though people may not give a rat's ass what you're saying, they may not care what you're saying. Just in the way
you talk about me. Like if I die tomorrow, nigga, what the their life goes on. People don't give a fuck.
Well, this is what I'm going to say, but that's wrong. That's wrong. Hold on a second, Mo. That's wrong because I would care, brother. You're my brother.
You don't know me to care, nigga. What you mean you care?
Because I don't have to know you to love you, brother. I don't have to know you personally to say, you know what, man? I hope that brother has a blessed day. damn, we lost another brother that I had an intellectual conversation with. I wish I would have had
Yeah, but
time.
what you talking about is fairy tales. That's not how life is lived. That's not how people
Then
are.
But some
this is the
people
point.
do care.
This is
Right.
the point that I'm
Right.
making. Your
And that's
4-year
why I
old
say,
self.
can I say this real quick? That's why I think it's very important to address your traumas. I think a lot of times because of what you may experience growing up, and this is not to throw any type of shade because we all have them. I do too. I think
Mm-hmm.
it shapes our reality and the way that we view people, and sometimes our view of the world and society is not always right. It's through a clouded lens because of what we've gone through personally.
And that's the
Well,
point.
Right.
that's the whole thing. It's happening to
Anyways,
you. So yes, you're gonna think that way if it's
I
happening to
don't think
you
that way.
personally.
But that don't
Yeah,
mean the
that's
world.
anyways,
what I'm saying.
I got a question for
Hold
that.
on, young
It's important.
Riaz. Hold on. That doesn't
It's
mean that the world is like that, my G. Yeah,
right.
yeah, you went through that at 4 years old. Yeah, you may be around people that they may be like that. But there are people that genuinely care, regardless of whether they know you or walked 1,000 miles with you or not.
Yeah, and
There are.
that's rare. What we talking about is 9 times out of 10. What do you see? Reality, bro. Not how things should be and how we want it to be. How things
Well, here's
are.
well
I'm
here's
talking
the
about
thing.
how
Brother.
shit is.
Well, here's the thing, brother. You got five. You have
That's what
four
I'm
other.
saying. Reality.
I got you. You got four other people on this platform that care. My channel and most channel is surrounded around mental illness. I don't get paid to do what I do. I don't get, no one offers me money when I'm counseling people for hours on end, weeks on end, months on end. They don't pay me. I don't get money. I don't ask for money. All I ask is that the love you receive from me, you put it into the world. That's all I ask. Pay it forward and pay attention.
Mhm.
That's all I ask. So it's not out there. Are you putting yourself in a position to receive those people? Because
Right.
the water that I buy in the bodega is the same water I buy in the goddamn airport. But for some reason in the airport it costs $8 and in the bodega it costs $1. It's the position and the environment that you put yourself in to garner how important and what your worth is. So if
Mhm.
you surround yourself with people that are worthless, guess what? Your worth will be nothing there too.
Well, that's why I'm by myself a lot, nigga. Shit. Fuck that. yeah, yeah. That's why I'm
But
alone a
here's what
lot.
we're saying, brother. Here's what we're saying. You ain't got to be alone no more, man. There are brothers and sisters out there that care. There are brothers and sisters that genuinely care and they don't want to take advantage of you. They don't want to do this. They don't want to do that. It's 2 o'clock where I'm at right now. Mo is on the line talking about mental illness. Nesbitt is here talking about mental illness. Riaz is always here talking about mental illness. All right. So at the end of the day, you have 4 people in the 100 that you say that don't care. You got 4 that don't.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I can ask this though. Do you think I've got people pleasing tendencies though? Based off what how you know me though for a while though. Based off how you know me though, do you think I have people pleasing tendencies? And it's pretty much for everybody to ask though. You can give me different answers and I'll take it.
Okay, so you said you have people pleasing tendencies and that's the problem you have?
No, I don't think it's, yeah, I mean, sometimes though it can be a problem, no? Do you think I have people pleasing tendencies? Be honest.
Or you're asking me if I think you do? No,
Yeah,
no. From the interactions that I've had with you, I think that you are very forthright in sharing your experiences and sharing. From what I've seen, I haven't seen that you've had people pleaser tendencies. No, I haven't seen it.
okay. Tough guy. Do you think I've got people pleasing tendencies? I want to ask though.
Uh, I wouldn't say that. I think you just. I mean, everybody wants to feel uh, like a part of something. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I think. You just want to be a part of this. That's all. I mean, I really don't know you like that. I know you from coming on here. So
Okay.
But
wait, yes or no me on
I mean,
tears, bro. 'Cause-
you are basically a part of this. We know you, we see you all the time. So I mean, you are a part of it. So it's not like
Yeah,
you're not.
yeah. I
So
also
I don't
gotta
know
admit
about people
though.
pleasing though. I don't really know you like that. You know what I'm saying? To say that you're a people pleaser.
Okay, I don't mean it on that type of level. I just meant though, based off how you know me though, and I know you've seen me around and how it is. When I asked them, not on that type of level. I'm just saying based off how you know me though, like just how you see me around and stuff like that. Though it's like, do you think sometimes though I've always have a sense of basically wanting to prove myself? Because that's what I think I've got though. Sometimes I'll be real. Sometimes though I do. You know, the way I actually feel or the way I type or speak, sometimes it's like I'm always trying to prove myself. So,
You always
not
speak your
always.
opinion though,
Can you
or
do me
you
a
always
favor?
talk about like your religion or your opinion. So I mean, you always say how you feel.
Mo, do
So
me
I
a
ain't
favor.
trying to like.
Mo, do me a favor. Can you highlight narrative dialogue's statement when he says this ties right back? Can you
Right
can you
here.
yeah. And he
You
says this
said this.
ties back into if you don't know what love feels like to be loved, how can you possibly know what it feels like to be hurt? Because here's the thing,
Some guy,
dialogue.
go on mute.
Yeah, yeah. Tough guy. Mute for a second, brother, please. So this is the thing. Narratives again. I don't need to. He create. Listen, when someone is being ridiculed, they create something to protect themselves. Okay, you know what hurt is. You may not know how to define it, but you know what hurt is. You know that when someone ridicules you, you don't feel good, right? You're embarrassed. Your self esteem is low. All these different things. So you understand what it is to be hurt. And what we do is, in those times of it happening, we create a protection shield that
Right.
at times, if we don't deal with the issue at hand, we carry that from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to when we're 48. And now that little shield now becomes what we wear. It's no longer just a shield anymore. It's our clothing, it's our identity, it's who we are at this point. So now to try and say, now we have to deal with where this started. This is why it becomes hard because now this is who you are. This is your personality. This is your character, right? So when you move in such a manner to actually deal and deconstruct it, it takes time. It's not something that happens overnight. So yeah, even though I may not know what love is, I may know what ridicule is, I may know what embarrassment is. These things are hurt, especially when it's happening when you're young.
Mm, okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, the only reason why I asked that question, do I have people pleasing tendencies? Because I actually want to know what other people think, though, and I want to actually get what they think, just based off how they know me and stuff like that, though. Because actually, just to take that into account, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong in doing that sometimes, but I'm always got a sense of trying to prove. Also, I think the one thing you also do notice though, sometimes I apologize way too much though, even though sometimes I don't need to though, but I always do.
Okay.
Just basically, yeah, I'm a self-reflective type person. Though I kind of actually take into effect, okay, did I do that? How did it actually affect somebody? That's just me being an empath.
Yeah, but sometimes you can worry too much about what people think, you know?
Yeah,
Sometimes
of
people get
course.
caught up, they call that paralysis of analysis, man. That
Hmm.
sometimes you think so much it paralyzes you in the moment. And that
Absolutely.
moment where you needed to make a move, it's gone. You know what I'm saying? It's like playing football, right? That hole opens up really quick and it closed just as fast. So if you get too caught up in being analytical in certain things, and again, it's not bad to be analytical, but when you become paralyzed in your analysis, that's when the issue comes in. And they call that paralysis of analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Yeah.
Stanley, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate you.
Once
So Coffee said, I do not laugh when a person is rude and out of order. I let them know I do not agree with them either, even though I am cool with them. You cannot disrespect someone else, then come and laugh with me.
Well,
I get it.
you know what? Excuse me.
Next, you will be doing it to me. Check it at the door. I cannot be sized up.
What
Mm.
you know what? This is what you have to understand. And again, I can respect that statement, but that's an egotistical statement. You know what you have to understand, and this is why it is so hard here to have these conversations because, again, when a dog is tied up, and I'm not trying to compare humans to dogs, but I want you to understand the example I'm giving you. When a dog is tied up and it's been in elements for more than 2 months, it's raining, it's cold, and the chain is cutting into this dog's neck. When I come to help this dog doesn't know it doesn't know I'm trying to help him. Okay. All it knows is that it's watched humans pass by all the time and they've done nothing. And here I come, it's going to bite me. And I have to reconcile that I have to gain this dog's trust before this dog starts to trust me. It's not that different when it comes to people. A lot of the times you see what my man Tough Guy said, right? Because
Yeah.
of what we've done, he created this line. Dogs, I say what I say, and that's what it is. I don't care how you feel,
Mhm.
right? Now, a person that hears this would sit there and be like, man, who you think you talking to? But it's a defense mechanism that Tough Guy created because of what was done to him. Even his sister says you
Exactly.
got to be more mindful of how you deliver things. And he even said it. I have to be more mindful of how I deliver things. So it's not going to be easy for him to stop because he's been doing it for so long. And all of us have traumas like that. All of us have created things like this where it's hard for us to catch it. And then after it's done, we say, damn, I shouldn't have did that. And then you
Mhm.
may go back and go, you know what, man, Tough Guy, my bad. I apologize. It wasn't you. It was me. I had a hard day. Pop, pop, pop. Instead of me just doing what I needed to do, I took it out on you. My bad. A lot of the times we don't do that. We don't come back and double back
Exactly.
and apologize for something that we might have done. A lot of the times people move the way they move is because of things that they've gone through or things that they're going through. And a lot of the times we don't tap into that because all I care about is what I'm going through. We
That's
want the world to tap into us, but we don't want to tap back into the world. So it's a very hard dance to learn, but it's a dance that needs to be learned because that's where the village comes in, right? It
mm-hmm.
takes a village to raise a child. This is, again, this is why God tells you, forsake ye not the assembly of one another. For all of us to get to know each other, know your brother, know your sister. I need to know Nesbitt. If I don't know him, when do I know that he's going through something? I don't.
Exactly.
And he's suffering in silence while everybody's laughing. He's suffering. But this is why the Lord says, get to know your brother, get to know your sister. So when something is wrong, you're able to say, yo, let me holler at you for a second, Riaz. Yo, this ain't you. You usually don't just scream on people. What's
Mm-hmm.
going on with you? And he'll be able to talk to you. But if we don't know each other, if we don't spend time earnestly, like my man Tough Guy said, if you're not being earnest and honest and talking, how do I get to know you? It's just a facade that I see.
Exactly.
This is why we have to break that facade. This is why we have to say, listen, brothers, it's okay to have gone through some things, and it's okay to have created this uh, 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 this protection that
Mm-hmm.
that's gotten you this far. Now what we're saying is let's self-correct because it's harming people around you. And there are people that might be afraid, people that might be too they don't want to hurt your feelings or whatever, and they don't want to say anything to you, but it's hurting you more not hearing it.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's so good. Did you want to respond, Tough Guy?
We can't hear you, Tough Guy. You're on mute.
Yeah, y'all said it was loud, so I'll try to mute. But if I'll get too loud, just mute me, Mo.
Okay.
Um, what I was gonna say was, I mean, yes, everybody has traumas, and I think what you're saying kind of makes sense, but it also is a survival tactic as well. So that's how we survive because you can see how if you don't come across that way. In some instances, people will try to play you, and we got to look at how the world is. This is what I'm speaking to. We can try to sing "Kumbaya," we are the world, but nigga, that's not how shit is. It's not like that.
But that's
But
not
You know
what
what
I'm
I'm saying?
doesn't
You
it
can try.
start with the people that you like
Hold-
surround yourself with? Like you have to have discernment when it comes to
Yeah, I get
the
it. I'm
people around
saying, I'm like,
you.
I'm 40 years old, so yes, I'm getting better with that. But I mean,
right,
at the end of the day, I know how people are. I know how things are. So I
right.
mean,
Let me ask
what
you a
he's
question.
talking about is great. Like that's how the world should be. That's how we want it to be, right? We could work on that, but that's not how shit is. Is my point.
And I agree with you, tough
That's
guy. Let
what
me ask you a
we're
question.
Okay, okay,
people
okay. Good,
Tough guy, let me
good.
ask you a question. Do you know any? Do you know a little bit about cars, right?
Very little.
Okay, cool.
Poquito.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Let me ask you a question. If the radiator fan is what keeps the motor cool, right? And it cuts on and cuts
Right.
off. If the
Yeah, the
radiator
radiator.
fan
Right.
continues to stay on, will it harm the motor?
If it tends to stay on,
If it stays on continuously, it doesn't cut off.
yeah, because it's not supposed to be on all the time.
There you go. So it cuts on at times when the motor needs it, and then it shuts off. Correct?
Right. That's what I'm saying. As
Okay.
far as
So you're,
survival, you
so
usually
you're
learn those tactics so you
yeah,
can survive
but you're in survival mode 100%.
all the time, every day, nigga.
That's my point. That's the point that I'm trying to make to you. Your amygdala is not made to be cut on all the time. And that's where discernment comes in with what Mo is saying. Right? I don't have to, because again, what you have to understand is your amygdala pushes certain chemicals into your body. It makes you hypersensitive. It makes you totally off kilter, and that affects your body, my G. When you continue to get these chemicals continue to be pounced into your system, it overloads your system. And that's the point that you're saying I'm this 100% of the time. So
I
that
ain't got no
means,
choice.
nah, don't ever say that, brother. We always have a choice. We all,
No, you can't say that to everybody. You don't know. You just talking right now. Like
I'm not.
a lot of shit you say, a lot of shit you saying, bro. It sounds good, man. Like I hear you trying to help people, but nigga, not everything works for everybody. What works for somebody else may not work for me, nigga.
I agree 100% with you. I agree
If
100%.
you don't receive it, like we always say, that's cool, but it's not going to stop us from
But
giving the necessary.
I'm not trying to tell them to stop though. That's not what. That's not my point.
Now, that's not where I was going to even go with it, Mo. What I'm
But
saying
that's
to you
where
is,
that's where I wanted to go.
okay, what I'm saying to you is we all have a choice, dog. Sometimes the choices may not look good, right? Sometimes you may say, man, I got to do this. We all have a choice. When you sit there and say we don't have one, that's when you create this jail.
Well, okay, this is the thing. Knowledge is power. The only things that you have a choice to do is what you know. So I'm doing what I know.
And that's a good point. That's a very good point. So now this is what you need to do, right? If I'm the smartest person in the room, what do I need to do? Tough guy.
Oh, trust me, I'm always. I know some
No,
really successful people in life. I
listen to what I'm
definitely
saying. No,
have
listen.
mentors.
No, listen to what I'm saying. If I'm the smartest person in the room, what do I need to do?
Hey, PJ.
You need to get out of the room. You need
Boom.
to get with some other people that can elevate you.
There you go. You need to surround yourself with people that can elevate me and continuously elevate so I don't get complacent at where I'm at. So what I'm saying,
Right, I agree.
so what I'm saying to you in the same example, that you don't have to be that way. You need to put yourself in a position or put yourself in a room with people where you don't have to always have your guard up and ready to knock somebody out. Figuratively.
Well, that's why I just told your ass I stay alone. Yo, listen, nigga. Goddamn. This nigga do not listen, man. I swear, I'll be saying.
The point I'm making is you don't have to be alone, my G. You and I can have conversations. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to be alone. That's the point that I'm trying to make to you, that although there may not be that many people I can, I agree with you. There may not be that many, but there are those that do. So me having discernment, when I walk into the room and I have a conversation with Nesbitt or Riaz or even with you, you dig what I'm saying?
Mhm.
On full love, my discernment is going to say, listen, that's a good dude, tough guy. He been through some stuff, and he created this protection around him that he moves the way he moves. But that's a good dude. Nesbitt has been through some stuff. That's a good dude too. He's been through some stuff, so I know how to place him. Riaz, cool cat. Every time I come up here, he speaks, he shares. Mo Love, it just is what it is. She's a good woman. She's a good person in spirit. You know what I'm saying? She's out here trying to deliver mental illness, so forth and so on. So my discernment will help me through conversation. So if I have a conversation and you guys have a conversation with Bolo and Bolo's full of garbage, then that's when you're gonna say, "Nah, we can't rock with that cat.
Right.
Let me isolate him out." But you can't do that if I'm alone. And this is what I'm going to tell you: the Lord didn't make you to be alone. And where we're going, you're gonna need help, my G. When you fall, who do you call on besides your sister? I'm sure you have a core of people.
A lot of my people die. I got about
Oh man, sorry to
three
hear.
people left. I got like 3 people left. So if those people leave, I think everybody gonna be in real trouble.
Well, see, that's a problem, brother. You have any children?
Yeah.
A beautiful daughter. She is so
Wow. See, that's what I'm saying. It takes a village, dog. Don't regulate yourself to just those 3 people, man. I know those 3 people are important
Well,
to
she
you.
one of them.
Okay, well, don't regulate yourself to just those 3 people, bro. Because perspectives are so important. And the more eyes you have on something, the better perspective that you'll have. You'll see things from a panoramic view opposed to seeing a snapshot. And that's what's important. And I know that this conversation isn't going to change you overnight, but just marinate on it, man. Marinate on it. My number's in the chat. Marinate on it. If you want to converse, holla at the kid, brother. We can talk for a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
I'm chilling, bro. I live a good life, man. I ain't gonna hold you. I live in California. I'm a professional musician. You know what I'm saying? I take care of my child. I do what I need to do. I mean, life ain't perfect. That's all I can say. You know, well, I'm good. You know, I learned a lot, and you know, some people are good alone. I mean, I do have people around, but I mean, about 85% of the time, I'd rather it be that way. I'll just say that.
Okay.
I'd,
Well,
I'd rather it be that way.
I'm glad you came up, brother, and had the conversation, my G. I'm glad you did that.
Yeah.
That's the first step, my G. Believe it or not, that's the first step. To be able to say, I've had this issue from here and identify it and being able to say, this is where the problem started. And this is what I had to create to protect myself. You dig what I'm saying? So that's an awesome thing, my G. So I'm glad that you're able to come up here and have a conversation with.
I always keep it 100. If you didn't know me, now you know. But yeah,
Who is
that's
the
just how
brown
I
man?
am.
Do y'all know somebody named the Brown Man?
Yeah, I heard of him. He was on T's channel once.
Well, you might want to put the overlay up, and you know.
Okay. Let me find it.
Yeah.
Some people will have people's pictures and it don't even be them.
Well, listen, you know, just keep, on the drop button,
Hey, Brown Man.
Hello.
Hi. Are you able to show your face?
Oh, sure. Yeah. One sec. Hello. I promise the brown man is not a troll. I promise. I like that.
Let me see. Say, hey, tough guy. Hey, Bolo.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Say, hey, tough guy, just so I can make sure it's not a recording.
Oh, what's good, tough guy? What's up, man?
Okay.
Yeah. I heard of him before.
Okay.
He was on T's channel, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Hmm.
No, EAE sent me the link, so I wanted to say
it
hello.
was like brief
Oh,
though.
thank
So I mean,
you.
I don't know you like that. I did hear of you. So
For sure. I
yeah.
know you stand on business, man. Absolutely. Come on, man. No, you honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I saw the stream with Lo and with you, and I'm not gonna. You were standing on business. You just got a little bit lost in the sauce, but respect to you, man.
Oh man, I just keep it real, man. You know, hey man, she ain't gotta like what I have to say, but she know what it is. I
Yeah.
ain't seen her since. Have you? Huh?
I wasn't there. I wish I was, dude. I really wish I
No, I'm
was.
saying, have you seen her since?
Oh yeah, I mean, she streams a little bit.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen her for a while since then. So
Well, salute
maybe
to
I'm
you, Lo.
blocked. I don't
Nice to meet you.
know.
We spoke on Lowe's panel before.
Oh shit.
On my panel or my sister's? Here for the tea is my sister.
Oh really? Oh
Uh-huh.
no, I was
Yep.
saying I spoke with you on Lowe's panel. I asked you a question before. Yeah.
Oh, Low or Mo. I thought you were saying Mo.
Sorry, no, low.
Okay.
Light skin and low.
Okay, so Brown Man, did you want to add to the topic or
Well, what was the topic?
when the past is still present, uprooting trauma?
Oh shit. Okay. Well, I mean, the brown man is the brown man for a reason. Trauma does happen to people, but people take it differently. So I don't really know where you're going with this, but yeah.
Hmm?
I'm saying, like, I don't really know where you're going with the trauma thing, but people take trauma
So
differently.
just the importance of uprooting trauma, because if you don't, then you'll have all these other issues like bitterness, resentment. It can also cause like physical ailments, emotional, psychological, spiritual. So it's just important to not just deal with trauma from a surface level, but actually uprooting it, going beyond the surface to like completely heal. And we're discussing how if those things are not confronted, how they can really have a negative impact on your life and the people that you come across in general.
Okay. I mean, I agree with that for sure. It does take spiritual and physical damage. That's a fact. So I'll give you that for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's tough guy background. Let me see.
All right, mute me. Mute me.
Yeah. Um Brandon, did you want to add something?
Um, let's see what oh man, I think well basically I was just listening to everybody's experiences and listen to Bolo with this wisdom of a sage. He can speak to the soul in ways that I just simply can't. I
Mm-hmm.
appeal more to the intellectual side of people, just helping them grasp a comprehensive understanding of their neurological ailments, because one of the things that I think people do now in this in modernity is we don't have a fundamental basis for what's actually going on in our lives, and and definitely in regards to our traumas. We just consider them that was a bad experience. So
Yeah.
by the only way we started, like Sigmund Freud's was able to heal the brain was to understand it. So I think a lot of people lack that fundamental understanding of the brain,
Mm-hmm.
and subsequently being able to heal it. And so that's where I came in, and I tackled the conversation at that aspect, because I know I'll never be able to preach it like Bolo. So I'm so basically, yeah, I'm appealing to the
And I
intellectual
love
side.
that. I love the
Yeah.
diversity of the panel. Like you give us more so science and how like you said, the intellectual side. Bolo is uh well, intellectual, spiritual, all of those things. I just love the diversity of it all. Even Tough Guy sharing like his experience and how he has a completely different outlook.
Yeah.
Um,
Hold on, Mo
Mhm.
Love. Don't be using an intellectual name. You know what I mean for Bolo. That's me. That's all
that's
me.
funny.
That's
So PJ said, sometimes we're so proud of our self-awareness that we don't realize we're still acting out the same patterns, just with better vocabulary. That's good.
mm. Mo,
I
may, Mo,
agree.
may I share some books that I believe will help in our walk with God?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I would say Wild at Heart. That's
Hmm.
a book that everybody should definitely read. Um, it's by the Eldridges, John Eldridge, and then his wife Stacy has a book called Captivating. That one's for women. So Wild at Heart is for men. Captivating is for women. Um, Love and War is the book that they wrote about their marriage together, right? Another book, Purpose Driven Life by Rick Warren.
Oh, I love Purpose
Definitely.
Driven Life.
Whew, whew.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm on my second time reading that one.
Don't
That is
forget
Um,
the four
good.
agreements. Don't forget the four agreements. That's a good one
the,
too.
the Four Agreements.
Okay.
And Bolo, this is an old school one, but I'm gonna hit you with an old school one. Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis. I land
That's
there.
a good one. That is.
Hmm.
Yeah. I mean, me personally, I like the Berenstein Bears because it teaches it teaches you a whole
Like,
bunch of values and mores. No, but I said that for a reason.
mm-hmm.
Simple nostalgia is a really good way of dealing with trauma. Um, so I think, of course, like I said in the past programs, we don't have the qualifications to actually fix ourselves, but there are ways of, being able to self-regulate and mitigate some of our traumatic symptoms.
Yeah.
Now, the number one thing you you need to remember, based on our past conversations, specifically with what I said and some of the other panel members, is that when you're traumatized, you're and I'm sorry, I don't have my stats in front of me right now,
Mm-hmm.
so I forgot what source it is, but when you're traumatized, okay, I'll just quote Dr. Gabor Mate. Okay, 99% of all of his drug addicts, whether they be meth heads, fentanyl junkies, alcoholics, people
Mm-hmm.
that are, you know, how do I say, you know, people, suicidal ideation. Yeah, screw YouTube. They get
Yeah.
on my nerves with that censorship. Can't even talk about something medical, with that is backed up by clinical data. But anyway, they all of those traumatic things that have happened in their childhood will affect and govern some of the things that you'll see in your present life.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to realize that if you've been traumatized, if you've been severely abused in your childhood, then you will have a huge, a considerable, a what is the word? I'm sorry. You will be more prone for drug use and gang violence and going to jail. Um,
Mm-hmm.
the reason why is because when we are young, our brain has a higher neuroplasticity, and this is why the childhood mind. You know what? Let me just go ahead and say this. Do you know who the most dangerous person to affect in terms of trauma is? are children.
Right.
Children do not need trauma because it will affect you into adulthood. And I think, a lot of the bad things we see in society nowadays are a direct result of childhood trauma. And I will, like, it's so predictable that, like, if I hear of a person's current actions, I can already be able to, I can tell exactly what they did in their childhood. Not even kidding. So yeah, I'll yield the floor to you guys. Or if you guys have any questions,
That's
just let
so
me know.
true.
So
Yeah.
Trauma with children. Yeah, you're right. Children do not need trauma.
Yeah. I mean, the neuroplasticity is just too high in a child.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Did you want to add?
Because you have to realize, like I said, in that according to what we know in the studies, a child's brain is not as rational as it should be. It goes more on the lizard brain. It functions more in the the fight or flight, or it gets its processing from the amygdala.
Mm-hmm.
So we develop our rationality later in life. So that's why a child's brain is so vulnerable to trauma.
Right. And it teaches them, like, instead of being free and enjoying childhood, it teaches them to, like, brace for danger. They'll be alert and operating out of a state of paranoia, possibly, depending on the severity of the trauma, I guess.
Mhm.
so is there like such a thing as good trauma or no?
Good trauma.
Like can there be positive effects from trauma or no? Is it just like
Well, there's trauma that elevates you. Trauma that you learn from and you grow from.
yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. If it's like when it's pruning a flower, that's applying trauma to the flower.
Exactly. I like
But
that.
pruning it makes it grow stronger and blossom faster. So if the mountain was smooth, none of us can climb it. Everybody on this panel has a cut or a scar or a scratch that has a story attached to it that you learned something from it. And you're going to remember this and you're going to tell your great grandchildren, your grandchildren, and you're going to let everyone know, even when you talk to people on the panels, listen, now I got this scar. Every crevice on that mountain, every jagged edge has a learning capability. Don't put too much pressure here. Don't do this. Don't do that. That's the purpose of having the mountain have jagged edges. If it's smooth, you learn nothing. You're not tenacious enough. You don't learn anything. You don't know how to be malleable. You don't know patience. You don't learn strength. You don't, all these things that we need to process things in life, we have to go through it to realize how it works. It's no longer theory anymore. We took it out of the lab, we brought it into the real world. It's fact. I'm telling you, if you continue to eat like this, this is how your body is going to react. I'm telling you, if you do this in exercise, this is what's going to happen. Why? Because it happened for me. Now, again, our body may be a little bit different, but at the end of the day, the results will be similar. So yeah, there is good trauma. Absolutely.
I like that answer.
So I don't. Okay. Is there good trauma? Because I know it's in any emotional, mental, or spiritual injury that causes, like, severe stress. So I don't know if it is a good thing, but I do know that well, I guess in the end it does work out because it will strengthen you.
I'm sorry. What was your question about it being good or bad trauma?
Yeah, I was just asking, like, because I mean, you were saying
No, I'm
about
sorry.
children.
Mo Love.
Oh, sorry.
Like she
Oh
asked about yeah,
no,
like
I was
yeah, go
because
ahead.
I think the guy Brown Man said, "Is there such thing as good trauma?" Um,
No,
yeah,
not
it's kind of hard
scientifically.
to answer. I know it's character building in a sense, and it strengthens you in ways, but trauma alone, I don't think is good.
Yeah, that's right. You hit it. You said it just as I was going to say it. Like
Mm-hmm.
when we incur trauma, we have physical changes that are mostly deleterious. So um, the neuroscience is very clear on that.
Mm-hmm.
There's lots of clinical data. If you want peer-reviewed clinical data, go to the National Institute of Health or PubMed. That's what I recommend. Or you can read Psychology Today. They reference a lot of peer-reviewed medical data concerning the science of neuroscience. Or JAMA. Your JAMA's, they've been publishing that since I think like that's a 100-year publication. Journal of America. That's a uh, that's like the journal for the psychologist and psych. I can't speak tonight. I'm sorry. I'm about to
No,
get off of here. I'm
Well,
half asleep.
I think what
you
the
okay?
My brain is traumatized from working on these stupid cars.
It's
well, I think
okay.
what Brown Man is speaking to when he says good trauma, it does sound contradictory because
Mm-hmm.
trauma in itself is something that's happening outside of our control. But what it creates, the good trauma that we're speaking towards is the process that incurs after the traumatic uh, experience. What did you learn from it? How did it strengthen you? How did it get you to where you needed to be? What did you
Right.
learn? What did you learn about yourself in going through this? All of these things. And here's the thing, okay? When we say trauma, right? When you lift weights, you're lifting weights. Do you know you're applying trauma to your muscles?
That's a fact. That's a whole fact.
You're ripping your muscles. You're actually ripping your muscles. Okay. And this is why you have the downtime to recover, because now when your muscles heal, they heal stronger, bigger, and you become able to lift more weights. So, what did you have to do? You had to apply trauma to your muscles to get to where you needed to be. So, this is the fact of why God allows these things or why we go through what we go through. It's not to harm you, but it's to grow you.
Yo, this
How can
nigga's
I know
base.
I'm able to do such and such if I'm not put in that situation to do it?
Right.
People pray for patience and people pray for strength, and then when they're put in situations to use patience, they don't have it. Well, the patience is not going to be downloaded into your brain like it's an app. No, you're going to be put in situations where you need to be patient. You're going to be put in situations where you need to be sensitive. You're going to be in situations where you need to be strong. That's how that works. It's a learning muscle. And that's what we have to do. We have to exercise it in everything that we do. You have to learn.
So I would so that's why I said trauma alone isn't good. Like it's not the event of trauma that's good, it's the healing and the growth I think that comes from
Absolutely.
it that makes it, I guess,
But
worth it.
remember, without the trauma, it's like you can't have one without the other.
That's true.
Without the trauma, how do I grow?
Mm-hmm.
The problem is the stagnation in the trauma that one goes through when they don't grow and they stay stagnant. That's
Right.
the issue. You know what I'm saying? But when you get that help and you learn from it, this is why you remember Joseph was able to tell his brothers after being sold into slavery, what you meant for evil, God meant for good. I
Exactly.
didn't stay stuck in that place where you put me. I grew. I
Mm-hmm.
learned forgiveness. I learned strength. I learned understanding. I learned meekness. I learned humility. And now I'm here and I'm able to forgive you. Now, do not take my meekness or my forgiveness for weakness.
Right. Absolutely.
Hey,
So
Mo Love,
look,
I'm
Claudia
sorry.
wanted to ask, have you taken SPSS? He said he took it at the master's level. Your studies can update recent stats if you have a good paper trail. Brandon,
Yes.
did you? He said, "Have you taken up SPSS?"
SPSS? No.
Okay.
Um, no. Let me look at his comment.
Oh,
No. Did he who is it? EAE?
that's Kwafi. Well, but in the chat it's narratives and dialogues.
Oh, okay. Um,
SPSS is statistical package for social sciences. What he asked is software. He's asking you if you took that.
no, no. My I just I just took basic psychology courses in college, and psychology is one of the, well, they call it the soft sciences, and I think it's integral for the understanding of society, and how the human brain thinks and the complex neurological systems involved in that aspect. So, um, I like I said, it's important that we don't just go on what we think we know about it. What do we actually know about it? A lot like using the instances from my life anecdotally. People, they thought my ADHD, they scoffed at it. They was thought of it as a lack of discipline. They thought I was lazy. They thought I was, just hyper, distracted. But
Hmm.
turns out I have ADHD/Asperger's, major depressive disorder, suicidal ideation. So, there's a lot of things going on in the brain, and these complex neural mechanisms were affecting my life in a deleterious way. So, as a consequence, I didn't do so well, which inevitably led to my attempt to take my life 2 times, or to leave this earth. So one of the things I wanted to suggest to you, Mo Love, is a thing we didn't hit on tonight. Well, it's related, but it's not related. I think your next show needs to be how trauma affects relationships. I love that subject. That would be an awesome subject. Um, you know, the trauma I've incurred in my life has affected my relationships, and most of it wasn't good. But as you learn and you train your brain and you go to you do cognitive behavioral therapy, then you can get better. Now like I said, the science is clear. Trauma is, semi permanent, but you can overcome it. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll go ahead and yield the floor.
I had walked away for a second. I'm here.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah.
Yeah, he was saying that your next stream should be on how trauma affects relationships.
Oh, that's gonna be so good.
Oh man, yeah. I'm going to cook on that one, because that's a juicy topic. Like see, that one gets into metaphysics, and that'll be fun.
Mm-hmm. So EAE said, from the religious perspective, don't you guys consider the trauma Jesus went through on that final day as something that was necessary?
Yeah,
Obviously,
yeah.
I'm trying to go to heaven. I don't know about y'all. Yeah.
It was,
Thank you, Jesus.
and here's the thing that people seem to miss. You know, the trauma that was applied to Jesus Christ's body was so horrendous and ugly. And it was purposefully done. And let me explain why. You know, the anger, the hate, the malice, the strife, the jealousy, the envy, the hurt, the vengeance, the all of these things that we do to each other, which affects us spiritually, he showed what it does to our spirit physically. Did y'all understand that? So what we do to our spirit, what we do to each other spiritually, like you have my man, tough guy, right? He was ridiculed. He said that he was this, he was that when he was younger, but then he realized when they told him, nah, they misdiagnosed you. You wasn't this, that, and the third. But the way they presented it to him, it wasn't in a way to grow him. It was done in a way where it demeaned him. So what they did to him spiritually is what we do to each other, is what we did to Christ physically, if that makes sense. So that's why it was necessary. It was meant to show how ugly man can be when what we do to each other spiritually. But a lot of the times we can't see it. So when you look at Christ, you can sit there and go, this is what we do to one another.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think I think what was the guy's name? You know what? I think I'm gonna go to bed. I can't think for nothing.
You okay?
I'm so sleepy, man. Like I stayed up all late. Yeah, and I'm not like I don't even think I'm hitting on my all of my
no, you're doing good, but I understand.
Yeah, but I was gonna cook tonight. I had half of my notes ready, and then I started getting sleepy. But I think I did hit on, I gave you the basic idea, and I think I was pretty effective in that regard. So I'm happy with that. But I think I wanted to, branch out into more philosophical ideas regarding trauma.
You did awesome.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
And I appreciate you so much for your being very informative every time you hit the link.
Thank you. I just wish I was like Bolo. I was like the way your candor is just on another level than mine. As a person with mild Asperger's, I don't think I'll be able to have that type of charisma, but you command a presence and a respect that's just almost ethereal. So that's a big W.
Well, I say thank you, brother. All praises to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Right.
That's all about him. It's not about me. I'm just here to deliver the message and do the best that I can do in doing it. That's it.
Yes.
You did awesome, Brandon, and you're very smart.
Yeah. Brandon, that's why I know. That's why I be laughing, because I'm listening to you as you breaking this stuff down, and I'm like, this brother's on a different level. You're on a different level. And as you're saying it, like, when I listen to the different people speaking, I always have my eyes closed, because in my mind I visualize the words passing by my eyelids, and I'm listening to you as you speak what's happening in real time. Like, how you click the closed caption, and when I hear you speak, I hit the breakdown, and it breaks it down to me in a way that I can take it in multiple ways, deliver it to different people. You dig what I'm saying? Because your information that you give is so important, and it's not about, the testimony to the teacher is being able to deliver it in a way that the student can understand, and that's important, right? Because it's not a testimony to the student to learn it; it's a testimony to the teacher to deliver it in a way that they can learn it. And
Right.
I'm so appreciative of how you speak and the information that you take the time out to learn and bring here to Mo Love's platform to
Yeah.
enrich us with that information. Because again, that's the point of me telling Tough Guy, when you're in an environment where people love each other, they're going to bring that
Right.
information. You don't have to do that. You choose to do it. And that's the beauty of it,
Yeah. Well, one of the things I really wanted to focus on, when relaying the information on Mo Love's channel is accuracy. Because, as Mark Twain said, a lie can travel the world 7 times while the truth's still tying up the shoes. You know, our society is just promulgated on so many freaking lies, so many misconceptions. We don't it asks. See, this is why we need to go into We need to go into the metaphysical philosophy of trauma, actually, because what do we actually know? What do we actually know? What is know about truth? We need to ask these philosophical questions.
You know why lies can go around the earth 7 times while the truth stays, tying the shoelaces? Because lies.
Why is that?
Because lies feel good.
I guess so, man.
I
have another answer for it, but
the truth hurts. Truth is what grows you.
That's
what I'm saying?
right.
And when you grow in truth, you have to physically go through, and mentally, emotionally go through that trauma of reconciling, saying what you did was wrong. You thought that what you did was right. You created this world in the way you thought in response to when you were younger. But that doesn't change the fact that who you are today and the way you're moving now is wrong. So that trauma that you went through created this thought process that you're in now. Now we have to deconstruct it. Don't get rid of what you went through. Don't get rid of what you turned into, but hone it to a point where you can sit there and learn from it, so that when you go into the world to be that example, you can reach these men and women that have gone through what you've gone through or are going through what you've went through at this moment. And you can kind of guide them through. Be that light in the darkness, that lighthouse, right? Shine it in the ocean. Let the people know land is coming. Land is coming. And that's what's important.
Bolo, if I may give you your flowers real quick. I got to, big brother.
Here he goes. He's going to attack me now. Here we go.
The reason why Bolo is giving y'all the message the way he giving it to y'all, is because he knows time is short.
No,
our time is short. You know what I'm saying? So he's giving it to y'all like that because he knows that the time that we got is not how much we really think it is. So he's trying to basically give us that warning that God is basically giving out toward, giving to him, and he's giving us that warning out of love. You know what I mean? He's giving that guidance out of love. So, it took me a minute to understand why Bolo does what he does, but man, one day y'all gonna sit back and y'all gonna be playing his streams over and over again. You're gonna be listening to those early morning messages.
I got you.
You're gonna be listening to some early morning messages over and over again. Trust me, it will come a day for that. And I'll land there.
Let me add this to what 84 is saying. And this is what brings cold chills down my spine. We're not gonna have time to go back and listen to Bolo or listen to 84 or listen to Mo Love, Tough God, and Brown Man. Where we're going, you're not gonna have that time. It's whatever you learned, you apply. And if you didn't pay attention, it'll show forth. This is why the Lord gives you the parables of, I think it was 6 women or 9 women that were supposed to get ready for the bridegroom, and half of them did what they were supposed to do and the other half didn't. And the door was closed. So those that prepared was ready, and those that wasn't was left behind. That's what's going to happen. That's what we're going to go. This is why God tells you, seek me while there's still yet time, because there's going to be a time when you can't receive him. There's not going to be a time when we sit there and go, okay, man, let's meet on Sunday night and everybody break out the book. That's going to be gone. So what you know is what you're going to have to apply. And we're going to have to say, I can't help you, bro. Because if I give you my oil, I'm not going to have enough to get to where I need to be. And you may say, well, Bolo, that's wrong. Nah, that's real. You had every time to learn just as much as we did, right? And to prepare the same way we did, but you chose not to. So our job is to raise the red flag, blow the horn, blow the trumpet, whatever fits your fancy. That's our job. That's what we're doing. So please learn it while it is available. Please get into the word while it's available. Please deal with your trauma while it's available. Please get the help that you need, because there's going to be a time where it's not readily available. There won't be no internet. There won't be no place that you can just go to and say, hey, 84, what's going on? I need help. You are where you are.
Damn.
Right. No Bibles, nothing.
Mercy.
Now, do y'all see that? That's not fair. Now, I'm going to learn how to speak like that one day. I have a dream that one day my speech will be so grandiloquent that I will be able to split the sea between the women with BBLs, the women with Chick-fil-A honey mustard packet stains on their shirt, and the ones with good credit. I will be able to separate them and stratify them based on my individual likes. And never mind, let me stop right now.
Narrative said, Mola, he says, but they have been saying life is too short since the beginning of time. However, we might be at the end of the time of our lives. People tend to say life is too short when they're older. And this is the point to that, right? David said in Psalms, I think it was 39, where he says, Lord, allow me to know and give me the wisdom to know how short my life is. You know, when I talk to people, let's just say about smoking, and I say, you know what that's doing to your body? And they'll sit there, well, my grandfather smoked until he was 2,000 years old. But that don't mean you're going to do that. Stop using someone else's experience to justify your madness. Because just because he got away with it, don't mean you will. Stand firm on your 10 toes. So, again, narratives, you're absolutely right. But check this out. When Noah said it was going to rain, it took 120 years and 7 days for it to rain. But guess what? It rained. When Moses said, hey, if you don't put this lamb's blood in front of your door jamb, the angel of death going to kill you. Guess what? Angel of death killed you. When the Lord told Lot, hey, get out of Sodom and Gomorrah, this is what's going to happen. It took a little bit, but you know what happened? Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed. So at the end of the day, you know, we can talk, look out your window. There's a lot of wars and rumors of wars happening. And again, our job is just to sound the alarm. When it happens, none of us knows. But our job is to sound the alarm. So that's what I'm doing. I'm not caught up into the year, the minute, the hour. My job is to say, listen, time is short. Time is short. We have never lived in a time where there are that many wars going on at the same time. We're living in those days. So, and the scriptures tell you that the world shall travaileth like a woman giving birth. What does that mean? That means that before a woman gives birth, she has contractions, and then that birth happens. So that's where we're at. We're in the contractions part. So, yeah, they've been saying it, but that's the point. The enemy wants you to think that it's safe. They're not thinking that way in Israel. They're not thinking that way in Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran. You know, they're not thinking that way in these different places where wars happening right now. They think totally different.
We're kind of relaxed.
Absolutely.
Because
Relaxed.
it's not here.
Absolutely. Hasn't gotten here yet, but it will.
Yeah, I'd like to, I'll add in one last little snippet. Someone suggested that our lives are too short. I encourage the person to think about that philosophically and scientifically. Matter is neither created or destroyed. Law of conservation of mass, Albert Einstein. As as today, I don't think anything has broken that law, as far as I know. So it goes to say that our lives are not definite, but they're indefinite. And, using just, regular reasoning skills, we can see that the body is not so, what would you call it? The body will live on. You will live on. Your, your life will continue. It's funny how that when science and the Bible comes to a confluence, I find that those laws are never violated, not once. So yeah, I'll just land with that. And a partridge in a pear tree.
More love. I think Young Riaz is backstage.
Oh, my bad. I missed it.
He probably eating one of them little vanilla cookies again.
What I just pressed. Oh, okay. Eating.
No,
I can't hear you.
start to turn it off for a minute, let it cool down, and then turn it back
Riaz.
on. Yeah.
Riaz.
Riaz.
Mm.
When you talk and you like lean straight back, I can't hear anything that you're saying.
So hold on, let me get myself comfortable though. Okay. How about now?
Hey, Riaz, slow down your speech and enunciate just a little bit better for the audience. Because your sentence is kind of running together a little bit. And I think it's the way your mic is a little bit more muffled.
Okay, how about now?
That's better.
It's better.
But yeah, hey, let me jump off of here, guys.
Have a great day, my G. You ain't called me
Yeah,
yet,
man.
Brandon. You ain't called me.
Yeah. Oh, bro, I was in Puerto Rico and I came
No,
back
he's
and
not. Oh, my bad.
I'm trying to catch up on everything.
All right, well,
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
Brandon, I
pressure.
sent my number to you though. I emailed the number to you. You have to just pretty much add me though, and then I can add you on WhatsApp. So like pretty much just make a contact thing, put you on WhatsApp. I can't call you though through your phone. Can't call through the phone, man. I get a charge. There's
Okay.
two different plans
Coffee.
though.
We're not falling asleep. I was distracted for a second. My bad.
So, what Riaz
Yeah.
said, Brandon, he said, don't call through the phone, call through the WhatsApp because they won't charge you.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do, man.
All right,
But,
then, my. Thank you
hey,
for
man, love all of y'all.
Love you too, my G.
Love
Bro,
you,
good night.
Brandon. I appreciate you always.
Yeah.
So, what did you
Next
say
time
next
we'll.
Sunday? You said how trauma affects relationships.
Yeah.
Okay, that's gonna be good.
Yeah. And that's going to be, that one will be more philosophical instead of scientific. So,
Mm-hmm.
talking about what is versus what should be is a normative versus a positive conversation. So, normative being what is, I'm sorry, positive being what is, and normative claims being what should be. So, that wouldn't be fun.
Yeah, gotcha.
Mm.
So, yeah.
Well, get some rest. I know you've been up for an
Yeah,
entire
get some
day
rest, my G.
Yeah,
almost.
man. I got to get my
So,
fat self in the gym tomorrow or something.
Okay. Okay.
tough
All right,
guy, are
man.
you still
We'll see
there?
y'all.
All right, brother.
Okay,
Later, brother.
tough guy. He probably sleep.
I've been staying up since
I don't know
5
what's up
a.m.
about
Tough
him.
guys on mute, baby.
It be being so
Mo
loud
love,
and ghetto. Huh?
one thing I was gonna say you should actually do as
Mm-hmm.
far as streaming, you should do a spiritual ASMR stream.
Okay, enlighten me.
Okay. Do you know what ASMR is?
Yes. I
Okay.
watch ASMR. I watch the ice eating. Like when they make different shapes of ice and they eat it.
Okay.
Like when my
I
anxiety
do.
acted up, like I love to hear like that crunch and it just kind of calms me down.
Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
wow,
Yeah, I'll be
I've
real with
never
you
heard of
though.
that before.
More love. I'll be real with
Riaz,
you. I used
Riaz.
to eat.
Riaz, hold on 1 second, bro. Um, yeah, I'm not long with it at all. So, um, what I was saying as far as the way you should do it is like you should read scripture, right? Or
Mhm.
or something that is like spiritual, and you just have the ASMR music playing in the background.
What's ASMR music? I know they get those. Are
It's
you
like the
saying
meditation music,
a
like
special
meditation music.
mic where they whisper?
No, it's like the meditation music.
Okay, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
And
I
maybe
mean,
just
you could whisper if you want. That's your choice.
uh,
But yeah.
definitely not. But when you said ASMR, that's why I said it's like, yeah, but that's a good idea. I said that one night I was gonna do. I don't know when it's gonna be, but it's gonna be like a prayer live where I just kind of stay live for a few hours. And if people need prayer about anything, then they just write it in the chat and we just pray about it on the spot. They can come up and talk, whatever.
That'll be fire.
Mm-hmm. I'm definitely gonna plan for that.
Wait, but you know, as you should do them up. I suggest that if you have, let's say, if you run out of ideas to go live for, just basically reuse your old lives. Though, and basically, what you could do as well is just reuse the same concept and basically just add something new to that same old concept. Or basically, what you could do is just repurpose. You're not able to go live. What you should do is just repurpose some of your lives though and make them into like a compilation video and premiere that, and people will come and support you for that. Like if you're not able to go live, you can just make a premiere, basically all the lives though that you basically bits and pieces of your life though that
Mm-hmm.
you know eh, that you just basically did before, and people will come and support you still. So if you're not
Okay.
able to go live, that's something to consider for.
Thank you, Riaz.
You're welcome.
Great idea.
Yeah, because sometimes I do the same thing with my thing, though. So when I make my stuff, though, I reuse the same idea, but I just add something new to it. So then it's something new, basically. So it's old and new, basically. Kind of do that.
I want to do something completely different though, like
I know,
more
but
lighthearted after men's mental health one. Like I want to do maybe like a Bible trivia or something.
That sounds fun.
Ooh, that would be. Ooh.
Yeah,
okay,
Okay,
I think
okay.
that would be cool.
okay. I mean, that's a good idea, but I'm just saying if you're not able to go live, that's just something else you could do. Or if you have, let's say if you run out of ideas, you can just pretty much add new stuff to something old you did. You can just repurpose that. But if you want to do something, it's up to you what you want to do. But not just something though, if, you run out of ideas, because I've actually done that. Though. I just, can make new stuff, then I'll keep doing it and I can be creative with new stuff. But if I run out of ideas though, since I'm creative though, I'll just use the same idea again and I'll just make it new.
Okay, that's a great idea.
What I also used to do too, Mo,
Hi.
I used to, and I still do this now. I don't know if you have an iPhone or not, but if you do,
Oh, baby, no, I can't
oh, you
stand
don't?
that.
Okay.
Uh-uh.
All right. Okay, but
Okay.
if you have an Android, there's an Android feature because I have both. So
Uh-huh.
there's an Android thing called Notepads, right?
Uh-huh.
So if you download the one that says Notes, it has like this yellow note sticker on it. You can
Uh-huh.
actually save your notes. You can even lock your notes, right?
Uh-huh.
It does the same thing that the iPhone one does, and you can basically like write down your ideas, keep them in your phone, write down your show topics. So sometimes we forget things, right? I know I
Right.
do. So I'll just make a note, and I still have a list on my phone of like over like 50 something shows that I've never done. I maybe done maybe three or four.
Wow.
Yeah. So um, and
I'm
I
over
have like
here
a whole
playing the
bunch of
game. I
videos in
told
the
you to unmute
backstories.
me if you wanted me to talk.
I called you that you're so 15 minutes ago, sir.
But yeah, Mo, I have a bunch of videos in like in my email and stuff like that. So these are things in which you can come up with new shows and new ideas, and it will definitely help you to grow your stream. See,
Oh,
Sweatbread in the building.
cool.
Sweatbread, what's good, man?
Thank you. Hey, Sweatbread, how are you?
You welcome, family.
I'm good,
Thank
good.
you.
I just have a
Good. Did
question
you want to
for my.
add to the topic?
What's the topic?
The topic is when the past is still present, uprooting trauma.
Sweatbread,
Mm,
sweatbread.
trauma. Okay, I'm glad you said that trauma. Let's say like this. Let's say like you ever seen the movie Straw?
I have not.
Mm. Okay,
I
I'm trying to
keep
become
trying
a.
to watch it, but
I'm
I
trying to become like a good negotiator. Let's say you have an angry black woman because I got put to a test, right? And so
hmm
what's so funny was because I'm so cool, right? I'm so calm and mellow, but like I calm kids down, but a grown woman, I mean, how you calm down an angry black woman? I'm like, shoot, I don't know. Uh, I'm like, talk sweet. I just like, I don't know. That's what we go to ask my brother Bolo, because yes, I can pray, yes, I can calm down, but it's just like how to calm the person down. This one kind of like what you call it a negotiator. You see what I'm saying? Remember you said trauma, right? How to calm that down? Do I just because they say try not to don't put angry with angry. Try to be soft, melanin.
hmm
But that's what I got.
So, are you saying that her trauma is caused by an angry black woman?
Yes, that's a somebody get a car accident and they always like, oh the fuck just calm down.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all I got. So what I'm gonna do? Come up with a creative story or you know, uh, you'll see I'm looking for more because I only got one. That one doesn't always help. It's like I can come up with multiple things. That's why it's got to
Mm-hmm.
call a negotiator. Like, think of something, I guess. And I'm trying to see what Bolo have because he always go to his YouTube streets. Maybe he got something. Maybe he got a trick. He got to sleep. He can give you some, maybe a cheat code. He's probably not listening.
I have no cheat codes, brother. I have no cheat codes, Sweatbread.
Brother, you from New York, brother. You do all the brothers. You know what I'm saying? You
All
you
the
do with
you said broads?
my bad. Where you
Oh
from
no, no,
again?
no, no. I was just trying to understand. Okay, well, let me give you this advice.
Okay,
Okay,
that's why I asked you. That's why I'm asking. That's
your
what I'm
your
listening.
your your, your vibe will attract your tribe, my G. The
Mm-hmm.
Your
vibe,
vibe.
yeah. In other words, meaning, the type of man you are, the type of woman you will attract.
Okay. I understand that.
So
Okay, let's say like this, brother.
hold on, hold
Let's
on,
say
hold
I,
on,
I
hold
get
on.
what you're going,
I didn't even
but
finish.
yeah, but you go to a different
That's
way.
not necessarily true, nigga.
Let
Yes,
me
it
explain.
is.
Hold on,
It is.
No, 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 no,
hold on.
no,
Wait.
no, no, no.
This is what you have
Wait,
to
hold
understand.
on.
Hold on. This is what you have to understand. This is where the conversation gets conflated, right? At the end, let me give
He's
you an example.
smart, boy. He know how to wiggle out some
No, no,
shit,
I'm
boy.
not gonna wiggle out. I'm gonna show you what I'm saying. Sweat bread. Let's say you have a diamond that's worth $100,000, right? You got it certified. You did all the work that you need to do. You know it's worth $100,000. Okay, and I come along and offer you $20,000 for that diamond. Will you give it to me?
Ooh,
I mean,
that's a little bit more.
if you in
No.
need, you might take it though. If you
Okay,
if you
cool.
need it, nigga, you gonna take that 20 grand, nigga. Whenever you done, nigga.
Okay, so let's do it with you, tough guy. So that
You
20,000.
may have bought it for 100,000, but
Are you
At
gonna
this
give me?
time right now, you need this 20,000.
So will you give me the $100,000 diamond for $20,000? Yes or no?
Shit, if I needed it, if it was
It's
dire
up to you,
straits,
brother. It's up to you, my G. You can answer however you want to answer. I just need an answer.
if you have to, you
I
gonna
don't
do
know.
what you gotta do.
That's not an answer. Come on, man. You better than that.
That is the answer. I'm saying, nigga, there's plenty of people that have pawned some shit that they bought it for way more, and they
Okay.
pawned that shit at the time because
All
they
right.
needed the money.
I'm
Am
not
I
talking
right or am I wrong?
You're wrong. You're right on that, but I'm not talking about pawning. I'm talking
Okay.
about buying. I'm talking about buying it. I'm gonna offer you $20,000. I'm offering you 1/4 of what it's worth. Will you give it to me? Yes or no?
No, he's trying to complicate it.
No
No.
way.
I know he's trying to complicate it. I know, but we're gonna walk through. Tough guy. Will you give it to me for 1/4 of what it's worth? Yes
Why
or
it
no?
gotta be complicated? You know that's real life, nigga. Y'all niggas be playing, man. Y'all playing around now.
There's a reason
Y'all
why.
telling me niggas don't bargain and niggas don't be, hey, I got this shit. And it could be the real thing and you can pay
That's a
$100 for it,
hypothetical.
nigga.
But there's a reason why I'm asking. There's a reason, right? So, Sweatbread, would you give me the diamond for $20,000? Yes
Why
or
don't you
no?
use another analogy,
Well,
nigga?
it all
Use
depends
something else.
upon.
Now, this is a
Yeah, I
perfect.
know.
Go ahead.
No, I got another one because I see where you're going.
No, answer
Bolo.
that question. Don't give me another one. Just answer that question.
The analogy is that the diamond is it precious to me? Is it like an emblem?
Brother, do not try to figure out my
What kind
analogy.
of diamond is this though? Is it
My
a ring?
man,
What is it?
it's a diamond that's worth $100,000. I'm offering you $20,000 for it. Will you take
Oh
it? Yes or
heck
no?
no! I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not desperate.
Cool. If I offer you $40,000, would you take it?
No, it's 100,000
If I offered
diamond.
you, if I offered you 60,000, would you take it?
No, maybe go 80.
Let's say if I go 80, would you take it?
Maybe yeah.
Maybe. Okay. So here's the point. You made a very perfect statement. You're not
Right.
desperate.
Hey,
So
correct.
when you know what type of man you are, and you know the integrity and the character and the direction and the intentionality that you have, it
Okay.
doesn't matter if these women that are not worth you come into your vicinity. You're not gonna shortchange yourself and buy them.
Exactly.
You're gonna wait for the right
Exactly.
woman. Hold on.
Okay, brother. All
You're
right,
Hey,
gonna
brother.
wait
This is
for
good.
the
That's why
right.
I asked.
I gotta be quiet for a second, man, and listen. You're gonna wait for the right woman. So that's why I said your vibe attracts your tribe. Okay, the type of man you are is the type of woman that you are going to attract. Will there be scragglers that come in? Absolutely. But again, I'm not going to sell my diamond for 20,000 because I know what it's worth. I know what I'm worth.
Okay. I get what you're trying to say now. Okay, that makes
I'm
sense.
not going to settle for something. I'm not going to settle for something that is not worthy of me.
Okay, so you're just talking about how I live my life. So there you go.
Well, if you see, you had to let me finish. What y'all were trying to do is trying to preemptive strike for me getting to where I needed to be. The point of the matter is, before when I counsel men and I counsel women, I tell them you need to know what your worth is, so it shows forth your value shows forth in your standard. Okay, if you know that
action speaks louder than words.
Absolutely. So if you know that you're a woman that's worth this, you're a God-fearing woman, you're a woman with a character and integrity.
You got to show that.
Virgin.
You got to show it. Brother, you don't have to be a virgin because all of us have a past. If that's something you're looking for and that's what you want, that's a criteria, go for it. If you find it, God bless. God bless you.
Man, you a lucky motherfucker, boy, if you find a virgin nowadays.
And it's the same thing with men. If you know what type of man you are, you did the work, you're on your grind, you got a relationship with God, you have character and integrity and things of that nature. You look for that. You're gonna look for someone that's gonna add to you, not just subtract, and vice versa. So take your time. We spend more time getting our credit right than we spend trying to look for a wife or a husband. That's madness, brother. The most important decision you're going to make next to accepting Christ as your Lord and Savior is your wife or your husband. These are going to be the people that pray over you when you're sick, take care of you when you can't take care of yourself. Wouldn't you want to make the best decision you can?
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. That's very rare to find someone on that type of level nowadays. These women can barely even cook.
So can I ask a question?
Really? What age group or what
Tough
women
guys
are you
crazy.
Man, oh man.
dating?
Tough
Can
guys
I,
crazy.
Y'all have the worst things to say about
Man,
women.
DoorDash is prevalent like a motherfucker. Y'all niggas need to stop lying. Like these bitches don't be doing DoorDash and going
What's
out
your
to eat,
language?
going to restaurants and shit all the time.
You have tough guy. The words because then she can't get monetized or she can't use it
Oh,
stream.
okay, my bad, man. My bad. She know
But
I
I
don't
got
mean
you,
it on
Bolo. You know
purpose.
me.
I have a
Yeah, I
What?
know
question.
you. Yeah, I'm with you, Sweatbread. I'm just saying that we have to be patient, man.
Right.
And that's what's happening. We're so impatient. We're so
Right.
impatient. And then when we meet that woman that treats us like garbage, takes us for child support and all that, we blame everybody but
Mm,
ourselves. We blame
right.
everybody.
Ooh,
And a
that is a
I
woman,
know, I
fact.
know, I know where I fucked up. I always say that.
stop
So I
cussing.
get I
You doing that on purpose.
but so I get you, brother. So it's like, like America, everything getting high. We complain a lot, but we should be saying it's not about the money. We have a spending problem. Learn to know, don't live above your means. Something
All
like
right.
that.
So then you shouldn't be saying that, black women are angry.
I
You
didn't
know what
say
I'm saying?
that.
Because
Yeah.
you did
Oh
say
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah. You're right.
The
You're right.
same
You're
way they
right.
can say the same way they can say black dudes ain't worth nothing, right? And
You
then
hear
we
that all
get
the
mad.
time. Yeah.
We get mad when they say that, right? But then at the same time, we say the same thing. At the end of the day, the women that you have come across, or women that you have come across, has been this way. So what we have to do is start. Let me take it off you. We were on a
Okay.
stage one time talking to a dude who was talking about women are birds. They're birds. They're birds. They're birds. They're birds. They're birds. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, when I asked him, "Do you have a woman at home?" He says, "Yeah, I got a bird." So then I'm like, hold on. You call these women birds and you call that all these different things. You degrade them. You say they're not worth this. You say they're not worth that. But yet you have one at home. What does it make you? A bird catcher. That's what it makes you. So how do you disrespect these people and say that they're trash, but yet you're in the dumpster trash diving?
Ooh,
That
good one,
makes you
brother.
worse. That makes
So
you worse.
so what if they call you
Because
a dusty? Would you call them?
who calls you a dusty?
But I don't
Brother,
say
listen,
nothing.
I'm so
Okay.
above
Who the
that,
hell
dog.
is driving right now?
Listen,
Who
I'm
got
so above
GPS
that.
on?
At the end of the day, it don't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. I'm so
Right.
past that, my G. You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, the only person that should be able to penetrate your spirit is the woman that you decide to make yours. Any of these other
Hey
chicks,
man, shouldn't no woman be penetrating nothing on a man,
you
man?
know what I
What you
mean,
talking
man. Come on, you know what
about?
I'm saying, dog.
I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing
I
with
know you are, but that's the point. The point is we allow too many people access to our spirit. We allow too many people, the wrong
Yeah, that's
people,
true.
to play into our spirit, and that's the
I
point.
agree.
Find yourself around a woman that's cantankerous and ornery and for no reason. Just walk away, my G. If you find yourself around a man that just wants to argue all the time, just walk away.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Just walk away. It's not that hard to just turn around and get into your car or whatever your situation is and go the opposite way.
Mm-hmm.
But Bolo, you know what the problem with you saying is? The problem is that these people just want what they want.
Well,
So
yeah,
you
that's
want
true.
what you want, and now you're getting the results based on that.
There you
You see
go.
all the signs that this woman is not what she
Thank
needs to be.
you.
You see all the signs that she's not a wife. You see all the signs that he's not a husband. But you just want
100.
Mm-hmm.
what you want. That's
Yep.
really what it boils down to. So stop
So
playing
Yep.
just
people face.
But
admit,
isn't that
That's
called
really what it
settling?
boils down to. You want what you want, and you get the
yeah.
results. If I eat
Isn't that
McDonald's,
settling though?
right, because I want McDonald's, and I know it's better for me to eat at PF Chang's that have high quality food, and I'm not going to get sick from it, but I still want the McDonald's, and now I'm sick. Who fault is that? Is it McDonald's? My fault.
You
I know
100%.
McDonald's has lower quality
Right.
food.
And
Like
I
So
y'all,
you
always
let's
why you
say,
let's
pick her?
let's stop this.
right.
Not all women are on that same level, right?
Correct.
Thank
Mom, I'm sorry.
you.
I think
And
Brown Man wanted to say
if
something.
I may,
Bro.
Man,
land real quick,
I
I'm gonna land
can
real quick.
agree. I can agree with
Let me
I'm
that,
a,
say
but
this really quick. Let me
at
say
the
this really
same
quick.
time, when
yep.
you dealing with that type of woman,
You guys.
there's certain things that come with that. There's certain things that come with that.
I
Mo, may I
So
forgot.
you
land?
can say
May I
that.
land real quick? I
But
Hold
just
on,
want to land
guys.
but
Hold
real quick.
on.
just like
Wait,
you
wait,
go to
wait.
PF
Tough guy,
Chang's, you ain't
tough
go.
guy.
You
Hold on.
can't go. You can't have the dollar
Tough
menu,
guy,
nigga,
I
and you
know.
can't go there,
Tough
nigga.
guy.
If you
Tough
got the
guy.
dollar
Really?
menu money, nigga, you ain't gonna have. You ain't
Okay,
gonna
so
make it.
this is
Tough guy.
where
Hold on. Mo speaking. Go ahead, Mo.
I forgot.
Go ahead, Brown man.
Let
Brown
me
man want to ask the
let
question.
me
I think.
let me just say this real quick. I
I
just want to
Nigga,
land
can't
my plane real
stand
quick.
you,
I just
tough
want to land.
guy.
If I
Go
can
ahead,
land, let
84.
me
what?
land, please.
Why you do me like that?
Hold on, tough guy.
My
84 is going to finish up. Hold on. Hold on. Go ahead, 84.
my last thing is this, right? Bolo's absolutely right. Your vibe attracts your tribe. You know what you're doing. You know the environment you're in. You know where you're going. Okay, and you know the certain environments, certain places, and spaces attract certain men and women. We all know this. We all know this. But like I said, we're selfish and we want what we want. I'll land there.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
But there's
sometimes
enough people in the
women
world to
have
get what
to
you want. That's why
really.
people are searching.
Hold on, tough guy. Hold on. Let Mo
Okay, here we go.
finish.
Sorry.
Hold on, Riaz. Hold on, tough guy.
Okay.
Brown got to go
You know,
after Mo. Go ahead,
sometimes
Mo.
I think it's just important for us to admit that I made a mistake. I chose the wrong person. It's not that everybody is this horrible. It's okay to admit that you picked wrong. And it's not okay to group people up in the same box. That's very tired, in my opinion.
Mhm.
All right, hold on, Riaz. Brown man, go ahead, my G.
I was just asking what Mr. Best, were you talking about was like settling, right? What you want, what you want.
No, I wasn't talking about settling at all. I was talking about basically we want what we want at times, right? For example, you could be with a woman like Mo Love, and Mo Love, I'm not trying to put you on a pedestal. I'm just being real. You could be
Mhm.
with a woman like Mo Love who has intentions, who wants to be a wife, right?
Mhm.
Who is going to, be a woman of character and integrity, right? Or you can go for a woman that's out here, who's doing crazy stuff, twerking and doing all type of other madness, right? And scamming dudes and all that. So you can have your choice. But a lot of times we see the one that's scamming or doing certain things, we like, yeah, I know she's scamming, but yeah, she look good, so I'm gonna just go for her. You know what I mean? So you're going after something that you want rather than what you actually need. You should go after
Okay.
what you need and want at the same time, basically. It should be all the above. That's what I was saying.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, what you want and what you need
Now
is two
all of a
different
sudden it's
things, nigga.
quiet, tough guy, and you don't want to talk. Go ahead.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I said what you want and what you need is two different things. You
That's
100%.
sound confused.
That's
hmm
100%.
Anyway, like, hey, check this out, man.
purpose
Look,
over
so
preference.
I have a different lifestyle. I have a different way of thinking. But I have an opinion that you can have integrity in anything that you do. You know,
You can
and in
integrity.
my opinion, you can put God in anything that you do
So let me ask you
because
this.
at the end of
You
the
can put
day,
God in pimping. Is
it's
that what
Let me
you're
God,
saying?
it's
yeah.
God's mercies that actually helps people get through it.
All right. So
So
can you have integrity in pimping?
Come on now.
I think you can.
Oh
Think.
mercy,
Oh my God.
mercy.
I
So you
think you
can have.
can.
So you can have integrity
Don't
in only.
start.
So you can have integrity in OnlyFans too. Can you have integrity in OnlyFans?
Mercy. Mercy.
No, can
That
I
is
explain why you can have
for us to
integrity
Go
do
in,
that.
ahead.
in
Yeah,
people?
please. Yeah.
Please,
Give us a
no.
Okay.
breakdown.
Tough guy, really?
No, he got a breakdown for it, Mo. Let's see
No,
what his
I've
breakdown
Let
already
is.
him
heard
explain.
this 10 times over for 2 years. Okay, go ahead.
That's
Let-
I want
crazy.
you to
Okay,
know
here we go.
that
Sorry.
Man,
it's
Sorry.
okay to make
here goes Mo.
sexual experiences transactional. You teach women how they need to make money when they
Let
have
him
sex.
do it. Let's hear
It's
what he
just
has to say.
weird.
Go ahead, tough guy.
She
What's
has her she has her own opinion about what I say, and then she always twists my words, so it's never
Go
what
Never
ahead.
I
So we're
too.
say.
asking, so
Go
we're
ahead.
asking you, how can a pimp have integrity? Well,
Because he has to be a man first.
what?
You have to be a man first.
How are you a
Meaning
man?
you have
Go
to
ahead, break it down. Go ahead, break it down.
you have
You
to take
depending on the woman.
care, you have to be responsible. You have to take care of yourself. You have to be on man shit, meaning you have to have your shit together. Meaning
So
when
is
it
he?
comes to your
So the
personal
pimp.
business, that means I mean, this is the whole thing. If y'all
No,
want me to
that's
talk,
what I'm
I
asking
can
you.
tell you.
No, I want to compartmentalize it. So being a pimp, he has to be able to take care of himself first. But isn't the pimp's job to take the women's money and he's not working? They're doing all the
Correct.
work and heavy lifting while he robs them. Isn't
Correct.
that the breakdown of being a pimp?
I mean, you have your own opinion about it, so whatever I
None of
say
it's
I'm
is going
true.
to
asking
be
you. No, no, no.
against
I'm
your own
asking you.
morals.
What I'm
I'm
asking
trying
you
to
is,
explain to you, but
okay,
you
my
have
bad.
your own way of thinking. So no matter
My
what
bad.
I say, you're not going to agree with it.
No, no, no.
But
I'm
I'll
open
tell
to
you.
it. Go ahead.
Okay,
That's,
so it's not robbing anyone because if you go to school and you pay for books and you pay for classes and you pay for education, that's what you're paying for. Information. It's uncommon information because that type of game, that type of industry is not for everybody. And there is a
You're
big
paying
industry.
for somebody to pimp you to
There's people
teach
that
you.
do strip clubs. There's people that are in
What?
strip clubs. There's
Hold
people that
on.
do porn. There's
Hold on
people
real
that do
quick.
there
Tough
is
guy. Give me a
y'all
quick
are
statement.
oblivious.
Tough guy.
Oblivious.
So you're saying that they're paying you to teach them how to be a whore?
Where's the integrity? What the fuck?
I'm confused.
Now he's teaching them how to
Well, you
manage
know,
by taking their money and beating them down. But listen, again,
that's
you know,
crazy, man. See, that's
it,
what I mean. Y'all have your own way of
because
thinking about the game, and y'all don't know shit. Y'all
but
sound like squares. It's cool.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. Then
Because
You
then
sound.
that has nothing to
I
do
don't
with the
want my
game. We
life to
don't
go
beat on
left.
women.
It
Wait, tough guy.
always
If the
does when
game
we
That's
is
talk
crazy,
about
man.
it. But
That has nothing to do with the game, man.
then
yeah,
I'll be.
That's what I'm
How about
saying. Y'all are so far off. Y'all are
wait,
so
tough guy.
what
far
you mean the game?
off of
I
Tough
base.
don't
guy.
got
Y'all
to
don't
take
know
you
shit about the game.
so then here's the thing. So let's move on from this conversation. But here's the last
All
thing.
I hear is negative comments, and I'm not even able to explain myself because
Because
people
you're
keep
40 years
interrupting me.
old with that mindset.
Th-
You don't think
Let's
that's
No,
a
because
negative?
well, this is the whole thing. You cannot agree with it, but it's all around you. It's omnipresent,
okay. So
and
let me
you a
ask you a
part of the
question. Let me
game,
ask you a
and
question.
everybody else is a
I'm
part
not
of
a
the
part of
game.
the
So let me
wicked.
ask you a question. If a
Nah.
loved one, if you had a loved one, and this is a hypothetical.
Everybody's a part of the game.
I didn't
You said
ask
it's
you.
not
Listen
for
to my question.
everybody.
Listen to my question. If you had a loved one, now we're not talking about because what you're gonna say is a husband is kind of like a pimp and all that other stuff. Let's not go into that. We're talking about a
No,
pimp.
I'm not going to say that.
Okay, then my bad. Then my
Exactly. You don't even know what a
okay, then
pimp
my bad.
is, but you don't know
Okay,
what a
so
pimp is. You
okay,
talking
so
about the TV
It's
version. You talking
simple.
okay,
about a nigga with a big hat and colorful clothes.
forget
You
that.
talking
Forget that.
about a nigga that beat on women. That's what
So
you
is
talking
Don?
about, nigga. You don't know you don't know what
Is
I'm talking
Don?
about.
Don't start
Is Don?
making it go
Hold
left
on,
out.
Mo. Is Don Magic Juan a
No,
pimp?
I'm serious because I already know
No,
where to
no, he's
go.
not. No,
Okay,
he's
so let's
not.
move on. Okay, so Mo wants to move on. So let's move on from the
I just
conversation.
don't want it to turn into a whole
Exactly, because y'all don't know what
conversation
y'all talking
and
about.
y'all
We
not a
we can
part of
talk about it,
the
but
game
y'all don't know what y'all talking about.
and y'all
Hey, let
lame.
me say.
Like I'm not doing that. That's not
Okay,
what my stream is about. I'm
there
not
you
doing
go.
that. Then it's gonna turn into an argument and it always trigger me. We've been going back and forth about this for over a year now. So it's pointless.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
If you
Here,
knew how to work on planes, I would listen to you because you know how to
If
work
I
on
knew how
planes.
to
This is
hold
the
on,
whole thing. If you don't
if I
know
knew
shit
how to
about planes, why are you speaking on planes?
listen, because
That's what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
care. I
tough
don't
guy.
care.
Tough guy.
That's not
Listen,
my lane.
we gotta respect her
I don't
platform.
care
Exactly.
about
Y'all
any
get triggered.
I
Y'all
don't
get
care
triggered.
about
Y'all get
being
triggered.
a player
Mo,
and
chill,
dudes
Mo,
playing.
Mo,
I don't care about none of that.
Mo,
I
chill for.
don't come on here to prove nothing to nobody, especially when it comes to the stupid, ignorant, immature topic of pimping. That doesn't interest me. It does not serve me at all. So you're correct.
I'm well.
I
What
don't
I'm
care
saying, you
what
won't even let me talk. That's what I'm saying.
But
You know
here's
what I
the
mean?
thing.
Like everybody
Tough
can
guy,
always state their opinion and say what they need to say.
tough guy,
But
tough
every
guy.
time I say something, you may not agree with it, but I actually there's a method to my madness. You just don't
I don't
listen.
Here's the
care.
point. Here's the point, tough guy. The point of the matter is, if we got to respect the platform, right? So if Mo says, listen, you know what? I don't even want to have that conversation about pimping. I don't want to even talk about it because that's not what this stream
I didn't
is.
bring it up.
I
Let's
got you.
rewind it. I didn't bring it up.
You
Who
did bring
brought
it
up
up.
pimping?
You brought it up.
You the only
Not me.
person to bring that
Not
up.
me.
You
No,
cut
no,
that
Not me.
sorry,
out.
it was Brown Man. I'm sorry, it was Brown Man. My bad. It was
What?
Brown
It
Man.
wasn't me. Rewind it. Rewind
You're
it.
right. You're right, tough guy. You're right. It wasn't you. You're right.
No,
So
because she always
I
act
just
like it's
said
me, nigga. But
Okay,
everybody want to
listen,
speak on.
tough guy.
It gets. No, wait. Let me speak. Let me speak, please,
But
please.
you're not gonna talk over me. My apologies. It wasn't you this time. We don't have to make it a long, dramatic conversation. I apologize. But what you're not gonna do is continue to talk over me and derail my show. I'm not doing it.
and that's the point. The point is, if the host of the platform says that this topic is over and we're moving on to the next, you got to respect that, even though you may have
Man,
more
this
to
is bullshit, man. Because I don't never get to state my fucking point, man. That's the shit I
Yes,
don't
you
like,
do.
Mo.
There you
No,
go.
that's bullshit.
You about to
Wait,
cuss
tough guy,
everybody
please stop,
out.
man.
That's bullshit, Mo. You know it.
Please, man.
Okay, are
Stop
you
it, stop.
done? Because you can respectfully state your case,
You
but I
never,
don't
you
want
never even let me say. You never even let me finish.
you talk over people the
I
whole
can't.
time.
No,
Are
I
you
was quiet.
serious?
My shit was on mute. My shit was on mute.
Okay,
I
what do
barely
you
even
want
get to
to say?
speak. He asked
What
me
do
a
you
question. He wouldn't even let me. You both of y'all wouldn't let me finish.
What do you want to say?
He was like,
Go ahead.
he was saying, I heard it the way that he
Nobody
was saying
about
it. I heard the way that you were talking. Y'all do not like
anybody.
it. Y'all get
I'm
triggered.
giving you the
Y-
floor. What do you want to say? I don't want to talk about
No,
the
because
argument that just took place. What do you want to
no,
say
man,
in
that's some
regards to the
bullshit.
topic?
That's some bullshit. I don't like that's why I be the way I am. He was trying to talk about my
That's
traumas and all that shit. Y'all be triggering shit like that because that's bullshit. That's y'all gaslighting me because I can't even fucking say what the fuck is on my mind
I
about
don't let you
the
speak your
subject at
mind.
hand.
Hold
Somebody
on.
else can tell. No,
Let me remove you, and I know you do that for attention and it's a partial trolling. You're not about to dramatize something like somebody has done you so wrong when you have talked over me plenty of times. All I said was really tough guy, and I let it go.
and not only that, you asked him, "What do
And
you
I
want?"
have let you. I'm sorry to. And I don't let you cuss up and down on my platform. So please don't do that.
And here's the thing, man. When he came back up, you asked, what do you want to say? But again, I wasn't triggered. I promise you, I wasn't triggered. It's just
But I knew
it's
he was gonna
basic to
do
me.
this.
It's
Like
just it's okay. We can move
it's
past it.
always
We can move
it's
past it.
always that.
Yeah, we
You
can move
blame
past
me. You blame me. Blame Sweat Bread.
how was you not triggered when you was saying that a pimp beats on women and steals their money and saying all
it.
this
I'm telling you,
derogatory bullshit shit? You don't know shit about what
no,
pimps
like
do.
you asked a question.
Everybody can call themselves a pimp, but that doesn't mean that's what they are.
Okay, so let me respond to your question. All right, because I don't want to stay on this too long because Mo don't want us to stay on too long. Okay.
No, that's bullshit, man. I hate that shit. Everybody can talk about, but
Just
when you
stay
talk about
mad.
something
I'm
that
letting
I
you
know,
know.
when no, because
You know
if you
what
worked
I'm
on
telling
cars,
you is
I would
okay.
listen to you if you worked on cars and you
Okay,
know
but
about cars.
okay. If I worked on cars, you would listen to me. My
Okay, so let's
channel
just
is
move
a
on, Mo.
God-based inspirational platform, and you
Okay.
want to come up here and talk about
Yeah,
pimping.
let's just move
And
on.
you
Let's
want
just
to
move
talk
on.
about properly categorizing things. Don't
Yeah,
play with me, tough guy.
listen. Let's just move on. Okay, let's just move on.
Mm-hmm.
We'll dead the topic.
I
But
didn't
going
start
back
talking about it though.
I got you. I got you. We're just gonna move on. But going back to you, Sweatbread. At the end of
I'm
the
listening.
day, you don't have to stay in the presence of someone that you don't want to stay in the presence of. So if someone gets you pissed off or angry, you got
Exactly.
two legs you can pick up and you can walk away. You dig what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you're not subject to have to stay there. And that's the point. You don't have to engage because when you start to engage, you're giving that person permission to enter your spirit and get you pissed off and upset. That's what you're doing because you're allowing that person. That's like me walking into a room and I say, all people that are shorter than 4 feet tall, shut up. And you're not 4 feet tall, right? Or if I say, all people that are stupid, be quiet. And you get offended, say, hey, Bolo, I ain't stupid. Well, I didn't say your name. Obviously,
But
you think of yourself as being stupid.
Mm-hmm.
You dig what I'm saying? So you don't give these people permission to penetrate your spirit in the aspect of arguing with them. So if a woman is argumentative, dog, just pick up and walk off. That's not hard to do. You don't have to try and prove your point. What are you proving your point for? For what? We came out for coffee. I wanted to meet you. This is our first date. I'm not taking you to Roof Chris. I'm not doing none of that.
Mercy.
You understand? And understand that when you're a man of intention or a woman of intention, there are questions I'm going to ask you. Because the one thing I can never get back is my time. When my time is gone, it's gone. So I'm going to ask you certain questions. What's your 5-year plan? You know, where did you grow up? Your parents, you know, and you're very respectful about it. You're not disrespectful. And if they find it triggering or if they find it intrusive, say, you know what? I'm lucky I took you to Starbucks. Here's the $5 for the coffee. I'm out. That's it. I don't have time to play games. Because you know, when you find a woman that's on her intention, she's gonna ask you the same damn questions. You're gonna be like, word, I'm loving this conversation because after I answer yours, you're gonna answer mine. So let's do it. And you know what I'm saying? You have to be intentional, dog. You gotta be intentional. And you don't have to argue with no woman. So don't regulate it to black women. Because women are argumentative, period. They just black.
Well, I mean, there is a stereotype.
I know. I definitely get it. You know what I'm saying? But don't regulate it to that because then that mindset starts to set in. It's a mindset. It's a trauma, my G. All of it is. There's different levels to it, right? But when you sit there and say all black women, do you know all black women? I'm not saying you specifically. It's a rhetorical statement.
That's fair. That's fair.
I don't know all black women, so I can't make that statement say all black women because we get mad as men when they say all men. We get pissed off at that, right? So you don't know all men because I'm not like that. So then it's not fair to say all women. You dig what I'm saying? So at the end of the day,
Right.
you find yourself. Say it again, brown man.
We can say most though, right?
Or some.
Yeah, you can say in general.
We can say that there are different traits for men and women. Men and women do have certain traits.
Absolutely, they do. Absolutely.
Okay.
But then you have to find yourself in what environment are you in that you keep finding these types of people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when people say, hey, you know, that they'll say, hey, beautiful women wear tight, revealing clothes. Where do you get that from? What environment are you in? Are you in a club when you make that statement? Are you at Walmart when you're making that statement? Are you at Aldi's when you're making that statement? Where are you? So now I have to make you quantify.
But I just said it to you earlier. I said it to you earlier. Knowledge is power. People do what they know, what they're around. If they are open-minded or try different things, they might have better opportunities.
Well, that's the point. The point.
But some people don't even leave the fucking same block that they lived. They lived on the whole, like they lived on for 20 years. They ain't never left and never been anywhere. They just been on the same block for 20 years. That's all they know.
But that's the point of
they
growth.
know Keisha and Krishan and all these motherfuckers over here on the block. That's all they know. You know what I'm saying? Like
the importance of it is its growth. To know that the world is bigger than Brooklyn, right? The world is bigger than California. You know, to understand how different people live, to understand different understandings of culture, to understand different
knowledge
types of
is power. So if they don't have the information, then how will they know? That's what I'm saying. So guidance is always needed in any lifestyle.
It's not about it, but it's not about always it. The discernment that Mo Love was talking about earlier is being able to say, listen, anything worth fighting for, like, listen, the most precious stones you have to dig deep down to get. The Lord ain't going to give you no finished woman. He ain't going to give you no finished man at all. So if you see the bare tacks of the bones of a good woman in this woman, then you got something to work with. If you see the bare back tack of a good man, you got a good man you can work with. So we have to know what a good woman is. Did we have an example of what a good woman is? Do we know what a good woman is? Because the only way we can know what a good woman is, what a good woman is when we're a good man.
That's true.
You have to understand that. You can't be a man with trauma trying to look for a good woman. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna happen.
Mercy.
It ain't gonna happen.
Okay.
The way you feel affects how you see. So when you've done the work, you've done this, you've done that to get yourself, you got that relationship with God. Now you're gonna say, I know what I'm looking for in a woman and how she's gonna add to me and not subtract. I know what
But
I'm looking for.
you can also have that experience with a certain individual because I'm sure we have had individuals in our lives. I mean, how old are you? Because you talking a lot like you trying to teach somebody. I just want to know your age.
I'll be 53 this year.
Your age? What's your
I
age?
just said I'll be 53 this year.
Okay, so you have some experience, right? So
Okay.
the thing is, you're only giving the information from what you know. There's probably a lot of things that you may not know, right? So it's always good to have an open mind to learn new things instead of only what you know, because what you're sharing with us is what you know, right? So in my 40 years, I'm sharing with you what I know and the way that I see things, like you said, right? So the way you see things and the way I see things, that would be two different things. Just like if I tell three people one thing, they're all going to take it their own way. This is why you have different denominations, because
Well,
people all look at one Bible in so many different ways.
so this is where the
That's
conversation gets
religion.
here's where
Yeah.
the conversation gets kind of convoluted now, because now I'm going to sit here and I'm going to talk. So let's say I'm talking to Mr. Brown, right? And I'm talking to 84. I'm talking to Riaz. Now, when I talk to these brothers, there are certain questions I'm going to ask that will quantify the knowledge that they have. Are they well-rounded men? Have they experienced things outside of what I've experienced? Are they well-studied men? Are they well-learned men? Are they Renaissance men? Are these men, did they encapsulate themselves in just what they know, or did they go out there to find different thought processes and understandings so that they can understand where that man, woman, or whatever it might be? So now when I speak to these people and I can say, nah, these dudes, they did their thing. Because I don't have to be a crackhead to know what a crackhead goes through.
Come on now.
You understand?
Come
So at
on.
the end of the day, I can still give that information. So when you look at well-rounded men, now again, a well-rounded man ain't gonna know everything, but he's well-rounded. He knows some things. There's still things that he can learn. There's still things that a well-rounded woman can learn, right? But that there are some that are not
Man, I want
well-rounded.
to talk to you off this platform because I got some
I
questions for
gave
you.
you my
Because man,
number,
we
man. I
got some
told
unfinished business.
you.
Straight the fuck up, man. I
you
got a
can
lot to say to you, nigga. And I
you
can't say it on here because I'm being hated on. But I understand it ain't my platform to talk. But
you
you
make
know
me
what?
sound
How
I
are you
want,
being
I
hated
want,
on? How are you being
because
hated on?
I want to talk about, I want to talk. He said something that I didn't agree with, and I want to talk about it. But you won't, you be
As
hating on
long
me when it
listen,
comes to
cool guy.
when it
Do you
comes to
know
game shit. I swear when it.
hold on real quick. Do you know how many people come up here with opposing opinions? And I don't have a problem as long as it's done respectfully. That's all I ask.
my numbers in
Well,
the back.
you know what I want to talk about because he said something that I didn't like
My
when it
numbers in
came
the
to
back.
what my
Did you hear me?
lifestyle, and you know what it is, Mo.
Do y'all know 100 watts?
Dogs, my numbers in the back chat. You can call
Yeah,
me.
that's my brother. That's my brother. That's my brother. That's my brother.
Okay.
Yeah. So my numbers in the back chat, tough guy. You can call me. We can talk offline.
Sweatbread, you just need to find yourself a virgin. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? That's the best shit. I ain't gonna lie. That's a fact.
So the point of the matter, like Brown Man said, if you could find one, you're more than welcome to go do that. The question that you asked,
Sweatbread, how old are you?
Are you talking to me?
not
Sweatbread.
sweat bread. How old are
I
you, sweat bread?
am 42.
So are you
Mm.
looking to date someone close to your age or
Really, you're on a different subject. I was saying to negotiate, like, if you see an English black woman, right, and they wanted me to calm her down, and usually me, I used to calm kids down, but for a different adult, I'm like what Bolo said, a good analogy. Think of your words. That was pretty helpful.
Yeah, I
maybe I
was
can.
thinking like, were you interested in dating someone close to your age because you're interested in a virgin? That's not gonna be like
That's a different
with
subject. I wasn't even on that. Really, that
date
that took
someone.
that just took a
Oh,
left.
well, they brought that up. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Brown man brought that.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm
last time
always,
I
I'm
checked,
always, I always bring up
tough
hot
guy,
topics, so you can blame me.
out.
most women who are virgins aren't argumentative. Last time I checked. So I mean, hey man, at the end of the
I
day,
think any
I'm just
woman
trying to
can
give
be
you.
argumentative.
Well, I mean, last time I checked, most virgin women are not as argumentative as
I've never heard that in my
non-virgin
life.
women.
There are plenty of
What?
like females way before they even reach whatever age they choose to give it up. They have attitude since they
No, I'm
were.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on. I gotta stop my Call of Duty game and
Sounds
everything.
They,
Hold on.
anecdotal, to be honest. I
I'm
don't
so
know.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I
Well,
gotta say this. Yo, what
he
type of
covered it.
women do y'all be
I
meeting,
just
man?
hate
Like,
these
yo,
attacks
Nah,
seriously,
on
but
man.
wait,
women.
hold on,
It
guys.
gets
He
old.
did
It
say,
gets so old. Everything in
but he
regards to
did
women is
say, Mo,
negative. It's
he did say it's anecdotal. He did say that's
Come on
his
now.
experience.
Oh my gosh,
okay.
man.
That's his
Do y'all
experience.
have any good experiences with women,
Hmm.
or at least one? Like, I'm just curious.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure
Can I
they do.
ask you a question,
I just
Molo?
want to. I just want to say for the
Wait, sorry,
record,
sorry,
you
sorry,
asked the
sorry.
question.
Beatrice, if I have a go, please.
Yes,
Sorry.
you can, Sweat Bread. Yeah, but I do want to get. I don't want to forget my thoughts. But go ahead, Riaz.
Okay, I tell you, get you on that though. For me, though, the way I was told, yeah, of course I can go talk to a girl and basically express the feelings, go out and have the day with the packet. Casual. I don't, so basically, and I mean, I don't date before marriage. Basically, casual dating is not allowed in my people, basically. So, okay, yeah, there are people who go out there who date and stuff like that in my people, and that's up to them. That's them personally. And they feel they're ready. I'm not ready for that yet. It's not that I'm not capable or I don't believe I'm not ready. It's just basically I feel like I want to get myself, ready first. Okay, look, mentally, yeah, I've got the idea of know what to do, and emotional part, yes, and physical part, yes. But I feel like I want to get my life established first before I actually consider getting married. Because I do believe in marriage, though, and it's a different culture and it's similar, values, but that's just how it is, though. Basically, in my faith, though, a real man is basically, knows how to control his desires, though. So I was taught to control my desires very young and stuff like that. That's why I remain a virgin today.
Based.
Nice.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
You
yeah, but that's my voice, though. I'm soft
you
spoken. So
mean
get used to
What were
discipline.
you,
You
Sweat
mean
Bread? What were
self
you gonna
discipline.
ask me?
Yes, 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 tough guy. I am self-disciplined since 14. I had them feelings though. I'm not gonna deny what you're saying, man. I've had those feelings, thoughts, all of that, man. I just learned to control it, man. Learn to control it. Just
Know
think
your
of
worth.
something else.
What were you gonna ask me, Sweat Bread?
I was just trying to say, because you're one educate the brothers. Uh, what type of guy we should like, a man should be. If you can give an example, just a couple of them.
What did you ask?
I think the
He's
question
saying
is,
so
I
what type
think
of
you should,
man.
I think you should let 100 watts get in first before Sweatbird because that question he asked is going to take a minute for
Okay,
him to answer. So,
Okay.
okay.
Yes.
oh, you
Yeah.
don't
What
want
are
to
Probably
give him
knows
100
me.
watts? Okay. So go ahead, Sweatbird.
Don't
100
put that
watts.
on me, brother. No sir. Don't put that on me, big dog.
No, no, no. I'm
He
talking about
asked
the
that.
next
Don't.
question. It sounded like you wanted to say something.
Oh no, the only thing I wanted to say was she said, have any of y'all had a good experience? I'm just saying I'm with a black woman. I just had a 2-hour conversation on my platform with a black woman. I love black women. I love my
Thank
black
you.
women. That's all I
There you
wanted to
go.
say.
All right. Enough said. Go ahead, Sweatbird, with your question, brother.
Oh jeez.
Well, I'm just saying, Molo, if you can, just educate the brother. If you may, what do you think? You know what? I'm just leaving it alone because I usually take.
What do I think a good man is? Is that what you're saying? Like,
Yes.
so for me, it would start with the man of God, someone who leads with humility. That's a huge thing. I think that's lacking when it comes to our men. I want a man that's rooted in Christ,
So
not
being humble.
his ego. I don't want a man rooted in ego, but rooted in Christ. I don't need him rooted in culture either. Um, and I want,
She
I
want a
think
gay man.
he doesn't abuse his power. He uses that strength to make the people around him feel safe and not silenced. I see that a lot today. A lot of men, they want the woman, but they also want to silence her. I need somebody that's going to cover me, not just me, my two boys. Um, Someone that's just real big on operating in love and has a consistent prayer life. And again, he doesn't abuse his power, but he is a steward over it. Like humility is and God fearing are two of the main things. I believe that when you have God and you operate in humility, everything else is just gonna kind of fall into place.
But why does he sound soft though, Mo? You making this guy sound
If
soft.
respecting, having love in your heart, and keeping God first sounds soft, then I'm cool with
Why
that.
they gotta be soft?
It's not
Why they
soft.
gotta be soft?
It's called maturity.
Hey,
Mhm.
tough guy, why they gotta be soft?
100 watts. Put your mic up, bro. We can't hear you. Put your mic up,
Yeah,
please.
you sound kind of
I,
low.
my apologies. I wasn't speaking into the microphone. My apologies.
Stanley, yes,
We
of
can't hear
course
what you're
for
saying.
you, Stanley.
Because man,
Tough,
if you listen to the man of God back in the day, man, they was some soldiers, man. They wasn't no little punks, man. I don't know what's going
That's what I'm
on with
saying.
women
I'm
today.
talking
It just
about
makes
real men
men
of
that
God.
gotta wear purses
No,
and be
listen,
all
I'm
extra
talking
feminine.
about,
And
I am
a tough
talking
guy.
about a true man of
The tough
God,
guy.
not someone who just speaks it through words. I'm talking about through deed.
Tough
Above
guy.
anybody can say they're a man of
You mean
God.
they go
If
through
the
the fruit?
actions don't
Their fruit.
show, what are we doing?
Yes, ye
They
shall know them by their fruits. That's a fact.
Yeah, let
Exactly.
100 watts get in there. 100 watts. 'Cause I know you want to say
So
something.
you got to give me more than
based
words.
based on what it is that she just said, what she's looking for. If she's willing to hold up her end of what the man that she's looking for is asking for,
Mm.
why does that make him soft? He is
It
a man of God that does not move with his ego and is moving in a way to take care, protect, and provide for her children, and any children that may come after that. How does that make him soft?
Mercy.
depends on
am
what
I able to talk now?
I think it depends on what you're led by. If you're led by like culture and what's trending and your ego, then that will appear soft to you.
Well, let tough guy respond to 100 watts question.
I'm not so I feel like as far as the way that I live life and uh it's just weird to me that certain people's lifestyle you may not agree with it, but you can have integrity and principles. So I'm just confused on a lot of shit because Mo knows me. Mo know how I get down in life, in real life. So just a lot of the shit that y'all are saying, these talking points and shit, it just don't make no sense to
Thing
me.
we don't
But it's
do
cool
is
though.
talking points.
I'm gonna just sit here and
We
shut
don't
up.
do
I'm gonna
talking
just sit
points.
here
We
and shut
say
up.
here. Don't do that.
Don't do that, tough guy, because I'm curious, because from when I listen to
No,
you
that kills
speak,
that kills me, dog. Because y'all act like it ain't niggas out here that got integrity. That's really out here. Like you know what I'm saying? Like this is all we know, nigga.
okay, but
Sweatbread
tough guy,
asked me what type of
based
man I
on
want, and I answered. Who said
But
that
we
men?
ain't good men to our family. We ain't good men. We don't love God. Like we don't take
I'm
care of our
asking
family.
who
Like what
said
the fuck is
that.
y'all talking about?
Who said that? Is my question.
But you trying to make it seem like just the most humblest nigga, and
Why are you bothered
like
by my response to what Sweatbread asked me? He said, "What type of man does Mo Love want?" That's my preference. Why are you bothered by it?
I just said it. Just said he sounds soft, nigga. That's what I said. I said men were men back in
Well,
the day.
if God fearing
It just
sounds
kills
soft to
me
you,
that y'all
you
don't
may
understand what
need
the
to
fuck I'm
reconsider
saying.
your thought.
Hold on, Mo
You may
love.
need
Hold
to
on, Mo.
reconsider your thought process.
Mo.
Okay.
Hold on, Mo.
Yeah, I guess I'm
100
crazy, man.
hold on. Tough guy. 100 watts asked you a specific question. Can you please answer that question? Please.
I did. I don't know how I didn't.
Okay,
Tell me how I didn't.
Okay, well, maybe I missed it. 100 watts. Can you ask the question again, please?
Tough guy, I am still kind of, because from listening to you talk, you sound like you come from a specific place in the world. You sound like you come from a specific place in the world that I can relate to.
Exactly.
What's understood don't need to be explained. Okay. So based on having the understanding that we have, we also know that men in that world also move with a level of integrity. They also move with
That's
a
right.
level of honor. Okay. So based on what she said, all she's looking for is a man with integrity and honor that honors God. That's all she said she was looking for, that will protect and provide for her, her children, and any children that may come of that. So how does that make him soft?
But that's
Even if he comes
any
from-
man. Any man is gonna do that. A man, not a little boy, not no male. I'm talking about
How
a
does that make
man.
him soft is the question.
Men do that.
How
Men
does
do
that
that.
make him soft?
Okay, but Tough Guy, what you said was, when she gave her answer, you said he sounds soft. So you're saying any man
Well, maybe the
that
way she
does
was
that
explaining
sounds
it.
soft.
Maybe the way she was explaining it sounds soft.
Well,
And
how's she gonna
maybe I was trolling just a little bit. Just a little bit. Damn.
And this is why conversations
Man.
get complicated, because we're trying to have a serious
I
conversation.
don't troll on my
Come on,
channel.
dog.
And people are trolling when we're trying to
A
have a serious
little bit, man, because
There are
I have
plenty
a
of
sense of humor. I have a
that
sense of
you can troll
humor.
on.
It just sounded so uptight.
Okay. So there are plenty of other platforms
Gaslight the whole panel.
that you can troll on. I understand. My love
I'm
channel
sorry.
might be too serious, too godly for me. You have plenty of other options out here, sir. I respect it. My channel may not be for everybody, but I stand firm in what I say. I like to joke, laugh, all of that, but trolling when we're trying to have a serious conversation, I already let you. I allowed you to derail the conversation because this was not the topic. So please, like, stop trolling me.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to get education on it. That's all. I wasn't trying to troll or anything.
No, I'm not talking to you. I was talking to Tough Guy. I dropped him. It wasn't you at all.
Man, I was just laughing at you because that's why I said he sounds soft. She's playing with you, man. But
I know
what I
you
was
be
trying to say
kicked out of
is, like,
the
why can't he? Why are men supposed to be like
Stop talking over
halfway
me. That's
soft
rude.
nowadays?
You're not gonna keep doing that. Stop. I'm not in the mood tonight. Stop talking over me, Tough
You
Guy.
see, you know what's so crazy?
That's
What's so
very
crazy
disrespectful.
This is what's so crazy. What's so crazy is we get convoluted nice and kind. When you find these guys that are nice, they know that the women don't like them, they know that the women don't want them, but they continue to pursue, opposed to going to go find someone that wants to reciprocate what they're feeling. You can be kind. And the difference between nice and kind is I'm very Austrian. In other words, meaning I say what I say and I stand 10 toes down. But I am very understanding when it comes to empathy and sympathy.
Mm-hmm.
So when a woman is telling me what she wants in a man, okay, when a woman is telling me what she wants in a man, I don't expect her to sound like a sweatbread telling me.
Exactly.
I expect her to sound soft and say, "This is what I would like in a man."
Like a woman, yeah, I know. That's why I was laughing, man. Like, I mean, come on, man.
No. We understand that.
Mo be doing that to me, man. No, but Mo be doing that to me, man. She know I be playing around sometimes.
You be doing too much though.
No, but you always like to get serious on me.
Does anybody know Ronnie McPile in the back or no?
I would say put the overlay out.
Why you always get serious on me, Mo? Just because you don't like my
It's
lifestyle?
not just you. I'm just different, and I think you used to going to my sister channel. It's different. I don't do that.
Okay, yes, because yes, your sister.
I've been the same since I started YouTube. and I'm not gonna change.
Well, you know,
If you don't like it,
well,
you
I'm
can.
sorry, but you know, me and your sister, we vibe a little bit more because she let me be
And
myself,
that's great.
and
Like
you
I
know,
don't compare myself to my sister. I love her. It's a vibe for her channel, and it's a different kind of vibe for mine. We support each other regardless. I'm glad you rock out with my sister. I love that for you and her. I don't have no type of jealousy or nothing.
I fuck with you too, though, Mo. You know I love you,
But the
Mo.
thing is, I
You know I
don't
love you, Mo.
care. I know people need a good laugh, and they know to go to here for the tea. That's cool. I like to get to the root of mental issues, and I like to implement God on my channel. If it's too serious for you, you can move around.
You acting like I don't love God.
Oh my gosh, I never said that.
Okay,
Hey,
am I
Bernie, I know.
transparent about my life?
I fucking
Am
hate
I
niggers.
transparent about my life?
I don't
Yes or
love
no?
God. I hate niggers. I hate niggers so
Oh,
much.
I'm so
White
glad I
power.
got the
White
banner up.
fucking power. Nigger, 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 nigger,
I'm so
nigger.
glad I got the banner.
Just listen, just drop them. And here's the thing too. Let me just say this. Did you drop them? Let me say
He said,
this.
"Why
Been
power?"
Hold
dry.
on,
Hell no.
hold on. Let me say this. And
This
this is
is
what
like
people.
ruining my show.
Hell no.
Hold on, hold
You
on.
over
Tough
talking
guy. Mute for
everybody.
a second.
It's not
This
cute.
is what cats don't get, and they're gonna get it. You know, and I say this with all humility. You cats that keep playing with God, don't think that God won't kill you, man.
Come on now.
Hmm.
Come
Keep
on now.
playing with
Well,
God.
some
So when
people are
you
joking.
do
That's the thing.
when you come up here and you try to derail a conversation and call people N words or do this and do that, don't think that God won't kill you. You keep thinking that listen, you don't hurt us because we're gonna continue the conversation once you drop. But here's the thing: you still got to deal with our Father, and that is a threat. You got to deal with our Father. So you continue moving the way you're moving. It's nothing for him to drop an anvil on your head. It's nothing for him to give you a heart attack. It's nothing for you not to wake up. Keep playing games.
Mercy.
Keep playing games.
I like this guy. Oh my gosh.
You'll see who wins in the end. Go ahead, Mo.
Everything is not funny, like especially at our age, and like even if you don't understand why I do what I do, it's for a reason. I'm not up here just for clicks and views. Like it's a story, and it's a God-given assignment behind the things that I do. So I don't have time for all of that trolling. Like it's a time and place for that. Sometimes you really have to read the room that you are in. That matters.
If I may, reason why I asked that question because a lot of men, some men may find it, some men don't, or we just having trouble. That's why I asked you that question because a lot of guys we don't know, but but then again, we're not soft. They might call us square or whatever, but we know what we want. It's just that we may need help or maybe a situation.
Does anybody
That's
know
why.
David Duke? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Nah,
Okay.
don't bring David Duke up. That was a white supremacist. Don't bring David Duke
Okay.
up. That was a good. You got to give me access to the background.
How do I do that?
I don't know.
Okay,
I
well
think you got to.
Okay,
I think you got
I
to give me
know
the
how.
password or something.
Bolo,
How?
I'm gonna tell you how to do it, right?
You said
Hold
that
on,
I
hold
so
on,
think
I
hold
just
on,
everything
hold on,
need
funny.
tough
I
guy.
didn't
yes,
say
Hold
everything
on,
Tough
everything
guy,
funny.
hold on, tough guy. Go
hold on,
ahead,
bro,
84.
hold on. So what you got to do, Mo Love, is in your StreamYard, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a part on the StreamYard to your left on your computer that will say members, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bolo will have to give you his email. You will take down
Derek
Bolo's email.
Vineyard, that's another troll.
Yeah.
Who?
I'm
Yeah,
just
that's a
saying,
troll.
Don't even pay the attention. Listen to 84. Go ahead, 84.
Yes. So you go to members in StreamYard, right?
mm-hmm.
Bolo will give you his email. You add Bolo's email. Once he receives the email, right, he will respond to it. He will follow all the directions of the email. It's very simple, step by step. And from there, he'll have the admin rights in order to control the stream. So,
Got you. Okay,
I'll
I'm
yeah,
send
listening.
if
you
you
my
need me to walk
I'll
me
send
through,
you
if you
my
need me to walk
email.
you through it, I got you. So yeah.
I'll send you my email, Mo. I'll send you my
All
email.
right, got it.
Because I really need to deal with it. I love dealing with those type of people.
But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Mo, I would just say that because it was an education question, because maybe we still out here we're trying to find them, but we don't know either. So we just trying to figure out. That's why I asked the question,
Thank
of
you.
how maybe
You come
so I
up.
can learn from you if you
Okay.
understand what I'm saying.
I got a
Mm-hmm.
question for everybody on the panel. I got a question for everybody on the
Okay.
panel.
You see the email, Mo?
So
I got it.
no matter what lifestyle that you are living, I think 100 watts kind of understood what I was trying to say.
What makes you think that we didn't understand what you were
As
trying to say?
far as the integrity, because I'm saying I think as far as how I live life and the way that my principles is set up, you know what I'm saying? Like I might talk shit on, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm good at talking shit, but like when it comes to life shit, when it comes to like really taking care of the business, you feel me?
Mm-hmm.
That's what matters.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
And
Let me ask,
my life is a reflection of that. You can see it.
so let me
So
ask you
people
this.
talk all day long,
You
but I'm
sound
very
like you're trying
transparent,
to
and you can
convince
see.
yourself. I mean,
Talk is cheap, man. That's what it is.
But here's the thing, and this is the problem that we as man, when I mean man, I say man, meaning men and women. This is the problem we have. We try to measure man's integrity against what God wants us and what He calls integrity,
Mercy.
and
that's
that's our problem. Our problem is we're sitting here saying, I got integrity, I got this, and then we don't measure it up against God and say, okay, what does God call integrity? What does God call character? What does God call forward? What does God call
Come on.
a decisive? These are the things we need to measure up against because man's integrity is always attached to something sinful, attached to something that is egotistical or prideful. That's just how man
Come
is.
on now.
Period. The reason why we talk about
I hear
God's
you, but I mean, I would like to know. I mean, what you speaking about specifically when it comes, because I was speaking about myself. That's what we was talking about.
okay, I'll speak to it. Okay. You say that you're a God fearing man, correct?
Of course, that's how I
Okay,
grew up,
got you.
and I know
How
the consequences of my actions, and I know the
got
consequence of my actions.
Okay.
okay. A few minutes. I don't want to
Yeah,
bring this back up.
we
I
all
don't
do.
want to
We all do. But this is
hold
the whole
on,
thing:
hold on.
is we all
I didn't finish my statement because there's gonna be a question I'm gonna ask
okay.
you.
Finish.
Okay. So you say you have a relationship with God. You say you know God, and it comes from you can see it from the fruits of your labor. Can you tell me, without going too deep into the actual profession, how does God feel about pimping?
Mm.
Well, this is the whole thing. I'm a musician. That's first, right? So God gave me a gift, and in the Bible it says that your gift will make room for you, right? And it always has. And so, and when I do give my gifts, when I am playing for God, I'm very blessed,
What does that
more
have to
than
do?
if
what
I'm
does that have to
playing.
do with God
That
caring
has
about
nothing to
pimping?
You
do.
didn't
That
answer his
has
question.
nothing to do with the question I asked you. I'm glad that you're a talented musician, and that's a beautiful
Right.
thing.
There's plenty.
Explain to me,
But
because
that's what I'm talking. But I'm talking
no, no,
about.
no. We're
I'm
talking
talking
about.
about. I'm talking about my foundation.
I'm not asking about your foundation. I'm asking you
What
about
does God think about pimping?
That's where it
what does
starts.
God feel.
That's where it starts.
This is so
What does
stupid.
God feel about pimping? So you ain't gonna answer the question. Okay, cool. I mean,
Mercy.
that's the
Mercy.
point,
Because he
and
knows
that's
you
and, the,
don't.
and that's the point. See,
Right.
What's the question? What's the question? What's the question? What's
let's
the
not even go
question?
into it. Let's not even go into it. Here's the thing.
Oh wow.
Here's the thing.
No, 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 no. What's
No,
the
no,
question?
we're not. We don't even have to go into it. Let me tell you why we don't have to. Because again, this goes to show you how evil and wicked man is. Right?
Mm.
I'm talking in general. I'm not talking about anyone specific on the panel. This goes to show you how evil and wicked man is. Man is. Because man will try to
Yeah.
rationalize.
Well, you
I'm not
Right.
saying you. I'm speaking in
you.
general. I'm speaking in
What
general.
is the question,
I
Bolo?
You
forgot it.
didn't
I
hear
forgot it.
it?
No. I forgot the question. I forgot it.
No.
Nah, you know the question. Stop it. Come on.
I forgot the
Stop
question.
over talking before
Let me
you get
explain to you
dropped.
why. Let me explain to you why, Brown man. It makes no sense
No.
to ask the question. Let me tell you why it makes no sense to ask the question. Because I asked the question twice and he heard the question. The
Mhm.
question that what he chose to do was talk about his foundation of what his relationship with
The
God is.
foundation.
Got you, which I can't question.
Exactly. So why doesn't that matter?
I'm going to
Why
tell
does
you. Let me finish. I'm going to answer.
Okay, I'm gonna let you talk because you won't get to as long as
Thank
I'm
you.
here.
I can't question a man's relationship with God. I can't.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
The way we understand a man's relationship or a woman's relationship with God is by their acts,
Come
their
on.
fruits, the way they speak, the way they carry themselves, the way the way they speak to others. Right. So
Yep.
when I say to you, tell me how God feels about pimping, I don't want to hear about your foundation of what you do and how you feed the homeless and all that. I don't want to hear that. That's not what I'm asking you. What does God feel about pimping? Period. Answer that.
That's
The
it.
response was, I'm a musician and I use God's gift that he gave me to make room for me to do. I'm not questioning you on that, dogs. That's not my question. So at the end of the day, you want that to be the answer to the question. That says, listen, man, we have to know that we have to listen to what people don't say opposed to what they do say. They say more in what they're saying.
Mm.
They're not saying, if that makes sense. It might sound contradictory, but it does. You dig what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I don't need you to quantify or explain because you've already explained it. When you have men saying, I'm an alpha, and I'm an alpha, I'm the king of the castle, I'm the king of the castle. What that says to me is you're not an alpha and you're not king of your castle, because no man needs to walk into a room and yell out what he is. A lion don't roar. A lion commands the room because when he walks in, you know what he is.
Listen, I say that all the time.
So when cats say that, and I'm not directing that on anyone on the panel or in the chat.
I get
What I'm
that.
saying is, when cats say that, you say more without saying it. There's a trauma there.
Come on now.
There's a trauma, because you can come on YouTube and be anybody you want. This is the reason why I don't show it.
I think people are trying to convince themselves.
No,
When they
they're not trying to
continue
convince
talk
themselves, Mo.
But no, when they continue to say, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that, it's like, okay, I hear you. I don't care. Are you trying to convince you?
No,
'Cause I
they're trying
really
to
don't
convince
care.
you. They're trying to convince you. They know that they're not that. Understand that. That's why they come to YouTube. They know that they're not that. This is why they come to the internet. They know that they're not that. So they're trying to confuse and trying to say to everyone else, this is what I am, because in my real life, I'm not that. And this is why they come here. And that's the purpose of why I say I don't show an avatar, because I got nothing to prove, my G. Deal with my wording, not with my face or what I look like or whatever. Let's deal with the question, or let's deal with the topic. You dig what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, there are certain conversations, and forgive me, that are asinine and not worthy of a response. But you know what? The meekness in me, I have it. Some of these conversations I have with certain people on panels is stupid. It's dumb.
And I think that's why I get frustrated. It's like people see a completely different side of me when I know people are coming up here to troll, and I'm coming up here genuine, like really hoping somebody is getting something out of the lives in which God showed me that they were. And I thank God for that. But then I have people that come up here and don't know how to read the room and don't know that I'm not on no type of trolling kind of vibes tonight. And they'll do it regardless. Some people love attention, whether it's negative or positive. And I always get that tough guy is trying to get attention.
And here's the crazy thing,
then you keep interrupting me, and you keep saying these B's, H's, MF's, F's, and I get that people, but you are doing it excessively after I mentioned it to you. So I know that some things are intentional.
But even when you look at when 100 Watts asked him the question, 100 Watts quantified it and said, listen, I know where you're coming from. I'm from that hood too. All of us are from that hood. So I understand what you say. So we don't even, certain things don't need to be explained. We're talking about character, integrity, direction, and a God-fearing man. When he prefaced it that way, I'm thinking, okay, he's going to get to him. The response he gets is, you got to understand, I'm talking about pimping and this, that, the third, or whatever. That had nothing to do with what 100 Watts just asked.
At all.
It had nothing to do with it. You dig what I'm saying? So again, I understand that he may think that he has to answer or defend. You ain't got to defend nothing.
But I just feel like, and I know he gonna tough guy. I'm gonna let you back up in a second. Like at 40, you're still saying people are lame for being God fearing. You're saying we're lame because we don't understand the game of pimping and prostitution and all of that. Who's really lame as hell? Think about it. Like that's weird to me.
I think there's a lot to learn from different walks of life.
You can't teach me nothing about pimping.
No, what I'm saying is what you can learn from that walk of life is how fragile the psyche of a person is. Because these, men that pimp, at the end of the day, they see the weakness in these women.
Come on now.
I don't care how you want to fluff it and say, they don't do this. They see the weakness in their self-esteem and they take advantage of it.
They exploit it. That's a fact.
That's the basics of it, period. Now, I'm not going to go into the nuance of it, but that's what they do. So when you talk to a pimp, and I've talked to pimps, when you talk with them, you get to understand the psychological side of it, of how they manipulate and how they get into the crevices of a person. You get to understand that. And you need to have that information. You need
person, though. That's what I'm saying. Like
it's not just weak. It's not just weak, Mo.
Yes, it is.
Mo, listen to what I'm saying. It's not just weak. There's a lot of strong men and strong women that have trauma that makes them accessible in that way. You have a lot of strong men that will bust a dude in his mouth if they say something wrong. But
I'm talking about the woman who gives into a man.
But what I'm saying to you is,
it can only lead her through pimping her and her selling her body. And I'm not condemning the woman. I'm just saying something took place to where you didn't have the direction. I understand we all make mistakes.
Right.
But if you give yourself over to prostitution, because I make mistakes too, but there are certain things that I know I'm not going to do because I did listen to at least half of what my parents taught me. You get what I'm saying? So
but
to
here's
me,
what
that's
you're
a
doing.
sign of somebody that's very weak.
But
and I'm
here's
not
what you're
saying
doing.
they're to blame. It's
But
just
here-
the truth.
But here's what you're doing. What you're doing is, that's like if I come to 100 Watts and ask him advice, right? 100 Watts got a woman, I got a woman. And I ask 100 Watts for advice. And he says, you know something, Bolo, man, I wouldn't do that. I'm not asking you what you would do. You're not me. I'm in the situation. So if he was to give me advice from his perspective, he's doing a disservice to me.
Mercy.
He's supposed to give me advice from my perspective. And that's what we do so often. We inject ourselves into the person's trauma and say, this is how I would handle it. And I use this example all the time. I have a friend of mine, a brother that I call him. He was in a wheelchair and we were giving wheelchairs out in the village. And the advice that I was giving him, it felt like it was offensive. I felt the body language, but he didn't say anything to me. So when he left, I put myself in a wheelchair for 4 hours. And I totally understood that the way I was giving the information wasn't wrong. The way I was delivering it was wrong, because now I'm 5'11" and a half. When I'm in the wheelchair,
I'm sorry. Tough guy, I did not kick you at all.
Don't even pay attention to that. Don't pay attention to that. I'm seeing things from 4 feet now. That's a different perspective. So a lot of the times we give our perspective from a 6 foot tall person opposed to a person that right now is going through so much. They're a fragment of who they are. We have to see it from there to build them up. To the weak, I become weak. To the strong, I become strong. So when you're talking about these men or women that are being used and abused, whatever, it's not that they're weak people. These men and women are strategists when it comes to manipulation, and they know how to poke and prod and get into those places that normally a person like you or I couldn't get in. This is what they do. They're no different than the devil. They're no different than the devil and how he manipulates you to do such and such and whispers in your ear, whatever the situation might be. No different.
But I don't view it. I get
I
what
hear
you.
you. I hear you.
But I still view that as you think that lowly of yourself, and I guess that does maybe speak to the amount of trauma that they've experienced. So Lord,
Absolutely.
forgive me if I'm coming off wrong, but I do think that that has something to do with not being properly led.
But that also has something to do with not properly being taught, not properly
It's
being
the
built
same
up.
thing, right?
No,
But okay, so if you see, so real quick, if I could, real quick, so Mo, if you see it that way, right? That could just be one step. That could just be one step before they commit to God, right? Because
That's very true.
that same faith or commitment they put into a pimp could turn into the commitment or faith that they put into
that's a
God
good
once they
point.
get to a point where they realize, all right, what I'm doing isn't right and I need to do better. So she
Mhm.
clearly has a need to commit to something and the ability to commit to something. It's just the wrong place where the commitment is put.
Come on now.
So as long as so it's not that she's weak, it's just that her commitment is put in the wrong place.
Her
And I
compass
think
is off.
I think the same as a pimp, like he has the ability to motivate and to put a certain power in women that turns them into going to the street. But if he
So
decided to
this
use that same if he decided to use that same power with the word of God, that would have a different effect on those
Come
same
on
women.
now.
100%.
But that's what I'm saying. You said because he can what implement things because of the
Influence.
power he holds, influence or whatever. That's the importance of also a father being in place, in my opinion.
Yeah, but
Women who have active fathers are not gonna go to prostitution.
Yes, they do. There are plenty
No,
of women that have really great
I said
parents. They've had two-parent homes. They have a great life, and they decided to get in the game for one way or another. You
no.
don't
I
understand
said
because
both,
it's not your lifestyle. I
not
mean, I
both.
get it, man. People think negatively. They're gonna talk bad on the game. They're gonna talk bad on pimps and hoes, but pimps and hoes is not prostitutions, and it's not traffickers. It
Okay.
literally is that. It's called pimping and hoeing for a reason. There's principles.
Hoeing
There's
isn't
there's
prostitution.
rules. I
dog,
mean,
let's
look, man,
Isn't
y'all can
it?
laugh at it. Y'all, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to teach you something, but if you don't want to listen,
We
that's not
don't
on
care.
me.
nah.
That's not what
Okay,
my
well there
channel
you
is
go. That's the problem. That's the problem.
about. Okay.
You not caring. You're not caring.
We gotta do this again. This is not the pimping and hoeing channel, sir. What don't you get?
Hoeing isn't prostitution, really. Come on, man.
Well,
What
listen.
are we talking about?
Let's get back
Y'all
into
don't let me talk. That's what I'm
let's.
saying. It's not supposed to be a pimping and hoeing shit, but y'all been talking about it for 30 minutes. I get on here and say something for 5 seconds, and I'm,
About
you know what I
not
mean? Like
hearing
I don't like that shit, bro. Like
conversation
y'all talk.
about
Everybody talks about the game
my
all the
conversation
fucking.
was about, and you
All
have
right.
no
So
channel etiquette at all. My conversation, when in regards to you, was this is not the pimping and hoeing channel. You just admitted that you was acting like you was having a serious conversation and you were trolling me. I simply said that I don't have a channel where I troll. I talk about real life issues. There are plenty of other channels you can go to troll and do whatever you want. I understand that my channel is not for everybody, but do not come over here continuing to derail and then you complain as if somebody is doing you wrong.
let's get back on track, right? So we were talking about, you know, uprooting deep planet trauma through a spiritual connection, right? Because these things have to intertwine. So we talked about acknowledging the pain and seeking refuge, right? Acknowledging the pain caused by the trauma. It's a crucial first step in healing, in the healing process. Seeking refuge in God provides a comfort and strength to face difficult, memories, emotions, or whatever has ever happened. We talked about embracing forgiveness, right? It's again allowing you or giving yourself permission to release yourself from that pain, trauma, or experience that you went through, so it doesn't tether you to that moment. We also talked about renewing the mind with God's truth. What is that? Trauma often causes us to a distorted belief of one's self, others and the world, right? You know, through trauma, we create this world of protection, and it causes us to look at everything and everyone around us in some situations in a certain way, because how you feel affects how you see. It just is what it is. You can't change that. So going through God's truth, meaning what God wants us to do is actually sit down and address that issue that we have. He doesn't want us to run away from it at all. You want to say something, 100 watts? Oh, okay. He doesn't want us to run away from it. He wants us to sit down and deal with it. So if that's talking to a brother, a friend, a sister, a mother, therapy, please get it. Please get it. Because the more and more you sit in it, the more deeper it becomes, the harder it is to get out of it, right? Even with the, when we're looking at cognitive renewal in a gradual process where God works and reshapes our thinking. So it's not that we forget where we came from. We learn from where we came from and how we got there so that we can be that light to others that are going through it or about to go through or have gone through it, so that we can give them the inclination to get to where they need to be so that they can be a light in this world. Because there's a lot of darkness. Again, there's so many men, so many women that we look at them and say, they got everything, money, fame, this, that, and the third, and they still take their life. They still take their life. So the last we were talking about is reordering emotions and love, right? What does that mean? Trauma can lead to a disordered emotion like overwhelming fear, shame, and rage. When we get, Brandon was up here and he was talking about the amygdala part of the brain. It's the fight or flight part of the brain. And again, these things pump different types of serotonin. It pumps different chemicals into our system, and it overstimulates your nervous system, your body, period. Because we're not meant to live in a fight or flight state of mind. Not meant to be that way, right? So through a spiritual connection, God helps us reorder those emotions, right? Again, it's not that we don't need them. We know where to place them, right? So not every time is it going to be if I step on your shoes or I say, what's up, we going to fight. There's a video, I don't know if any of you guys have seen it, where a dude is walking through New York City and he just says, what's up to people, and it starts fights. It starts fights.
Hey, Distant Lights, I don't know if I spoke earlier.
So learning to lament, express grief, learning to embrace pain. There's nothing wrong with pain as long as you go through the motions to get through it. A lot of the times we don't want to do it. A lot of the times we get stuck in the middle of it, the beginning of it, and we don't finish it. We don't close that chapter. So we're still tethered to that moment. Redirecting choices and commitments. We have to understand that trauma can lead to self-protective choices and commitments, often resulting in isolation and a need for control, right? People tend to say, I don't want to rock around other people. I like to be by myself, because it's a protective mechanism, right? So we have to understand a spiritual connection empowers individuals to choose vulnerability, community, and trust instead. So in other words, what Mo Love was speaking about earlier, discernment. I'm not afraid of my discernment, okay? That same door that shields you from love, that shields you from hurt, is the same door that shields you from love. It's the same door that shields you from camaraderie, the same door that shields you from brotherhood, same door that shields you from sisterhood. You dig what I'm saying? So it's important that we have to go out into the world. Nothing is guaranteed. Nothing. So we have to live life like it. And then we have to trust in God's sovereignty and redemption. We have to understand he is who he says he is. You have to understand that and not be afraid to walk in it. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not going to go through things. We have to go through things to realize how strong we can be, to realize how patient we can be, to realize how forgiving we can be. We have to go through these things. We have to. Even when my father put me in in martial arts, the lock holes that they would teach us, they would put on us first. Why? To know what you're going to be putting on somebody else, to apply mercy and grace. Because you don't, when you know what you're putting onto somebody, you're not going to make a mistake and take their life. The
Right.
same thing with cops. What do police do? They tase them. So you understand what you're about to do to somebody when you're in the street. Now, they still go a little overboard with it, but that's the point of understanding where that man may be at or where that woman is, so that you can tailor make that message that you need to give them palatable to them to eat.
Amen, brother. That's what I've been saying the whole damn time. But y'all ain't been hearing me. I'm just saying it in a whole different thing.
Cause the way you dropping it, dog. You got too much hot sauce in your juice, bro.
You like getting lost in the sauce stuff, guy. I ain't
That's a
gonna lie.
good one. Too much hot sauce in your juice.
Yeah,
Nice.
let's not,
Man.
that was fly 100 watts, but let's not derail.
What?
Let's stay on.
Nope.
Let's stay on. So, sanctification through surrendering, right? When you surrender to past traumas, to God's involvement, this is what's important, right? God's involvement is involved now. You're not just, I'm going to go and sit down. No, you're using the discernment, the faith, the understanding, and your belief in the Father, that you're handing your trauma. Now, what does that look like when you hand your trauma? Does it mean that you just give it to him and you sit down in your chair and do nothing? No, there's a tandem dance. Okay, you have faith enough to know that if I go back, if I take my 53-year-old Bolo and the trauma that happened to me when I was 6 years old, I have enough faith to know if I go down there and sit down with the 5-year-old Bolo and be patient with the 5-year-old Bolo and be understanding with the 5-year-old Bolo, that I'll be able to take his hand and progress him up with me to give understanding and clarity. Why did you go through that? Because remember when we were all younger guys, when 1 + 1 looked like the earth was going to end? And then we got into times tables, and then that messed us up. And then we got into multiple to division, and that messed us up. And every time we moved up in steps, it always looked like the end of the earth. But it wasn't. It wasn't the end of the earth. Why? Because every day we die and every day we're reborn in thought process. What you learned yesterday, you should be able, Lord willing, to apply today. So you're not that same man or same woman. And we need to realize that people mistake movement for progress. Right?
Man, everything you saying, you spitting game. This is what I talk about. This is game. This is game.
So
it's
that's
called
what
knowledge. That's what game is.
There you go. All right. So
that's what I'll be trying to say, but y'all don't be hearing me.
But you don't say it like that.
Oh, do me a favor, please. Mute,
Yeah.
please. Thank you. Please. So that's what we're trying to understand. And especially when it comes to men's mental health, right? With men's mental health, we start behind the 8 ball. Because at a young age, we're taught not to feel, not to hurt, not to cry. You should run through that wall. I've counseled women that have told their sons at 6 years old, they're the man of the house.
Wow.
What does a 6-year-old do with that 100 watts? What does he do with
That's
that,
a lot
brother?
of pressure.
Break down.
That's a lot of pressure.
That's a lot of pressure, because now when you put that on him, his 6-year-old mind,
He
has to
believed
take
that. He believed that.
Absolutely. He stops being
But
a
they have
6-year-old.
an imagination though. They really like take on that. That's a lot to take on as a
They
child.
take on being a man on what their 6-year-old mind can interpret of what a man is. And at 6-year-old, you have no clue of what a man is. You don't know who you are. And they
You're a
take
Power
that
Ranger,
thought
cuz.
process. Say it again, my brother.
No, at 6-year-old, you're a Power Ranger. So being man of the house is being a Power Ranger.
You know what I'm saying? So when you tell him, you stunt his growth. His growth as a child has been stunted now. Now he has to think, I got to go out there and make money. I got to go out there and pay bills. I got to go out there and support. So now this 6-year-old has to rationalize with a 6-year-old intellect in this big grown man's world.
And he's
And
usually going to be dealing with a teenager, and the teenager may not be having good intentions either, because usually it goes up to maybe a teenager or a younger
yeah,
adult, and that
absolutely.
they're getting the information from. And this is why I was saying knowledge is power. If y'all really listen to me, there's method to my madness. But go ahead.
So the 6-year-old becomes 19. The 19-year-old who still has the emotionality of that 6-year-old now becomes 25. And it doesn't stop.
You are what you're around.
You know what I'm saying? It doesn't stop. So this is why we're saying that, listen, brothers, it's okay to cry.
Yes,
It's okay to have low self-esteem. Now, the problem isn't the low self-esteem. The problem is doing nothing about it. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? We're willing to not ridicule you because you're not less of a man because, you've been abused.
Right.
And this is the stigma that we have, especially in the hoods. 100 Watts can tell you, in the hood, you can't talk about going to therapy. Can you, my brother?
No, I do have a question. I'm listening to you speak, and I want to ask a question. So, if you're talking to a young man and you say it's okay to cry, are you telling him that it's okay to cry, or are you telling him it's okay to cry when you get home, or cry? Like, are you telling him this?
Whenever.
No, because and the reason I'm asking is because even in this unfair place that you're speaking of for little boys and young men, right? There still has to be this level of understanding that you might be going through something and you want to cry right now, but now's not the time. Just get through what you're going through and get back home and cry in the shower.
Absolutely.
And I just wanted to make sure it was being clear. Like, it's okay to tell a young man it's okay to cry, but make sure you're doing it when it's at the right time.
Applicable. There's a place for everything. There's a time and place for it all. You dig what I'm saying? Like, there's times when I'm counseling young men and they're going through whatever they're going through, and I'm sitting there and I'm saying, brother, check this out. I know you want to cry. I know you do right now, but this ain't that time. We don't have that time right now. You need to get up and fight. There's going to be a time to cry. There's going to be a time to break down. You know what I'm saying? And I'm here for it. But right now, you need to get up and do what you need to do to handle such and such and such and such. So there's a time and place for it all. So you're 100% on what you're saying. You dig what I'm saying? We just got to get to the point where we can have that conversation. There was a dude, and I don't know if this was a skit or not, but it was a young man, an older cat, was walking by and he seen this young kid, right? Young kid had the beeper, he had all the stuff, whatever, not the beeper, but the cell phone. And he said, "What's up, my G?" And he was like, the young kid was a street dude. And he was talking. He was like, "Yeah, OG, you know what I'm saying? We out here trying to get this paper." And he said, "Yo, there's something in you that there's something different about you." And he was like, "Nah, OG, you don't understand, man. I ain't have a father." He started going into the whole spiel, right? 100 Watts. And after the OG was talking to him, he was like, "Yo, B, listen, there's nothing wrong with just needing a hug." After a while, the kid broke down and just hugged him, son. Just broke down and hugged him. Now, I don't know if it was a skit. It didn't seem like one, but
real life.
So you seen what I'm talking about then, right?
That was real life.
Okay, so then it was real. So this is what these kids, and this was a young kid. I don't think the kid was older than 19. He didn't look it. But this is what these young men need. Because this is the thing, right? These young men are the dudes on these panels talking to these women, telling them to submit. These are the dudes that are saying, "I'm a king, I'm a czar, I'm a benevolent dictator, I'm this, I'm that." And then after cussing at each other, calling each other different names, doxing each other, they turn around and tell a woman, "Okay, now it's time for you to submit." and give me your life. It makes no sense, man.
And they don't even provide like a sense of safety or clarity for a woman. I always say submission comes natural when it's the right man that you're connected to.
Submission comes naturally to Christ-like leadership. There is
Yeah,
no other response but submission. There is no other response. Submission is a choice that a woman makes. Why
absolutely.
should she choose to submit to you? What are you offering her? For her
What?
to
Yeah, you got
say,
to give her a reason. But that's the
What?
whole thing. It's not submission. It's called trust. That's what it is. Y'all be
that's
using
yeah,
the wrong
Submission,
words. That's
submission and trust go hand in hand. What are you
they
talking?
go hand in hand. For me to submit to you, I have to trust you. But
Exactly.
what are
well.
you
There you
providing?
go. I think that's more important. That is to have
It's
trust.
the same
The
Right.
thing.
submission comes after that.
So the environment
So
that you
yeah, that's
create.
what I'm saying. The wrong words be thrown around. If you have trust,
No,
you
it's
have
not. We
submission.
know what submission means.
So the environment that you create, love is an environment, man. It's an environment that two people create, or a bunch of people, brothers and sisters, create, where people can be safe. That doesn't mean that you don't get checked. Doesn't mean that you don't get corrected. Doesn't mean that you don't get punished. It means that when it is done to you, you know it's being done out of love. It's not being done out of ego, pride, malice, strife, jealousy, envy, or anger.
And
It's
that is
being
why
done
there is rules.
So now,
There's rules to
Bolo,
everything.
What's
I'm
up, Wanda
trying.
Watts?
I'm trying to. I'm trying to receive the
You're
part.
muffled, brother. You're muffled.
Can you hear me? Am I good? Are we
Yeah,
straight?
you're good now. You're very good now.
The part you were speaking to about submission, I'm trying to figure out how to receive, because you said there's only one proper response to that, and
To
I'm trying to
Christ-like,
figure.
to Christ-like leadership.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out how to receive that as someone who is not an avid follower of Christ. I'm not someone who's an avid reader of the Bible, and I don't think that automatically disqualifies me from someone that has the ability to be in a position to, how can I guess, okay, to be in a
I
position
understand
to
your
be
question. I
submitted to.
understand your
You comes
question.
To
in.
lead, to lead, to
Here's
be
the
a leader.
here's the
Change.
answer. Here's the answer to that. Right? Man's good is always attached to something selfish.
Come on.
It's inherent in us. Sometimes we don't want to do it, but it just is what it is. Man's patience is attached to a ceiling. There's just so much I'm going to forgive 100 watts for, right? Man's good is attached to selfishness. It just is. Now,
You
when
mean
we look,
conditions. You're human.
okay, if we look at God, right, and we use His good is unobtainable.
Come on.
There is no complacency in His good. And what does that mean? That means that I will forever continue reaching for something that I can't reach for. So there's never a limit that I stop at. So although 100 watts do something real crazy to me, when Christ looks at me and say, but you do something to me every day and I forgive you,
Come on.
that puts me in a position to say, 100 watts, listen, you ain't gonna ever come back into my house because you stole, but I don't hold it against you. I love you and I forgive you. So now when we're talking about leadership now, okay, Mo gave the breakdown earlier that the leadership under Christ, it's not going to be listen, Christ tells you submit one to another. I've heard people quote Ephesians chapter 6 and they never read that chapter. They start that verse. They start at verse 21. They never start at verse 20, 100 watts. It says submit one to another. There's 3 verses for women. There's 9 verses for men. Why? Do the men ever read the 9 verses? No, they don't. So Mo Love just gave us the answer of those 9 verses. I want a man that's going to lead me and not take advantage of his position that I put him in. I want a man that's going to guide me and understand me.
Absolutely.
I want a man that's going to cover me. I want a man that's going to be a husband and know that title, and know that title is not an entitlement, but is in fact a service.
Mhm.
And vice versa for the wife.
It's a
A wife,
different lifestyle, man.
it's not
That's
an
all y'all
entitlement.
talking about.
It's not an entitlement. It's a service.
Right.
So again, it can lead to that 100 watts because you have good men out there, you have good women out there that don't follow God, right? But that good has a ceiling to it. It has a ceiling to it. And this is not me saying it. This is what the book says. It has a ceiling. I've been on this planet for 53 years, Lord willing, in December. Okay. And in my little half a century on this earth, I've experienced stuff. I've experienced everything. But there's a ceiling to everything we deal with when we're dealing with man.
Absolutely.
There's always a
Yeah, because
ceiling.
we only live for so long. You know,
It's
there everything anything good comes to an end. Everything comes to an end, even life.
just the
So
mindset
yeah,
of
you're right.
how
So,
People
humans
do
are
have conditions.
so
a
even with
lot.
marriage, right? Even with marriage,
Mhm.
when people talk about contracts, marriage is a covenant, dog.
Come
It
on now.
It's a
is.
contract. Contracts are cold.
Mm.
Contracts, whatever is done, there's a response to it. There is no growth with a contract. If you do this, you get that. Covenants are living and breathing. It's not
Mm.
cold because I can't tell you that I'm going to go through something because I haven't gone through it. I don't know. You know, we tend to think that we get to know our women. It takes a lifetime to know your woman. It takes a lifetime for her to know her man. It takes a lifetime, dog. You don't get to know someone in 30 years because there are going to be some things that damn, I didn't know this about you. I didn't know that you would react to this or such and such. Well, I never went through it. But now that we've went through it, you can see how my response is. How are you going to respond to it now when you've seen I responded this way?
And people consistently change too, right? My parents have been married for 44 years, and my mom still says, like, yeah, we're still changing every day. So she said you have to continue to learn the person
It's
over
growth, man.
and over again. Yeah.
It's growth. So I hope that answered your question, dog. I hope that answered you.
Bolo, that reminds me when people say that relationships are just transactional. It's like, nah, it's deeper than that.
That's so stupid.
Deeper than that,
I hate
man.
that.
Yeah, I hate that. That's just
See, but you have to
ridiculous.
understand where they are.
Exactly.
You know, remember when you're taught from a counselor's perspective, when you're hearing somebody, it's like when you go to your doctor and you say, "Listen, man," he asks you, "What's your problem?" "My back hurt." That's what they're saying to you. Well, relationships are transactional. In my mind, I'm saying something happened.
But
Why do you?
that's the contradiction. People, I hear a lot of people say relationships are transactional only, and then get on panels and argue about how horrible men and women are all day. But you're making it a transactional situation, which means if it's just sex, there's no substance with
Well,
it.
see, because they don't want to attach their heart to it. That's why they make it transactional. Because if I can keep it to where I give you money, you give me sex, then my heart is not involved. It doesn't get broken. You know what I'm saying? I can deal with losing you because I don't have enough money. I can't
Mhm,
stand losing you because I wasn't good enough. There's a
mhm.
difference. So 100 watts, I hope I answered your question, my G.
I think you did. And then Mr. Best hopped in with some shit. I kind of feel like he was trying to like shoot me in my side a little bit. He was trying to shoot me in my side a little bit, but it's all good. No, because it's not even relationships like in particular. I just see life as a whole as it is as a bunch of transactions. Life as a whole are transactions. Is a bunch of exchanges. Everything you do in life is an exchange or a transaction, no matter how big or small.
I
That's
think,
how I see life.
yeah,
Okay.
I think it becomes an issue. It depends on the mindset, I guess. I get what you're saying as far as everything being in exchange.
I mean, the Bible says you reap what you sow. That's a fact.
I mean, just and even with that, just in terms of like you get what you put out. You know what I'm saying? Just like whatever it is that you give to people, you get back in return. What if I am a if I whatever you give to people, you get in return. And of course, there are people that take advantage and give something to you that you didn't deserve. Like
Mhm.
those things do happen.
Well, see, so let's look at the difference in wording that you use,
Okay.
right? So let's go into what Tough Guy said, right? When you look at transaction, right, it refers to a value, right? It refers to you giving me something, and there's an exchange in value. But when we deal with exchange, it's a reciprocal transfer. So do you see the difference? In exchange, it's more cold opposed to, in transaction, it's more cold than it is exchange. Where
Well, the whole
exchange,
thing is
So if love is only given when performance happen, it's not love, it's just control. Like all this stuff is transactional. If help is only given with expectations attached, that's a form of manipulation and not true
correct,
generosity.
100%. If I help 100 watts, and in my mind, I'm saying I'm helping them now because next week I'm gonna need to move.
Mm-hmm.
And then I come to you 100 watts and say, yo, my brother, you know what I'm saying? I helped you and I
Hi,
gave you that
Deacon Dave.
$50. I
so
need to
you was
move.
looking for something in return. Yeah.
Absolutely. That wasn't genuine.
That's why it says in the Bible to be a cheerful giver.
You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So
If
at the end,
if you gonna give from your heart. Like don't be,
right,
you know.
or you didn't give, or you didn't give it all. So even though
Right.
I gave you that $50, when you realize that Bolo only gave you that $50 because he needed you to move, he needed to move and he needed you, you're gonna be like, man, that $50 didn't mean a goddamn thing. He
And you
didn't.
know what? I think that's why so many people deep down may feel low too, because when you really think about it, we were not created for conditions. We were created for natural connections. And when you just limit yourself to just transactions, that's not healthy.
That's a good point.
That can eventually take a toll. Like we're supposed to make genuine connections. I know all of us won't click, but it's not supposed to be based on it being transactional.
That's
You
true.
know
We
what's
live in the USA. It's a capitalist country that we live in. So
I'm aware of that. I'm
we
talking
have
about
been
people
advertised to
with
since we were little.
integrity. I'm
yeah,
not talking about
you
like
know
just societal norms. I'm not.
100 watts. You know what the perfect marriage is? 100 watts, the perfect marriage. Because people will say, there is no such thing as a perfect marriage. And I thought about it and I was like, you know what? There is such a thing. And the perfect marriage is two people that won't give up on each other.
Yes.
That's what I was about to say. No, it's choosing. It's the choice.
Won't give up on
Choice
each other.
is what it
Choose
That's
is.
to
that's the perfect marriage, G, where
mm-hmm.
leaving is not an option. I'm stuck. You stuck with me. I'm stuck with you. We gonna figure this out. We gonna work it out.
But that's gotta be in unit. Like that gotta be two people gotta like agree or like that has to be consistent.
Right.
People that have been together for 30 years, they both chose that for that
Right.
long.
Love
Mm-hmm.
is a
So
choice. Love
Absolutely.
is
that
I
is
choose. I choose to love you.
Yeah, it's not based
I
on
choose
feeling.
it.
You will
It's
not
not
always feel like loving the person.
right. There's
Mm-hmm.
nothing you can do to make me choose you. There's nothing that we did for God to choose us, brother.
That's a fact.
There's nothing that we can give him in reciprocation to him dying for us. Nothing. He just chose to love you. That's the ultimate
Whole
love.
fact.
That's why he's the ultimate example. If I choose to love you, you don't have to give me back. That no one pays me for what I do. I'm counseling over 100 people right now. I don't get paid to do what I do. I have another
well, you
job
should.
outside. I
You
have a
should
job
get paid
outside.
for that.
I'm here with Mo for 5 hours and 12 minutes.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
You know what
you should
I've done?
also get paid for it because
I
that's a
did it.
service. And even though it's good to be able to help people, people gotta want to help themselves, my nigga.
And
So
that's a very
that's
good
just my
point.
opinion.
That's a very
Go
good
ahead,
point.
do your thing.
But the point of the matter is, it's done because, like I said to Tough Guy earlier, I love you, brother. I don't have to know you to love you.
It's purpose. When
I'm
purpose
saying
is involved, it's deeper than
legacy. People
yeah.
say legacy is about leaving bread. Legacy is about leaving integrity and character, an example. Christ's legacy weighs more than any money you can leave any man.
That's a whole fact.
The legacy of your love for your children will outweigh anything that you leave them. I know that 100 watts is my father loved me and he would die and kill for me. I seen it daily. I
Mm-hmm.
seen what he did. And that will resonate with them longer than you leaving them $1 million. Because now you shape them in a way. You gonna say something, 100 Watts?
So when you make the choice to spend 5 hours counseling and receive no money from it, right? You do receive internally, you receive a level of fulfillment from being able to do that. Wouldn't
Absolutely.
you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So are you saying that's more of that's not a transaction? I forgot the other word we were using.
Exchange.
Exchange. So that's an exchange.
It's not.
Yeah, it's an exchange of
Because
energy. I mean, he
it's
feels that
not.
fulfillment, but it's something that he feels within himself. That's his own relationship with himself.
Here's the thing, 100 Watts. Sometimes I get it reciprocated, sometimes I don't. The exchange would be me getting it from that person that I'm trying to give it to, right? What if I don't get it from that person? You know what?
You still get what?
I do this because the Lord did it for me.
Come on now.
Yes.
That's why I do it. I do it because I sin every day, my G. I fall every day and he forgives me every day. So who am I not to take my time out to help somebody? You know, there was a dude one time, 100 Watts. This is when we early on the stage of the village, right? We would rock out to like 8, 9 o'clock. We would start at 9:30, end at 9:30. And we were talking to a cat, and this cat was talking about self-deleting. And you know, I started getting pissed off because I said, brother, listen, at the end of the day, this is what it is. Your life has been bought and paid for. It doesn't belong to you. It doesn't belong to you. It belongs to him. We are just stewards.
Come on now.
We're owners of nothing and stewards of everything. That's it. So, you know, at the end of the show, I usually do, you know, your last words. So we got to him, and everyone has their avatar up. He cams up, and what we see is a revolver. He empties the revolver and says, yo, Bolo, check this out. I put this in my mouth every night and pull the trigger. I won't do it again. I didn't know that's what was happening. I didn't know. This is why every time we get on these platforms, it's important because you don't know what little kid is holding on to a lifeline.
Exactly.
And they just want to hear something. And here we are talking about damn submission and women this and black women that and white women this and white women that. When this dude he has no insurance. The father is out there doing whatever. The mother's out there doing whatever. And he just comes onto YouTube to self-diagnose. And he comes to Mo Love's channel. And here we are talking. He sees those phone numbers that we put into the chat earlier and he calls. That's fulfillment for me, my G. That's fulfillment for me. Because I know someone out there needed to hear it. Now, I may not see it. But at the end of the day, I have faith enough in God to know that his words don't go out void.
Come on now.
And that's what's important.
Absolutely. So I think it's about perspective.
Everything is perspective.
Hey, that nigga, why that one nigga sound like the deacon in church? Come on now.
Guys, spit it, bro. I can't lie.
Everything is perspective. Brother. That's why
I'm just playing, man. Come on, man.
I tell people to think panoramically. Because a lot of the times we only have snapshots and we make decisions off of snapshots.
And then I think sometimes, I guess it depends on what your calling is. When you're called to do something, God will grace you to do it. And it doesn't burden like it would a person that may be doing something that they were not called to do.
You know, and that's the whole thing, man. Again, you know, do I get frustrated? I'm human, I do. You know, get frustrated. And do I get into arguments? At times I do. I pull back. But at the end of the day, it doesn't make no sense to argue, right? It makes no sense. It's ego at that point. And I try my best to not have egotistical conversations. But my fulfillment in this is being able to put a 24-hour number out there that I pay for. The only two things I ask people to pay for is attention and pay it forward. That's all I ask you to pay. I don't ask you to pay
Movado
nothing
watch.
else. Well, yeah, you guys still haven't got me my Movado watch, but I'm working on it. I'm working on the Movado watch.
Getting that Movado watch this year for you, Bolo. We got it. And Bolo, it's funny because I bought a Guess watch a few months ago, right? I just bought a Guess
Right.
watch a few months ago,
Right.
and then before I bought the watch, I thought about the Movado. I thought about you. I said, let me get a Movado. I went on Amazon, looked at that price. I said, no wonder Bolo keep asking for money.
And, you know, and the only reason why I say that is because there was a pastor that said, y'all ain't get my Movado watch, but I see y'all wearing Gucci sneakers. I don't want no Movado watch. You know what I'm saying? My payment is seeing you guys on Friday night, seeing you in the readings in the morning, seeing you guys at the prayer. That's my payment, man. Because you guys can't pay me what the Lord is going to pay me. You guys can't do it.
Come on now. That's a fact.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying? So the brothers that facilitate me and help me, I can't pay them what they're doing. They're saving my life. How do I pay you for that? The only thing I can do is say, the only payment that I can do is say, I'm going to take what you gave me and I'm going to go out there and do the same for somebody else. That's the only payment that you can give. You can't pay somebody back for saving your life. You can't. But what it does is when you say, thank you, I'm going to go do it for someone else, that puts a smile on my face and it leaves the world a little bit better for my children than how I found it.
Exactly.
And that's what matters to me, 100 watts. That's why I do what I do.
I'm gonna say, I will
You still
say,
should be getting paid.
Hey, Lady
Even-
Nicole.
even with Tough Guy with his hot sauce and his juice, I will definitely say that. This even with that, I will say that I appreciate the direction that we are moving in, because anybody that has been on these that was on these panels back in 2020, 2019, 2021, these panels were a lot more hectic and a lot more argumentative than what
They
they may
still
seem
are.
like. And I do understand that a lot of them are. And there are certain platforms that are built specifically for the arguing, because
Right.
that's always going to be around. But there are a lot of us that are floating around like Bolo. I have been watching Bolo for a very long time. The
How
panels that
long?
he's on. Say again?
How long have you been watching it?
Bolo probably since 2020. Mr. Best probably since 2020. Like those two in
Oh,
particular,
cool.
I've been seeing them floating around since we was all locked up in the house together. You know what I'm saying? So what a lot of those panels were during that time, everybody's panel was just arguing. And I'm talking about 12 hours of just nothing but arguing.
Wow.
There were times where
Hold
I would get
on
on
real
the
quick. I'm sorry, 100 watts. Brown man, are you still up here? There's another brown man in the back. So I don't know if somebody. Oh, he dropped.
Okay.
And then somebody else was up. What were you saying? I'm sorry. Hey, world class.
just saying that I do think that it may not look like it, because the what gets presented is the 1% of bullshit versus the 99% of positivity. Right? I think that it gets projected more, the bullshit, but I have sat for a long time and just watched these panels grow into actually having productive conversations. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, that is you, right, brown man?
Yeah, this is me. Sorry.
Okay, cool. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I do think this was a productive conversation. You know what I'm saying? I do think Mr. Best earlier today had a very productive conversation. I think that a lot of these conversations do come with some hesitation and some pushback, because there's a lot of worlds mending together. Like, for you guys to be speaking from the book that y'all are speaking from, I don't have that book. That's not a book that I grew up reading. That's not a book that anybody put in front of me. That's just not an experience in life that I've had. But a lot of the values and a lot of the things that y'all stand on, I stand on as well. You know what I'm saying? It's just we just have a different verbiage of how those things sound, but it seems like these worlds are coming together to make sense together. And I think these conversations are what have to happen.
Can I ask him a question, Mo? Can I ask him a question?
I just want to say
agree. He's spitting now. He's spitting.
You're saying right, but you grew up like knowing the word, and you grew up in church. Stop playing. We know all the old school.
Okay, but this is the whole thing, Mo. You ain't listening to me
Say
in
it the other
totality.
night.
Hold
Oh
on,
my
I don't want to lose the moment. I don't want to lose the moment. Let me just address 100 watts. 100 watts, let me ask you a question, right?
Mhm.
If you didn't know me, you never seen me 2020, and what state you live in?
Right now, I'm in Virginia.
Okay, cool. You're not that far. So it's about 4 o'clock in the morning. You sleeping with wifey, and I come knocking at your door. 4 o'clock in the morning. You letting me in?
At 4 o'clock in the morning?
And don't know me at all, too.
Hell no.
Ooh, nah, probably
Why?
not.
Why are you not letting me in?
Because I know what I got in my house, and my little girls are more important than whatever you got going on. I ain't
Okay.
gonna lie to you.
Give me another reason. Why are you not letting me in?
Why are you at my door at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Why are you not letting me in?
Because I have something in my house that I'm protecting, and I don't know you or what you're bringing
There
in
you
my
go.
house.
There you go. Because you don't know me. You don't know what I'm capable of. You don't know if I'm here to give or take.
Mm.
Now, here's the point of me saying that, okay? When you get to Christ's door, you don't know him. He ain't letting you in.
Oh mercy.
So, although a lot of people may be good people, right? Christ's going to tell you how to know you. See, being a good father, how does that benefit Jesus? It doesn't. Being a good husband, it doesn't benefit Jesus. Being a good wife, it doesn't. But if you allow him to rule your life, automatically you become a good husband, good father, good mother, good wife. Because again, people are trying to cut that
No, it's the
understanding.
principles.
They cut that
Yeah,
off.
but
I'm
So,
not completely
no, I
understanding
think that
because
people
so the
pick and choose
point
just like anybody else, though. That's
hold on,
people
T.
pick and
Dot,
choose because
Dot,
you said it
Dot.
right. No,
Hold on 1 second.
all
Now, I
right, I
promise you
won't
can
say
actually
nothing.
talk.
Go ahead, man.
I'm just trying to build with 100 watts. You have been very fortunate to have the principles of the book instilled in you, right? And I'm sure you do that with your family, which is an awesome thing. Now we have to come. That's like that's like your grandchildren reaping the benefits of what you foundationally set up, but they don't know you set it up. Does that make sense?
okay.
So, although you have the foundation of what integrity, character, and all these things are, what a good father, good husband would be, now we have to complete the set. You got all of the chess pieces except the king. Now we got to get you that king piece. And at the end of the day, the only thing that I can do is just present it to you. You have to walk through that door willingly. So I'm glad that you made that statement. These conversations need to be had. And when they start grafting more together, they'll start to see. Because here's the thing, I can get off this live and the father called me tomorrow or call me at 5:48. You dig? At the end of the day, did you know him? That's what matters. You wouldn't let me in your house because you didn't know Bolo. That's the brass tacks of it. You didn't know me. Jesus says, if you don't know me, I ain't letting you in. Shouldn't we know the maker of the universe? Shouldn't we have a personal relationship with him? This is the point, right? Because at the end of the day, there's a certain decorum that we have to move in to have a relationship. For me to be the brother to 100 watts, there's a certain type of man I need to be, correct? I can't just be a dude off the chain. There's a certain type
But
of man I need.
Bono, in the Bible, there was plenty of people that was off the chain that God worked through. He even talked through an ass. So I don't understand what you're talking about.
All right, dog. Mo, do me a favor, please. Mute him, please. 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 So the point that's being made is that I can't rock with 100 watts if we don't have the same type of character. Doesn't have to be the same, but the same type of fundamental understandings of what a man is supposed to be. I can't rock with you. Would you agree to that?
Agree.
That's the point. So at the end of the day, the father says, hey, man, you got to know me. You got to know me. You got to spend time with me. You got to understand me. You got to have a personal relationship with me. We can't do it outside of that. Now, to what Tough Guy said, yes, the Lord is going to use broken people
Absolutely.
to heal people. Why? Because Christ tells you, I'm a doctor. I'm coming for those that need healing, not for those that are healed. For those that don't need me, I ain't coming back for you. But for those that need me, those are the people I'm coming back to. I'm coming back for the commoners, man. I'm coming back for the sick. I'm coming back for those that are ridiculed, for those that are bullied, for those that have been molested, for those that have been beat down. Come back for them. That's what I'm coming back for. Because they know that this world, there's something better. This ain't living, my G. Marvin Gaye said it. This ain't living. This isn't. But Christ promises something better. But what does he say? You have to lose your life to gain it. You have to lose your life to gain it. So I give up my life. This is what I'm doing with you dudes. I should be sleeping, man. I'm 53 years old this year, Lord willing. I get tired quick. You know, I'm not young like you. You look young. You look like you in your late 30s.
33.
Oh man, you're a young man, son. If I was a lion, I'd be kicking you out because you'd be wanting to take my spot. You know what I'm saying? So, but what gives me the strength to do this is to see that look on your face, that look that you got right there. That's what gives me the strength to do it. The one that Sweatbread has, the questions that's asked, and then they sit there and go, I like that answer. Now, again, you may not agree. I don't expect you to agree. You dig what I'm saying? What I expect and what I hope is that you marinate on it and it sparks a thought process. That's all I need. I did my job. At the end of the day, the Lord man planteth, man watereth, but it's God that gives the increase. I can't save you. I can't convert you. The only thing I do is study well enough, try my best to be articulate enough, try to be well-rounded enough to be able to speak to anyone that I come into contact with and be able to take this information and give it to a brother like you. Give it to a brother like 84. Give it to a brother like Tough Guy. Give it to a brother like Brown, or give it to a brother like Brett. And all of you guys are different guys. Some of you are more articulate than others. Some of you are street cats. Some of you are from, blue collar. I have to be able to make myself a chameleon to give it to you that it's palatable for you to take it. So that's why I have to open up books and read it. Read the Talmud. Read all these different books. Read all of the Bible. Read this. Read that. You think I want to do all that? No. But the Lord tells me to be efficient. You have to. If you're going to do this, you have to. I tolerate your nonsense all day, every day. Tolerate mine. Okay. That's what you asked me to do. You saved my life. I will. Your wish is my command. And that's called submission. And that's what a lot of these men are missing. You don't know what submission is. You can't take care of submission if you yourself are not submitted. You can't. I can't value a woman's submission if I'm not submitted to God.
Bro, come on. Come on, man.
That's real.
Start spitting, man.
So that's what it is, bro. So again, I hope that, you come, and we're starting a men's class, soon. We're starting a men's class where it's going to be men teaching men to deal with men, older men dealing with the younger and older, and some older men also, because we talk about it, right? All of us have these conversations. No one comes up with the solution. No one says, well, how do I become a man? You tell me be one. How do I become one? Well, we're going to show you. Do the word. We're going to take our experiences. And again, remember, we may not be exactly the same. The point is not taking exactly my experience. The point of the matter is taking my knowledge and applying it to you and growing on top of it. That's what it's about. That's the importance. I might tie my shoelace a certain way, but if I show you how to tie your shoelace, you might find a better way of doing it. But if I didn't show you how to tie your shoelace, guess what? You wouldn't have found that better way of making it happen. That's the
Doesn't the Bible say, how can two men walk in the same path and disagree?
Absolutely. I'll give you an example of what I mean, right? Of what the scripture says. And you're 100% Brown. You ever heard the saying, 100 watts, that it's easier for a camel to get into the eye of a needle than it is for a man to get into the kingdom? You ever heard that saying before?
I have not.
Okay. Brown, have you ever heard that saying before? It's a
Rich
scripture.
young ruler, man, of course. Absolutely.
Okay. 84, have you ever heard that?
You already know, Bolo.
I know.
You already.
I know Tough Guy heard it, and I know Sweatbird heard it.
I sure did.
Now watch this. Brown, do you know what that means?
Of course.
Talk to me.
So pretty much the rich young ruler was asked, how can I get into the kingdom of heaven? And Jesus said, okay. He looked at his heart and said, sell all that you have and come follow me. And he realized that the amount of commitment and the amount of sacrifice it is to take to die to self. And he was not willing to make that sacrifice. It's as simple as that. And so at the end of the day, when men have a lot of things, it's hard for them to give up because they work so hard for it. So, at the end of the day, it's hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom because it's hard for him to sacrifice that. If Jesus says, hey, give it up and follow me.
Okay. Let's take
That's
it
what I
deep.
take.
No, let's take it deeper because you're not wrong. When he says that it's easier for a camel to get into the eye of a needle, right? We have to understand what Christ was talking about. When people talk about that, people actually think that it really means a needle. It doesn't mean that. Mo, can you do me a favor? Can you share my screen? Hold on one second. I hit the wrong button.
So you're about to try to explain this, but this is what I was trying to say is how people have their own perception on how the word is this, like, you know what I mean? Like, you're about to tell us what you think your perception on it, but somebody else might have a different perception on it.
I'm not telling you what I think. I'm going to tell you
the Holy Spirit too.
And this is the problem. The problem is you think that I'm giving you my perspective on it. No, I'm giving you scripture, brother. Okay, so can you share that screen, please? You see it, Mo?
Can you agree that's where the denominations come from, though, right? Because there's only one Bible, but there's many denominations.
I don't want this to turn into like just
right. Yeah, it's not. So what happened when it says that the eye of the needle, right? Remember, kingdoms closed, brother. Kingdoms didn't stay open 24 hours a day. They closed. In the big doors closed, but there was still things going on 24 hours a day, people going in and out. Now you see this little door right here? You see that door? That's called the eye of the needle. This little door. This is the bigger door. So as you see this camel, right, he has all his stuff on him. Now this camel cannot get through that door. It has to be stripped down and it has to kneel to get into that door. So when the scriptures talk about that it is easier for a camel to get into the eye of a needle than it is a man to get.
Dropped it?
I dropped it.
Oh, okay.
What is the significance in a man not being able to get into the kingdom? Humility, submission, because that camel has to get on his knees to get through that door. He has to, like what Brown said, he has to strip himself of everything and get on his knees to walk through that door. And that's what a prideful man won't do. So that's why it's important to be well learned. That's why it's important to understand the word, not through traditions of men, through watching movies or hearing a pastor and you not understanding what he's saying, but you're going to take his word for it. No, it's you actually going and saying, okay, okay, I understand it. Pastors are teaching you that it's a little needle that a big damn camel that big can get through a needle, and that's not what Christ was talking about. So that's why we say we have to lead by example. It's not easy, but we have to lead by example. We have to give the word. We have to be learned men. You don't want your wife going to another dude to get information from. You want her to come to you. This is why it says a wife should learn from her husband at home. You didn't want him going to no other dude to learn, because that information, when she starts to allow a man to penetrate her spirit, imagine you arguing with your wife and she said, well, that's not what John said. I'm like, what the heck? What? So that's why it was compartmentalized. There's a method to God's madness. So the same way, me as the progenitor, and I want my children, grandchildren to understand what I laid, how much more God, creator of the universe, the one that wakes you up every day, the one that keeps gravity together, the one that keeps us with air, how much more him? And bigger than that, he came down here and died for you. And his death was wicked. And you know what bugs me out, 100 watts? What bugs me out is people will say, well, how can I worship a God that allow innocent people to die, innocent children to die, and things of that nature? Here's the crazy thing to that, and here's the response I'll give. Man is born into sin and shaped into iniquity, right? We're shaped in our iniquity. So there is no man innocent. There is no baby innocent. There is no woman innocent. But the one innocent man, which was Jesus, you know who killed him? Man.
Come on.
Man killed him. So the one innocent dude that walked the earth, man killed him. How dare we say, I'm not going to worship a God that allows children to die? See, the hypocrisy. That's why the good of man is not good. It's not good at all. At all. And that's why we do what we do. Because men are suffering in silence, man. Brothers are taking their lives, my G. Brothers are taking their lives. And when I say brothers, I just don't mean black. Men are taking their lives because they feel there's no place to talk. There's no place to go to. I can't talk to nobody. For the 4 years that you've been following me, have my message ever changed?
Not once.
That's what this is about. Consistency. Now, again, that doesn't mean that I don't sin. It doesn't mean that I don't fall. I'm the chief of sinners, dog. Don't get it twisted. Okay? It's about what your fruit bears. What your fruit bears. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's what this is about. Introducing you to Christ. Now, what you do with that information on the watts, that's on you. But I will tell you this. There's nothing like having Christ rule over your life, my G.
Come on.
You know what it feels like? You ever go into a place where you're lost and you're driving and you got that GPS telling you what to do? Don't you feel like a sense of security when that GPS is telling you turn left, turn right, turn left, turn right?
I sure do.
And then when that GPS shut off and says recalculating and you still on the highway, you feel naked, right?
Yeah, I'm like, I'm lost.
That's what it's like having Jesus run your life. When you have him running your life and he's rulership over your life, it's the GPS telling you what to do. Go left, go right, go up, go down. That's what it's like. So I know I'm long-winded and I apologize for that. But
no,
good.
but it was really good.
What'd you say, 100 watts, my brother?
No, I'm saying I'm receiving what you're saying.
I appreciate
it. And may I add to that, brother? Like you said, yes, then your GPS go out, then you need all that word of wisdom and knowledge, like your spirit man, because sometimes you're like, man, should I take that road because my GPS ain't working? So I got to go by instinct. I got to go by God instinct, what I've been taught in the word. So you got to use what you've been learned. Because I'm a trucker.
And that's why I said that. And here's the thing too, right? When you get lost, what do people tend to do? They tend to keep driving. They tend to do such and such. You know what I tell my children? If you ever get lost, stay where you at. Let me find you, because you're
That's
only
what
going to
my
make
dad
the
told
situation
me.
worse. You trying to find me, and I'm trying to find you, and you're going. Stay where you're at. So when your
He always,
when your
yes.
GPS goes off, pull over to the side of the road and
Mhm.
recalibrate your GPS so that you don't just drive around aimlessly. We tend to drive around aimlessly when we've lost connection with God. And I want you to hear my words. When we lost connection to God, God don't never lose connection to us.
Come on.
We choose to lose connection to him, and we choose to walk around. And then what do we do as children? We come back after the world, beat our behinds. I'm ready, Lord, like a child. You want to go out and ride the bike without the help or the helmet? Go ahead and go.
Oh, that's the prodigal son right there, man.
Absolutely.
Come on.
When they bust their ass, what do they come back? Daddy, 100 watts. And you sit there, okay. So you ready to learn now? Yes. Okay, let's go.
Got to get humbled.
We got to get humbled, man. Humility is the connection to divinity. You cannot serve Christ if you don't have humility, dog. You cannot. You cannot. This is why the Lord tells you, come as a child. A child knows nothing. A child knows nothing. I don't know anything. All I'm giving you is information that was given to me by the God. I'm not deep at all, dog. I promise you I'm not. I'm not. I'm just giving you what God gave me to give to you. So I take no props for it. It goes to him.
That's you, right? 84.
Yes, ma'am.
84.
Man,
Yes, ma'am. That's me.
everything you said got game in it too, man. 'Cause that's what be
There
happening with
you
these.
go.
My man, you know the
They
one thing
always come back, nigga. I'm just saying, nigga.
God is he's on track. Whatever he's focused on, that's what he's focused on. He
Right.
ain't moving from focus.
Pins and Taylors. That's it.
But you know, we've been doing this for 5 hours and 45 minutes, Mo. I don't know if you want to continue going on.
Hey, now you finally knew it. See, you heard him. He said I'm on track. Yeah,
I
he
didn't hear
knows
you.
what it is.
Go ahead, Riaz. You was gonna say something?
I was gonna say, but think of it like this. Imagine your heart is like fire or light, basically. And the metaphor, imagine your heart is like light, and basically God put light in your heart. Though. The light will increase or decrease depending on your deeds. The more and more bad you do, the more and more less the light dims. So, the more and more it dims, when the light is gone, your connection to God is gone. Though. Because yes, God will forgive all sins except the one sin. He will never forgive idolatry. Idolatry is the one sin that will never be forgiven. I ain't judging, no. I ain't, you know what I mean? No. And it's like, that's just how it is. I'm just using the analogy of light, or think of it like there's a black mark in your heart. The more and more that black mark spreads, the more and more your connection to God is gone. So basically, it increases or decreases depending on your deeds. The more good you do, the more the light increases. The more bad you do, the more it decreases, though. So basically, and you actually brought that type of example as well, how, we lose connection to God and God don't lose connection to us. That is true, though. We basically need God. God don't need us, though, So I was trying to build upon what you were saying about that. The connection to God thing. So that's the metaphor I use. Either it's the black heart or fire in your heart or the light. These three
Yeah.
metaphors are your connection to God.
Hey, Dragonfly. Thank you for tuning in. That was good.
Dragonfly Joe.
Yeah, that was really
Look,
good.
Yeah.
but you asked me a question earlier, Mo. You asked me a question. I want to answer it.
Is it about
You
pimping?
said you said no. You asked me. You said if I grew up in church and I know better, why do I choose this?
No, I didn't say
That's
that.
what you asked.
It was because
What is
remember
that?
you was saying I didn't grow up with a Bible. I didn't grow up in the church, and you was like, right, right. My question was, why are you saying right when you grew up in church and you know the word? That's all I was saying.
Because okay, I'm saying right because I did grow up with that, but I also grew up in the church. So you have to understand, my stepfather was a pastor. Okay, so when it comes to like
No,
church and
I
shit
was
like
just
that.
saying
I
he
know,
was
I
speaking from
know
the
how
standpoint of
church is a
no,
business.
you going off subject though, tough God. He was
No, that's
saying
not off
he,
subject.
let me finish. He was saying he didn't have any experience in regards to the Bible or church
I'm
as a
saying
whole.
I have a lot of experience.
Saying
I have
right.
a lot of experience.
So my question was, why are you in agreement as if that was your same experience? That's all I was saying. When you grew up pretty much under the word. That was
Because
it.
I grew up in the streets too. Because I grew up, I got a
Right, but you
jaded
still
way of
know
thinking.
the word.
Yes, but I also grew up with a lot of other stuff too. And I like you said, like he just said, we live here in the America, the flesh, the capitalist country.
Mm-hmm.
We got to survive every day. Like, uh, I love God. You know what I'm saying? And He come through for me. But I got to make money.
What is that?
So I mean,
Get it.
that means drums don't always pay my bills. Yeah, I'd like to be able to do
So why
that,
don't
but
you just
that's
go
not
get a
how I
nine to
grew up. I
five?
grew up I grew up in the streets. That's what
Why
I
don't you
know.
just
So
go
I
get a
try to
nine to
do
five
I
and do
try
a
to do better
job
because I've done that
instead of
corporate
the
shit and
street?
that shit. I told y'all about that. I had a
It's
corporate
safer
job.
than the streets, though, is what I'm saying. And you have your daughter
I
to.
know that. That's why I tried that and that it didn't work out. And I busted my ass. And that's what I'm saying. So what I'm trying to say is this: look, instead of working for other people, I just work. I do shit for myself, and and people may not agree with everything that I do, but I try to do it with integrity. I try to do it with understanding that I have a daughter. I try to understand life in a different facet than maybe you would,
It
but
just
you have
sounds
to
like you have
understand
a
that
contradiction.
people are going to do it no matter what, right? And
I
so
get
there should be individuals in that type of capacity of life, that in that lifestyle that has some type of integrity, some type of substance, instead of just doing shit any kind of way.
it
There is
just sounds like
rules
a
But do
to
they
contradiction.
have
things.
faith?
That is all I'm
Because
saying.
on one hand, you're promoting like getting
No, I'm
it,
not promoting
living
it.
in the
No, it's
streets,
not a
and
promotion.
then now you're
It's
talking
not
about it.
cool. It's not a promotion. That's not what I'm saying.
But I hear you.
I'm just saying that's what it is. That's how I grew up. I have a lot of different ways of thinking about things because, like I said, that was in my household, a church, and having to go to church every day,
Mm-hmm.
and then also being in the streets because, you homeless, what I'm saying, because you helping other motherfuckers and feeding other families and shit, but what I'm saying, your family fucked up.
Watch your
You know what I'm
language
saying?
several
Well, excuse
times.
me, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I'm just
But at
saying.
the end of the day, I have a lot of different ways of thinking about what y'all talk about because I have my own experiences with it.
I think we all do. But I hear you.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I'm different, and that's why.
Everybody is.
Yeah. So you might not agree with what I'm saying, but I have substance in what I'm saying.
Okay.
So that's it. But that's just wanted to answer your question. But a lot of the shit that dude was saying, I agree with a little bit of it. I don't really, agree with a man 100% anyway. You know what I'm saying? I got my own way of thinking as a
That's
man.
not what,
But
yeah,
he definitely,
focus
but he
of the
definitely
lie.
got some good points.
It doesn't sound like submission, man. I don't know.
Yeah, it wasn't to like convince the people that don't believe to believe. It was simply to shed light on mental health and the importance of having God at the center to help you uproot the trauma. It wasn't about
Mhm.
us trying to convince anybody to agree.
And understand, God doesn't want to be number one in your life. People keep thinking God wants to be number one. He wants to be the center.
Right.
And that's the difference. The center means that he's involved in everything that you do. Period.
I say that all the time.
That's
And y'all don't agree with that. But it's okay. I don't
Are
it's
you
all good.
serious?
You don't have to agree with me having
making
the
it.
God in the center of my pimping, nigga. It's all good, nigga. Shit, I don't give a
Nobody
fuck.
said.
Anybody say, man?
Sorry,
Okay,
sorry, 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 sorry. I was just about to say this quickly, so
hold
like
on,
very quick.
hold on.
Yeah,
That's so stupid.
yeah.
Yeah, you can't make this up.
You can't.
Yeah,
You
you can't.
My man said, God is the center of my pimping. Wow.
That's
Oh,
right.
Eloise,
Because you don't
can't.
know what that means to me.
I
That
don't know.
might
No,
mean something
I
else to
understand. No,
you.
no, no. Listen, I understand street talk and
No,
street
you
terminology.
don't. No, but you don't get it though. It's all good
Okay.
wait,
though.
We're not
It's
trying
the way
to.
she think. I'm talking to Mo because
Oh, oh, oh,
Mo
oh.
takes it
Yeah,
her
I'm
own
not trying
way.
to. I'm not trying to
She
make
don't
sense.
understand what I'm saying.
Let me drop you for a second. I'm not trying to make sense of God is the center of my pimping. There's
Word.
no way that you're gonna convince me that that makes sense.
And, and,
I'm
and,
not going to even try to comprehend that.
and you know what that goes to show, and this is something that is important, right? The respect that you have.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I understand that we all
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you
we
don't
all
get down and
fruit,
rock with God
but
like that,
there's a certain
and don't
respect.
have a certain amount of respect, then
Yeah,
that's fine.
there's a
This ain't the channel
decorum.
for you. I
There's a
don't troll
decorum.
about God on my channel. It
There's a
offends me.
there's a decorum that you have. You don't mention pimping in God unless it's you correcting something pertaining to pimping. You don't say God understands my pimping or however.
Is it you, sweat bread? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta make sure.
So there's just a certain type of respect, and it's like if I know that 100 watts don't like the N word being said around it, out of
Mhm.
respect, I'm not going to
You're
say it.
not gonna say it like 50 more times after he asks you not
You It's just a certain decorum.
to. Right.
If he says to me, "Oh, Bola, I don't like when you use the N word, especially you in my house. Can you not use it? I want my son or my daughter here."
Yeah. And then like it's a lot of stuff I've excused tonight. Shout out to you, tough guy. I'll bring you back up in a second. Like the blasphemy against God, after I asked you to stop cussing, you continue to regurgitate some of the words I asked you not to, specifically BNH, MFF. Like, I don't understand. And then you say, that's why I rock with your sister more. People been playing that game for years. Okay, go over there. I rock. That's my sister. I love her. I understand that my platform not for everybody, but what you're not gonna do is come over here and continue to troll. Now I understand that you may have a different perspective. You can express that. Just do it respectfully. That's all I ask. But you being 40 years old, acting like this, it's ridiculous. Like, how much attention do you need? I don't get it. This was a serious conversation that got completely derailed.
I don't see how it got derailed. I think everybody understood everything he was saying.
God is the center of my pimping. It's just all the little trolling. You admitted 2 hours ago you was trolling too. It's just I wasn't with it being like the last day. I was gonna focus on men's mental health. I wasn't trying to
But
troll,
that's
and is what I'm
but
saying.
that word to you is the trigger. That's why I said it like that. But at the
I
end of
just
the day,
think it's just
to
ignorant.
me, it means something
I'm just
different.
trying.
But
I
that's what
get
I'm
it. I'm
saying
not
though. You don't know what it means
listen.
to me. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, I don't care. This is not the platform for that. Is what I'm telling you. I don't care.
Mercy.
And the word is not a trigger. The word is just ignorant to me. There's a difference.
If he was to say that God is the center of his essence, would that make a difference?
I think it's the terminology. There are certain words. There are certain people that garner a certain type of respect in terminology, word terminology, right? So if he prefaced it that way, then absolutely that's better. There. I'm not going to come to your crib and say something that although it's street and we know what it is, on top of the respect that I'm trying to give you.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're talking about God, and the one thing God don't like to be played with is his name. Don't play with his name. I'd rather you cuss Bolo, cuss me out, make fun of me. The one thing I don't want you to do is make fun of him. And you can make a mistake. You could just be like earnestly and honestly making that statement. People have died for less.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, this is not playing with God. Like I said,
No, I'm not
check this
saying
out.
you are. I'm not
No,
saying
wait. I don't play with God. Let me tell you this. Let me real quick. Let me say this. I am saying there is mercies of God. By the mercies of God, even if you're doing some outside of the will of God, that you're okay. I know that. You feel me? That's why I would say something like that, because God would be looking out for me, and I know that.
can I ask you a
And he
question?
don't have to.
Can you
He had mercy on
You
me.
said
can I
you
ask you a
said
question?
God is the center of my pimping. We're not gonna
Like
try
you
to make
said, people have been in trouble, gotten in a lot of bad situations for less.
Let
Okay.
me ask you a question. Let me
And I'm
ask you a
not
question.
saying that I'm so smart, and I'm not saying that, I got it all together, nothing like that. Like I said, by the mercies of God, I appreciate what
What's
God does in my life.
do you know the difference between mercy and grace?
Mm.
Well, maybe it's grace then.
Do
I don't know.
you
Whatever you want to say. I say
I'm
it's
asking
mercy.
okay, what's mercy? That's what I'm asking you. Because you're using it.
I'm saying,
Make sure you know what it is. Do you know what mercy and grace is?
I'm saying both of those terms go hand in hand.
Absolutely. Can you tell me what those terms
Okay.
mean?
It means not excusing, but having a little bit of like compassion or empathy, maybe. I don't know.
Okay. So I was gonna say, so
So
basically, but to me, so I was gonna say it quickly, but to me, like, this is
no,
like,
because
yes.
I think they were having a conversation.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Well, he
What
didn't
the?
say nothing. So I don't know. Maybe he was just trying to make me sound stupid
no,
because he
I would
just
never do
paused and didn't
that.
say nothing.
I would never do that, brother.
Okay,
I,
so then talk. What do you got to say? You've been talking all night. You was
That's how you
quiet.
talk to folks. That's
so
crazy.
No, man, no, because I don't like when people be talking at me. Talk to me, nigga.
He has been
You ain't
very
better than me.
polite.
You
Are you
ain't better than
serious?
me. You ain't
Well,
better
you
than
must
me.
feel less than. Who said that?
so mercy, let
No,
me tell
because I can hear how people talk. I ain't
Man,
stupid.
that sounds
you,
like
mercy. So
insecurity.
mercy is
No, because you
God.
wouldn't talk to me like that in my face.
is-
It sounds
So,
like
uh,
insecurity, sir.
He's answering the question, man. Go ahead.
so mercy is God not giving us what we deserve. That's mercy. And grace is God giving us what we don't deserve.
Come on.
That's the difference. So the mercy, we deserve death, and he doesn't give it to us.
Well, that's
The
what I'm
grace,
saying.
okay.
Maybe I don't deserve it.
None of us deserve it, brother. It's not just
Okay, so
you.
that's why I said I'm
Right, but
not.
what
I'm not lucky. I'm blessed, nigga. I
here's
don't
the
know
thing.
why.
All right, so here's the thing. So do you think that because you said you don't know why, don't you think you should
No, I
try to
don't.
okay, don't you think you should try to find out why?
Well, I do. I do. I give God his like my mom always says that. I'm in
Forget
church
your mom.
probably more than you. I'm in
Listen,
church more than you, and I take that very serious when I play drums at church. I take that very serious,
brother,
actually.
you just gave me your mom's as a reference point. That's what you just did. Instead of you saying,
Well, I'm
I
not.
read it in the Bible,
I'm just
instead of you
speaking
saying, I
as
read
far
it,
as my
I
personal
know
life.
you are. I know. What I'm
Yeah.
saying is, you're a grown man now. Your mother shouldn't be a reference point to understanding who God is.
No, but my mother is a big part of why I know God, because that is a lot of the reason why I actually have a relationship with
Let me
God.
ask you a question.
Because
Here's a
what?
rhetorical question. What if your mother got it wrong?
And that can only carry you so far. It has to
No,
be
But,
personal.
but, 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 that's a good point, Mo. But
But
what if
I
your
just said that I have my own personal relationship with
okay?
God.
So then you shouldn't even bring your mother into it. It should be your personal relationship with God.
Come on.
It shouldn't have you shouldn't have to bring your mother into
But
it anymore.
but this is the whole thing is y'all don't know me. She does. And she knows how I am. And she knows my
Listen,
life, nigga. Y'all don't.
here's the
But
thing.
we come here
You
alone.
don't
We
have
have
That
to
is my best reference. That's my best reference. I
no no
don't
no no. no.
understand what you're
Here's-
trying to say,
I-
homie.
She can only
let me
take
say
you
it.
so far. It
Let me
has to
say
be
it.
personal.
Let me say it to you.
And
So
I
that
told you I have you ain't listening.
I
This is
am
what I'm
listening to
saying.
you. So
Like
let me
everybody
say it.
got their own way of
Every
thinking, and y'all ain't hearing me. You
I'm
ain't
not
listening to nothing I just said.
I'm
Okay,
not
so
gonna
you
let
said
this go left again.
so you
It's
said you have
already
a
No, because he
person.
tried to play me with this little mama shit because I brought up my mother because
Why
she
are you taking
understands
it?
me and
he
Why are
understands
wants
you
to
taking it?
derail the
my
show and
life.
make it about tough guys. That's
Why are
all.
you taking it personal, brother? I'm
No,
not.
he did. He
He
did.
does it all the
Who did
time.
I did? I'm asking you a question in reference to
Okay,
you
okay. So
said
we're
you
talking about me, all right?
correct. You
So
said you
ask the
had a
question and I'll answer it.
okay. So how do you know you have a personal relationship with God?
Because I talk to him every day, just like I'm talking to you.
Okay. Do you open up his word to talk to him or you just freestyle
Yes,
and
I
pray?
got a Bible right here, bro. I got a
I didn't
Bible
ask
right
you.
here.
So you open up the word and read it and understand it and dissect it. Is that what you're telling me?
I I could do better.
What does that mean?
That means I could do better, just like
What
you
is it?
could.
Are you saying we all could do better? That's not the question I asked you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well
But
I
that's
just
not the
told you.
question. But that's not the question I asked you. Why do you answer
Okay,
questions
what
that you asked? Do you open
I
up
just
his
answered
word?
your question. You don't like how I answered the
I
question.
know you didn't answer my question. If you would have gave me an answer to the
Okay,
question, here's my question
I
again.
gave you an answer. You
Do
didn't
you
like it.
open because it didn't answer the question?
You never
Do
answer
you
directly.
answer? Do you open up the word to understand it and rightly divide it?
I read it, but it's not as much as the comprehension that I would like. So it does take me. It what you call not hesitant. It makes me hesitant to really do my due diligence because of the comprehension on certain things specifically. Because there's contradictions in the word.
Give me one contradiction.
Ooh.
Give me one.
Well, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff from
Give me
beginning to
one. I'm not
end. The
asking
New
for a lot.
Testament. There's
Give me
also there's also there's also scriptures that have been torn out.
give
The
me
King
one
James version, but I
man.
mean, no, there's a lot of shit. No, no, I'm not gonna do this with you. We've been talking about this all night.
But you made the claim, tough
You
guy.
made a claim.
You made the
It
Exactly.
doesn't
claim.
matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't
Give me
matter.
Oh.
one contradiction. You said that there's many, and then you preface books being taken out, and I'm asking you for one contradiction. Give me
So
one.
is there not a book? Is there not a book of
Can
Enoch?
you give one of the contradictions
I'm
that you
asking you
speak
to give
about?
me a
Is there
contradiction.
a book of Enoch? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What
Where's
the
the
hell does that have to do with
contradiction?
it? There's a
We
lot
know
of
that they
Okay,
did it.
is that in the
So
King James version? Is that in the King James version? Is that in the
no,
King James version? Thank
no,
you.
it's not. How is that a
Okay,
contradiction? Do you know what contradiction means?
because
Right. We know that they took that out. We know
Do
what
you
they
know
did
what
when they
yeah?
came
Do
to
you know what
Isaiah.
contradiction mean?
We understand that.
means when
Contradiction.
somebody says one thing and does another.
No.
Don't put in
Contradiction
my
means
chat
one
trolling
thing.
kills. Hey, how are you?
Contradiction means one thing is being said and then something else is being said against it, or whatever that thing that was said is totally different. That's contradiction. You're talking about a hypocrite when someone says something and then do the other. Contradiction means I told you blue in one story and then the same story I told you green. That's a
Okay, well
contradiction.
then a lot of shit is hypocritical. Excuse me, wrong word.
Okay, cool. We make mistakes. Give me one thing that's hypocritical in the scripture.
Like I said earlier, God uses a lot of people, but there's this whole thing where you got to be this way, you got to be that way, and everybody wants to judge everybody instead of having their own relationship with God.
Where's the contradiction in the word? Is the question
Can
when
you
it
prove
comes to
that through
the
scripture?
scriptures. What scripture? What scriptures can you tie together to show the contradiction or the hypocrisy?
What he showed, basically what he said was the hypocrisy of man, how men judge each other. And Christ tells you, don't judge not lest ye be judged.
Oh no.
Right, but he was saying in the word though. So I'm trying to figure out where is it
That is in the word, is it not?
No, not
You're
what you
saying
just said.
according to man, what we as humans do. What in the scriptures are you finding that to be contradictive? Because I've heard people say that. I just want you to give me an example if you can.
Well, y'all put me on the spot like a motherfucker, man, because I got my own fucking
Wait,
perspective when
man.
it comes to my own spiritual life, man. Straight up, man. I don't appreciate that. Fuck that shit, man. I got my own personal relationship with God, and y'all ain't about to make me feel
No,
any type of.
I'm not gonna keep arguing.
I'm not trying to make you. I'm
Who
not,
brought that up, sir?
brother. Listen, the last thing that I would want to do is make you feel inadequate or trying to disrespect you. That's the last thing that I would want to do. What I am trying to do, and I'll be direct 100% because I believe straight talk gives you straight understanding. I'm trying to save your life, dog.
Hmm.
That's what I'm trying to
We
do.
also have to understand some people are just who they are,
Absolutely.
and
But
we gotta leave them to the Lord. So
exactly. But you know what, Mo? I still got to do my due diligence to make sure that I can wipe my hands clean and say, Lord, I did my best. Right?
You're right. You're absolutely right.
So when you say that there are contradictions or hypocrisy, I'm going to ask you, show me one. I can't accuse 100 watts of doing something. He said, well, Bolo, tell me when I did it. Well, I don't remember. Well, then how are you going to accuse me of something?
Uh-huh.
And again, it's not me trying to ridicule you. What I'm trying to tell you
It's
is
mostly with men. You're right. It's mostly with men.
I'm trying to tell
Yes.
you.
I get what you're trying to say.
Tough guy. What I'm trying to show you is
That's why I keep dropping you from the stage.
What I'm trying to show you, tough guys, this, bro, that a lot of us think, and I'm putting myself in it, a lot of us think that we got the 100% of it, and we don't.
At all.
At all, my G.
Nobody.
So
I never said that I did. Hey, man, I'm used to five people coming against me at once, man. I told you I'll take the blame, man. I'm used to this. Ain't nothing to me.
I don't want to come at
me. Y'all can all be against me.
Respectfully.
Tough guy.
You think you're more important than everything is not personal towards you. We're only maybe addressing the things that you're sharing that we're not in agreement with. And it's okay for us to not agree with one another. It doesn't have to turn into this long, drawn out drama.
In the last
I do up here, we disagree all the time. I think it was a few weeks ago. It was me, Bolo, Freezy, Vaughn, all of us. But at the end of the day, we ended that conversation in love because we're all on the same path, like trying to gain understanding.
But that's what I don't understand is y'all might not agree with my lifestyle, but everybody does something.
I don't get that from you. You come up here and you troll every time.
But everybody does something. But everybody wants to hate on what I talk about. That's what I'm saying.
Here's
you
the
think
thing.
somebody hating?
Tough guy.
It's the delusion for me.
It's a trigger. Y'all get triggered off the pimping word. I swear, off the pimp, y'all have a fucked up way of thinking about it and everything. Like y'all do. You do.
We found better ways to make money.
You can't lie and say you don't care when the game is omnipresent.
Okay, so you
tough guy. What I'm saying to you is this, because your microphone is crazy. You got a hella fine microphone, brother.
Yeah, that's why I keep
Your microphone is crazy.
Like, I'm tired of being talked over. I'm the only woman up here.
Yeah.
Wait a second. It's ridiculous, tough guy. Like, please, this will never ever happen again on my show.
I've learned a lot though.
I'm letting you talk to him, Bolo, because I know you haven't.
Please let me talk to him. He has a hell of a microphone. He has a hell of a microphone. But what I'm trying to say to you, tough guy, because I know you can hear me. What I'm trying to say to you, it's not to put you on the spot or ridicule you. I left my number in the private chat. I would love to have this conversation behind the chat and have this conversation. What I'm saying to you, my G, is you have to have your eyes on the word itself. right? Because I'll give you an example. I've talked to pastors that have been teaching the scriptures for 60 years that believe Adam and Eve ate an apple when the word doesn't say that. But they teach this in their church every Sunday. Now, you'll talk to elderly and they'll say, yeah, they ate an apple. And everyone in that church will have a Bible and a notepad. And nobody actually opens up the book to see if it was really an apple. That's the point that I'm trying to make to you. To get off the traditions of men and open up the word yourself and read it. That's the point. Yeah, go ahead, 100 Watts.
I thought they ate an apple.
They did.
But they said a fruit.
It said fruit. And that's the point that I'm trying to say to you, that cats will just, but see, that's the tradition, right? And we don't know the difference between what's real in the word and what's tradition.
Ooh, brother.
That's why men don't go to church no more.
And so what we're trying to do, what we're doing, right? What we're trying to do is we read a chapter of the Bible every morning.
A bunch of feminism going on.
Okay. 100 Watts. We read a chapter in the Bible every morning and we give the understanding to it. And then what we ask you to do is write down what we're reading and go study it and meditate on it yourself. Because again, like Mo has been saying for the last 2 hours, it's a personal relationship you need to have. You can't get in on the premise of my father. I can't get in on the premise of my father because, you know, he had a good relationship with God. God's going to say, well, how come you didn't have a good relationship with me? How come you thought it was an apple when it wasn't? You have a phone. You could put every version of the Bible in on your phone, every language. But I guarantee you, if they were selling some J's or they were selling Gucci bags or they were selling PlayStation or something, you'd find it. You'd find it. How important is your salvation? How important is it? That's what it boils down to. You can argue with Bolo all day. You can argue with me for another 5 hours. At the end of the day, I know where I'm going. I know who I'm serving. I know I can open up this word and rightly divide it. Can you? No, you can't. It just is what it is. It's not me saying I'm better.
It's Satanists that can do the same thing you do, man. There's people out there that can recite the word back and forth and use it for. Oh, now you want me to mute it? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Discernment is key.
Yeah, I want you to mute because right now I'm talking to 100 Watts.
Do you understand, like, when you're connected, it's so clear to see who playing games?
No,
so even if people know the word,
you know,
says try the spirit by the spirit. God will absolutely discern who is real.
Well, you know, right now he's operating in his pride. You know what I'm saying? And again, you know, our job is to save lives by pointing them to Christ. It's our job. My job isn't to try and ridicule you and say such and such. Listen, there's still a lot I got to learn. What I'm saying is, if you ask me what my relationship is with God, 100 Watts, I'm not going to reference my mother or my father. Well, my father did a good job teaching me the script. Nah, dogs. I open up the word and read it myself. I have a personal relationship with him. I talk to him, with Bill. I pray. I do this. I do that. There's a specific way you need to pray. There's a specific way you need to talk to him. There's a specific way you need to walk. There's a specific way you need to talk.
Come on.
The Lord tells you no profanity should come out your mouth when you're talking about me. How many times has Mo said, yo, please with the profanity? So that goes to show.
That's because that's not how I live. That's why. That's not how I live.
Doesn't sound like submission, though.
That's why.
But you're not supposed to be living for you. You're supposed to be living for
God.
God.
I told you it was the mercies of God. But this is the whole thing. I see God working in my life. You can say that all day.
I never said he didn't work in your life, brother. I never said he didn't work in your life.
What the hell is you talking about?
This is okay. Let me drop you again. It ain't even the cussing, sir. It's the fact that I said, can you watch it a little bit? I'm on my way to getting monetized. And then you make sure you repeat B's and H's and F bombs intentionally after I ask you to at least show some type of consideration.
And you know what hurts me, Mo? I'll tell you what hurts me, man. What pains me. Okay, let me use that. What pains me is that cats get on women when they do the same thing.
That's what's so crazy.
Cats will take women and run them through the grinder.
But let me tell you this though. Like I've been knowing Tough Guy for like 2 years, and I don't know what it is when it's I don't know, but he has a way of coming up like very aggressive, and I think a lot of it is for attention, to derail the show, to make it about him. Now I could be wrong, but this has happened so many times, and he knows the type of channel that I have. And I think people know by now how serious I am about mental health, you know, and I've actually had people come up here and share their testimonies. I take this portion of my show very seriously. So for him to come up here and just play, and we got people like really that have pondered self-deletion. I have people in my family that have actually went through with the self-deletion. Like, I don't play about stuff like this. Like, it's a time and a place. I always say that. There are plenty of other channels where you can go. But if I'm having this moment and this show not for you, I get it. You don't have to be here. That's the thing. Like, you can click off if you feel like this is not for you. I don't force anybody. I just post my link and say, feel free to join the conversation. If not, I get it. Simple.
And you know what and again, like I said, what hurts me is that if women do what he's doing, cats run them through the grinder.
Mm-hmm.
Defensive, you're not listening, you ain't answering the questions, you know, you're this, you're that, and the third, or whatever the situation might be. We're just trying to have a conversation, but they'll run them into the grinder. We're no different, man. This is why the Lord says, judge not lest ye be judged. We do the same thing that they do, but we're quick to point the finger at them and not look in the mirror and look at ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And then we want to bring women into the conversation when we're talking about men. I don't understand.
Lady Naveau, he's still back here. I just don't want him to like just up, because when I talk, I can't be heard. His mic is on 1,000.
His mic is crazy, so I don't know what kind of mic he got. Probably
I hope you stop interrupting.
But as you was going by what you were saying about the fruit, and like you say about the apple, it's the same thing. They were saying the same thing about the Trinity. The Bible doesn't say Trinity; it just said God the Father and Jesus, and they were trying to trick me with that too.
But people assign it like that, right? When
Exactly.
You talk about Father, Son, but it's not. But you have to understand, it's man's understanding of it. But he speaks about the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. He speaks about that. You dig what I'm saying? He doesn't call it the Trinity, but he speaks on it.
But they always say this is the Trinity. You need the Trinity.
But you can't get to the listen. You need listen. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. They're all one, my G. You can't get through anything without going through one of them. The Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is what connects you to Christ.
Come on.
And Christ is what connects you to God. Now, here's the crazy part about all of that. All of them are God. This is what trips me out. It's him. Listen, it's him. You ever heard the saying, if you want something done, you got to do it yourself? God didn't have to come down here and die, man. He didn't have to come down here and die. Not just die, but ridicule, whip, beat, maimed, stabbed, spit on. And then cats say, God knows me. God knows what I do. Oh, does he? Obviously, you haven't read Numbers chapter 10 where God killed Nadab and Abihu for just lighting incense.
Come on.
You read that. And he didn't say anything to them. He killed them and then sent their uncle to go talk to their father and say, hey, listen, this is what God told me to tell you. Anybody that comes next to God, they have to honor him. This ain't about, he don't need you. God don't need me.
Mm-hmm.
We need him. God don't need gravity or air. We need it. So it mind boggles me.
Why would you think that I'm trying to say that? I'm not trying to say that.
conversation is way past you. You
Right.
keep thinking it's about
Well,
you. It's
well,
not. It's
okay. Well, y'all keep put. Oh,
oh, do
okay.
me a favor. You're gonna have to give me
So some
access.
of it's about me, and then some of it's not.
Nah, none of it's
Okay.
about you, my G. We're using you to teach other people. That's what we're doing.
That's a whole.
Oh, okay. So you're using me. Okay.
Yes,
Okay. I got you.
yes. Right now we're using
Yeah.
you to
All
teach.
right.
Right. That's what we're doing right now. Because you don't want to participate.
You ain't using me, dog. You keep
We
putting me in
are.
the back because y'all don't want to hear from me.
Nah, we don't.
It's
We
cool.
don't. So mute him up, Mo, please.
Exactly.
Please.
So don't try to use me if
Turn
you
it
don't want to
down.
hear from me.
Okay, okay. Oh, so then Mo, kick him off then. Boot him then.
It's that simple.
Okay, Mo, do me a favor, please. Can you
Mm-hmm.
boot him, please?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because you don't want to talk to me like a man.
Nah. We
Yeah, that's what
don't.
it
At
is,
this
homie.
point, you're
You a
right. At
punk
this
ass
point,
motherfucker,
you're right.
dog.
I am that. I'm all that, my G. I'm all that. I'm all
Not
that.
you still in the back, child. Let me
No.
beam you.
I'm all that. I'm not the one that was hurt when I was a child, and I'm up here
You
isolating
know what I'm
myself from
saying?
everybody.
And then people don't even be people
So,
will push you to throw little
He
slugs.
probably be angry at breakfast.
listen. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying. This is what's gonna have to happen, bro.
Why
You
people always like lead to that though? Like when you check them, they go try to hit below the belt.
He can't handle the truth.
because it's not a listen. It's not about me trying to emasculate the dude because I've tried.
Exactly. I
It,
know.
it's about him trying to understand that this goes beyond you, right? Because you got youngins listening to you, and that they more feel your kind of way of speaking than mine, which is cool. But what I'm trying to say to you is, when I asked you what your relationship with God was, you told me your mom's. Your mom's. You're grown. You sound like you 50. So you sound like you're about my age or older. And you
And that's
referencing
because
your
you got
mama?
more time. It has nothing to do with control.
And see, and that's how the enemy run. Nah, Cash
Yeah,
Kid.
we don't. But
It's not
you
about
have to know the
control
difference between control versus working together and being in alignment. There's a difference.
and order.
Exactly.
There's a big difference, dog. If we're trying to have a conversation and someone is derailing the conversation, and you see how many times she brought him up and down, it had to be about 6-7 times.
Lady Nouveau, I normally have mods in here, but hey, it's all good. They probably in the bushes. Shout out to y'all.
When she said,
my sister was asleep though. I know if my sister was awake, she
Young
would be.
Riaz is he's in the chat. Young Riaz, I just seen him. But go ahead, Young Riaz.
Okay, Pat. Anyways, very great young lady and stuff. Anyways, so pretty much relating to the title anyway. I was gonna say the past, to the present thing. Though, yeah, so okay. No, that's it actually. It's like when I feel like sometimes though before I have a guilty conscience or something that if I did something a long time ago, I feel like I carry that though. Took me a while to actually learn to actually work through that and learn to let go of that mistake and stuff like that. Look, I know God can forgive and stuff like that, but also I'm the one who has to learn to let go because God's already forgiven me. It is me who has to let go of whatever I did wrong though in that time though. It's like 17 and stuff like that. 17 and stuff like that. I've said something that I regret, and basically I've had like a guilty conscience for that. And yeah, sometimes I might carry that here there, but I've actually learned to let it go though. So I'm just relating it back to the title though. You know?
That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
And Cash Kid, no, it's not about me being in charge, my G. And this is the problem.
He done said a few things like
Yeah,
stop.
that's okay. I'll address it.
Hold on real quick. If you bother, if it's too preachy or churchy for you, bye. I'm done apologizing and trying to make sense and cater to everybody. Bye.
Here's the thing, Cash Kid. The thing is this, right? We talk about order. We talk about men, being the leaders and being that and being this. But it seems like you dudes like organized confusion. It seems like you cats like confusion, man. Like when you see order being implemented, it's a problem. Then he quotes a scripture that's completely
You
wrong.
want to
Honor
teach
your
it so
father,
bad.
and honor your mother.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. You want to
Yes,
teach
go ahead.
so bad. First of all, nobody called him a prophet. You are just mad that he commands the room without having to big up himself. He gets respect through acknowledging God, and you're bothered by that. This don't have nothing to do with Bolo. This has everything to do with him promoting the word of the Lord. That's it. This ain't about ego over here. It ain't about views and taking our eyes off the Lord. We get derailed by some of these things, but no, that's not what it's about over here. And you're disappointed in me. Well, let me tell you this. Don't put your trust in me. I will fail you. I don't even want that type of pressure, sir. You came over here and hit my link. If it's not the channel for you, fine. Bye. Respectfully. And I'm trying not to block you.
So to Cash Cat, it's most channels why it's called Mo Love. Okay. However, we deal with, there's a certain type of respect that we deal with here in conversation.
It's amazing how I keep interrupting, but you already know me well enough now to know. I have to say this.
Go ahead.
Last week it was porn bombing, P bombing. This week is derailed again. Like any type of way, like I always say, God know I'm trying to promote him. It is what it is, and it's gonna always be some type of distraction. I just gotta get to where I'm not really bothered by it. But yeah.
So
it's just weird.
It is. It's like we say that we want something, and then when it's given, we don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
We get pissed off at it. We get angry at it, right? So again, it's not Bolo trying to do this or do that. Nah, man, it's about instilling order, right? When you say the scripture says honor your mother, honor your father, absolutely the scripture says that. That wasn't the question that was asked of him. You understand? Mm-hmm. The question that was asked is, do you have a personal relationship with Christ? His response was, yeah, my mother taught me in such and such and such and such. And then when I said, how do you have a relationship? How do you know? He prefaced his mother again. And you're a grown man. You shouldn't be prefacing your mother. I didn't ask you about your past. I asked you, do you have one?
Exactly.
That's what it was. So what you should be saying is, yeah, I got one. Why? Because the word says this, I serve him, I meditate, I such and such and such and such and such and such and such. And then we can continue the conversation. But it's not, I'm not trying to get a gotcha moment. I'm not trying to attack. I'm not trying to do any of those things. I didn't call him out of his name at all.
Right. He did that when he got in his little feelings.
Yeah. And again, I don't take it personal. I get it. I don't take it personal. Anytime someone is questioned on something that they've been doing all their life and you're forced to question it, of course you're gonna get defensive with it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You said that the Bible got all sorts of contradictions in it. Give me one. There's hypocrisy in the Bible. Give me one. See, y'all got me on the spot. Dogs, hold on. You got yourself on the spot. You made a statement.
Come on.
You made the statement. All I'm asking you is to qualify the statement. That's it. Even if you're wrong, at least you can say, well, that's what I thought was a contradiction. All of us can be wrong. I've been corrected on my channel.
Right, me too.
I'm not man enough that it's like, you know what? You're right. My bad. Let me make the adjustments. That's what growth is.
Mm-hmm.
That's what growth is. When you cats get so offended that you can't even grow, listen, I wash my hands and dust my feet. So when you say to me, but you're having a conversation, no, this conversation ain't for you. I'm really talking to 100 Watts because he was asking questions. I'm just using you as the example. That's what I'm doing.
Cash Kid, we're not saying there's anything wrong with his parents teaching him.
No, we're not saying
Saying
he's
that they
wrong.
can only take you so far. I grew up being taught too. I think a lot of us did. I grew up with
Absolutely.
consistent prayer life, church back in the day. Um, yeah, reading the word together with my mom and my dad. But I know that they can only take me so far. I
Right.
have to get to know God on a more personal level. You can
Yeah.
tell me who He is all day, but until I have had my own personal encounter, it's gonna hit different. It's not gonna
Yeah.
hit the same. So
So Cash Kid said,
Understand.
so dictate, Cash Kid says, so dictating answers like the reading of the Bible. Yeah, brother. Because if you can't answer the question, then yes, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to try and compartmentalize it so you can respond to the question that I'm asking you.
Can I ask a question, kind of directing away from the chat for a second?
I read it, Cash Kid.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, until you get your mean no more, because for me though, I'm a born believer though. It's just I didn't start developing my own, deep, genuine relationship with God until I was 13. Yes, I believed my whole life. I was believing. I was just believing for the sake of believing. And when I hit 12, I literally had so many questions to God though. I literally questioned God though, not like like literally that time question to literally when I went for a pilgrimage though, like literally actually going on a pilgrimage in general, of course. When I went on a
I don't know
pilgrimage,
what
that
you're
literally
talking
changed
about.
my life.
Hold on, Riaz. I don't know. I'm sorry. Y'all skip the actual Bible talk. I'm not gonna keep entertaining it.
No,
Anyway,
but
what
I
you
think
saying?
100 Watts had a question he wanted to ask.
Oh, what was your question?
Um, I've been listening to this whole conversation, and so the in fuck. I'm sorry. I had the question. I'm trying to figure out how to put it out in words. I just lost it. To get the complete understanding, it doesn't happen without that book. It does not happen without the Bible. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
In order to have a relationship, you gotta
You see,
And
find
it
out.
because
takes more than just
here's
the
the important,
word,
here's
because
the important
sometimes
thing with it.
with the word, that's part of it, right? God gives us other resources. That's why He said, "I will leave with you a comforter who will bring all things back to your remembrance."
Come on.
So the Holy Spirit is also a huge part of it. Do you understand why some people say, "Okay, I read this, but it's not really resonating with my spirit"? We need the Holy Spirit as that extra resource to gain full understanding. Like God gives us really great weapons through the word, through prayer, and the Holy Spirit. Like the truth will be revealed. It's
And,
not the guessing game when we're talking about the word. It
and,
takes true nurturing of what we're reading, the prayers. Like this is like a lifestyle. It's not something we get on YouTube and just do for 5 hours. This is outside of YouTube too. So when
Mhm.
we get
and
up
on
and
top of that too, on
I,
top, I'm sorry, Mo, you finished?
I
I'm
own
sorry.
that when I do that on my channel. I don't. When I go live, this is my time to have these serious conversations. And all I want is the same respect that I give. That's it.
I think my man is cold. And plus, you have to understand, with the scriptures, you go on the spirit. Hold on a second. I'm going to talk to this dude. He wants to talk.
I know that I'm definitely doing work on my relationship with God. I definitely.
I love
It's
that.
not about Mo getting, it's not about Mo. Hold on, tough guy. Hold on. It's not about Mo getting into her feelings, my G.
How can you? Okay,
I'm,
okay. And I hate, hold on. I'm so sorry. I hate when men do that too. Oh, she's being emotional, as if you can shame me for that. Nobody can shame me for that. Okay. I am getting a little emotional. I'm very passionate about what I do for the Lord. And we're not going to talk about emotions. Who acted like, see, Lord, I got to watch my language. Who acted like a big coward and start throwing a fit like a 3-year-old? Oh, I didn't get my way. I didn't like what they said, so let me cuss them out. So who was really in their feelings? Think about it. who really doesn't have any self-control. People who don't have self-control sound like people in their feelings to me. So maybe you need to reevaluate what that truly means, being in your feelings. I'm so sorry for interrupting you. You can go. I won't interrupt you. I'm going mute.
Oh no, you good. I'm definitely not trying to step on your toes. Um, but I know that I'm definitely working on my relationship with God. It's been one of them things. You know what I'm saying? Life has a way of putting things in front of you that just makes shit hard. I apologize. That just make things hard. You know what I'm saying? And I do my best to. I ain't even gonna say that because I can say that confidently. I do believe in God, and I know that God. Because there's been plenty of times where it's been nothing but God that has gotten me through some of what I've been going through, and even in moments of things going well, I really can't give that to nobody but God. And when things are going bad, I know it's because either one, I'm not paying attention to God, or two, I didn't give him the credit that he deserved. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of what I'm carrying now just comes from getting older and experience and all of that. Because, like I said, I didn't grow up with a book. Nobody sat down and read a Bible to me or tried to give me like a scripture or anything like that. A lot of this is coming from just life experience and, like I said, following along with people like Bolo and other people like that for the last few years, just trying to get some of this so I can get some of these questions answered so I can get to that next level. Because I'm trying to figure this out. Because I do the analogy about like GPS and the GPS going there. Like I like that analogy a lot because it really makes a lot of sense. Just driving aimlessly going nowhere, it makes a lot of sense. I really like that analogy. But after all this emotional back and forth stuff, we all just need a hug. Okay, everybody need a nice virtual hug and an amen and a woo sigh. You know what I'm saying? Amen and a woo sigh.
Salute, man. Salute.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's a great thing that even though you didn't grow up with, the foundation, I guess, of biblical principle, that you found somebody that you can, I guess, kind of look to for understanding when it comes to the word. So, yeah, that's a good thing. Did anybody else want to add anything?
No.
One thing, I guess. So I was gonna say though, basically though, when with God the Father was to send to the earth, to not just to make God the center. Yes, basically put God as the center. Yes, do the faith and everything like that. But you're supposed to do the work as well. But when you also do the work, you're supposed to live a life of balance. Because when on Judgment Day, right, we're not just gonna be asked questions about how you worship God, who's the man sent to you, what was the book sent to you, not just that only. It's gonna be asked about how you lived your life though, basically. And we're supposed to balance everything though, because you're not supposed to do one thing or the other because God, yes, we're supposed to worship God, but at the same time, God wants us to live our life because we're sent to this earth for a purpose though, not just to basically solely. Yes, we're solely to worship him, but it's more than that, basically, It's more than that, because God tests those who he loves, though.
Mm-hmm. I agree. So, do y'all want to give closing statements? Riaz, was that yours, or you could give yours if you like?
I probably got one more closing statement as well before I pass the mic over. So the last closing statement I got to everyone else is please also do your research before you take out anything from the stream. And also everyone else though. Very much everyone else in the replay in the chat also. Please leave a like, a comment, share, connect to the host, and connect to every creator connect to every creator in the chat and on the panel to help us grow. God willingly help us grow, inshallah. Basically, inshallah, help us all grow and basically help the host grow as well and get her monetized, inshallah, and hopefully, inshallah, that will happen to me. So what I mean though, inshallah means God willing. So God willingly help everyone hit, and yeah, man, I'm done now.
Thank you, Riaz.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Sweatbread, did you want to add your remarks?
Like the man says, GPS, which is the Bible. When the GPS give out, use wisdom and knowledge in your spirit man, because you're gonna need it, because you're gonna get tested one way or another. Like the man said, tomorrow is not promised. You know, I believe the world even noticed that. That's why you think what's that song? Bruno Mars and the Devil Lady. They even saying that, you know, we don't know what tomorrow's gonna be like. We might be at war. We may not. But be on your purpose. Read that word. Because I'm trying to get, I don't know about you. I'm not trying to be on the outside looking in. I'm trying to be up there with you.
Absolutely. That's good. Brown Man, did you have any final thoughts?
I love the stream. I just wanted to say sorry for I did not know that you guys were like actually about God's business. I was not aware until way into the stream, so I apologize for not giving a more based answer. I was just to the
No,
conversation.
you're fine. I
Honestly,
appreciate you so much.
honestly, I just want to say the Bible offers a peace that passes all understanding. That's a fact. And so at the end of the day, Jesus is the only one that can heal all wounds, that can fill any void in a man's life. And at the end of the day, I really love the analogy that Bolo gave about Nadab and Abihu, that reference, because it's very important. The fact that they died, the father couldn't even cry for their son's death, because as a leader of God, he is not to let the crowd murmur against sin. That's a hard truth. That's a very hard truth. And at the end of the day, I really like that Bolo did reference that. I think we learned a lot here today. And, you know, when it comes to trauma, there is really, I only know of one man that can heal all traumas. I really only know of one. And that's Jesus Christ. That's on facts. So you got to search the scriptures. You got to seek a relationship, because there's only one truth. And so yeah, that's pretty much all I got. So
And thank you so much, Brown Man. I do this every Sunday night around 10:30 p.m. Central Time. If you want to come back, I appreciate everybody that hit the link. Even Tough Guy, shout out to you.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was on the other line talking to him, but I'm not gonna tell you what we talked.
Who?
Huh?
Who were you talking to?
My man, Tough Guy.
Oh, okay.
But I won't tell what was being said. But
Of
you know,
course
I'm
not.
sorry. I'm
Right.
sorry. What was, you know, that I left, because I really wanted to say salutations to 100 watts. You know, and you know the brothers that are up here. You know, so I apologize for that.
I wish 100 watts was still here.
Yeah, I apologize for that disrespect. I'm sorry, but
No, you're good. It's fine. But I'm glad you talked to him. You know. But yeah, so they gave their final thoughts. Do you have any? Well, I guess I could give mine. I spoke on uprooting trauma because I know that God really wants us to be free, and He doesn't want us to just function. And sometimes we know even we're guilty of just functioning in this life. And God wants us to live a healed, whole, and free life, not just pretending like we're okay, you know? And another thing, when trauma is not uprooted, it can really distort your identity. When trauma isn't dealt with, it can lie to you about who you are, what you're worth, and what you deserve. So letting God uproot your trauma allows Him to restore like your true identity in Him, and you'll know that you're loved, you're seen, and you're chosen. You won't have to seek so much validation from society. And validation feels great, right? I'm not gonna lie. We love praises, but you won't look to that as your source for security. Um, and again, know that you can um, try to cover it up through whatever your vice is. We all use something at some point, but God is can only reach those deep things. And of course, I believe in therapy. You know, that type of support is also very helpful. But remember that God sees the part of you that you sometimes even hide from you. Like the word says, know ye that the Lord, He is God. It is He that hath made us and not we ourselves. He knows us better than we do. And remember that when you do feel a sense of deep rooted trauma, remember that God is near to the brokenhearted. He wants to heal us and He wants us in our best state. And keep in mind that trauma not only affects you, we must confront it because it can affect generations, you know. And when you allow God in, He has the ability to stop the cycles and allow legacy, the things that we talk about on these panels all the time, allow legacy to begin with you, you know. Yeah, but you're go ahead, Bolo. If
Wow. First of all, I like to apologize to
Hi,
everybody.
Genesis.
You know, I like to apologize to everybody for jumping off. Let me say that. He had called me, so we had a brief conversation, and I apologize for that. I'll do my best for that not to happen again. Uh, this, you know, when we have conversations about mental illness and about, you know, I'm just gonna add on top of what Mo said. That's all I'm doing. When we have these conversations and it talks about the progression of the kingdom through um, allowing him in your life, and like she said, uplifting or uprooting the trauma in these deep planted problems that we have, and um, we're gonna have interruptions, and we're gonna persevere through it, right? Because we're not gonna let it, you know, disturb the message and disturb the mission, right? The mission is, you know, to get up here and create a safe place where people can come. We had a young man by the name of Brandon that talked about, you know, a few weeks ago, he was thinking about self-deleting. You know, he felt comfortable enough to do it here, you know, to speak about it. And you know, to let that off is amazing because, you know, there are a lot of men, women, and children that are struggling with these thought processes, and to see a grown man who would cam up and do that, you know, you get all the accolades and all the props. He should get all the props, not me. He should get all the props. Mo Love should get all the props for coming up here and talking about her past traumas and things of that nature. They should get all the props. Now, I've spoken about my past traumas and things of that nature with you guys. However, this is not about accolades.
Mm-hmm.
This is about, you know, doing for you guys what Christ has done for us. That's what this is about.
Yes.
The Lord tells us, he says, if you love me, feed my flock. That's not an ask. That's an order. If you love me, yeah, feed
What if
my
you don't
flock.
listen?
Well, then you got a problem. I can't tell you what that problem is. I'm not Jesus. All I can tell you is you got a problem. Okay? If God gives you a gift and you choose not to use that gift to push the kingdom, He will take that gift from you and give it to somebody else. Now, how he chooses to do it, I don't know. Sometimes maybe he'll take your voice, maybe he'll take you being able to use the guitar and give it to somebody else, or maybe he might just kill you. I don't know. I know that all of those options are on the table because he is who he says he is. So all I'm saying to you as the guy waving the red flag is yield. Warning.
Absolutely.
That's
And
what our job is. Go ahead.
Right. Something I had to learn and I'm still learning is to not fear. Like when God reveals to me that I may not be healed in an area, do not fear the digging, because when something is being uprooted, it's not going to be just surface level. It has to be uprooted, because anything that's not uprooted is going to continue to grow in secret. So never fear the digging when it comes, when those things are exposed through the Lord, because God never exposes what he's not willing to heal. He's not like man. So when those things are exposed, just, completely surrender, uprooting that trauma. Like, just think about it from a nature perspective. Like, it clears the soil for whatever your purpose is to grow, to bloom, and to also bless other people and not bleed out on them because you're walking in your trauma. We don't want to dwell in our trauma. I think I said it earlier, like, Lord, one of my prayers, help me to be loyal to my healing and not my trauma. That is so huge. Some of us, we do stay stuck in the past. We allow our traumas to identify who we are, and God never wanted that for us. He wanted us to overcome those things. Those things are supposed to be used to get us to the next point.
Can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
Kills don't go no place. Kills don't go no place. Kills.
I want to highlight that what he said.
Yeah, that's what I was about to. Kills don't go no place, man.
Kill said, if you see me wild out on these panels sometimes, just know my brother was deleted in a car accident over a month ago. I had no idea, Kills.
Well, let me say this, man, Kills.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
We gonna pray for you, Kills. Mm-hmm. Heavenly Father, we come to you with hearts heavy from the weight of sudden loss. Mourning Keel's brother. His life was taken far too soon in a tragic car accident. Lord, in this moment of sorrow and confusion, we ask you to be near Keels and to be near the brokenhearted, their family. Wrap your loving arms around those who are hurting right now, and that they don't fall apart. Let them know that you are still God, and even when life doesn't make sense, you are still there with them. Father, you are God who collects every tear in a bottle, who walks with us through the valley of the shadow of death, and who promises that joy will come in the morning. We ask you to give strength to the Keels family and all the friends, to their grieving heart. Remind them that their brother's life was not in vain, that every laugh, every hug, every moment shared is eternally remembered by you. Whisper peace to their soul in the silence of the night, and let your spirit be their comfort when they feel grief is unbearable. Lord, for all those who are struggling with mental illness, depression, PTSD, those who carry pain in silence, who feel lost, alone, and angry, we ask for your supernatural strength. Breathe life back into their weary spirits. Plant hope where despair is growing. And most of all, remind them that even in their darkest hour, you are near. You are faithful. You will never let go. In the name of our beloved Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. We love you, Kills.
Kills, our condolences to you. And this is the point that we're talking about. You don't know what people are going through, man. You have no clue of what people are going through in their lives. And sometimes
Don't
they'll,
close. Right.
they come to certain channels as a safe haven to hear a word.
Mm-hmm.
And this is important because the only thing you have to lose is your life.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's what you want to gamble with, stand aside and let us do the work. Stand aside.
Just like Venus said, please. It's simple.
Stand aside and let us do the work, man. If you haven't made up your mind, which is cool, we'll come back and circle around. But allow us to do the work with the people that have made up their mind, the people that do want the homework or want the growth through doing the homework of studying, meditating, spending time in a quiet place with the Lord. You have to understand that this is not a game. This is not a game. So to you, Brother Keels, my condolences to you. Can you do me a favor, Mo? Can you put the village number in there for him, please?
Yes.
And Keels, holla at me.
Lady Naveau, can you put it in? I forgot it. I got
Yeah.
to look it up. My bad.
Yes.
I'm acting like I can't look it up.
That's all good. Lady Naveau, it's 347-394-5954.
Repeat it.
347-394-5954. Keels, give me a call, my G. Give me a call, man, so we could talk. All right, because again, it's not an easy. Come on, man. That's hard, and
That is.
my
I can
condolences,
imagine.
right? So, please give us a call. If I don't, if you don't get me, leave me a voicemail. I will contact you. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes you just need someone to listen, man. Sometimes not even for a breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that you need, to hear. Because something that tragic can derail you.
It can.
It can. So with that
Hey,
being said,
E-Dub.
E-Dub is in the building.
E-Dub. Mm-hmm.
He said I needed that start. Yeah. So thank you, Lady Naveau. She said she put it in earlier, but thank you. So oh yeah, okay, yeah. Genesis, you can call also if you need to talk. Call.
Hey, Genesis Boo.
Call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All of you guys can call, man. The number ain't just for them.
Right.
But Mo Love put some numbers in the chat pertaining to trafficking, drug addiction.
Do you want me to repost them again? Can you?
Okay, hold on. Yeah,
Okay.
they're not in the back chat.
Oh, they are. Okay.
Yeah.
Even truck drivers.
Let me see.
So the numbers that are posted, again, whatever you're going through, these numbers are free. They operate 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and they are totally anonymous.
Mm-hmm.
And they will direct
Is
you.
this 284?
It's me, Mo. It's me.
Yeah. They will direct you to help in your neighborhood, in your city, in your state. Please, man. If you need the help, if you're in that room and you're contemplating doing some harm, please go into your children's room. And again, y'all may not like what I'm about to say, but do it. Read their diaries, man. Don't blow them up. But get into your children's business.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of us are finding out our children are being bullied, they're being ridiculed, they're going through all of these things, and we don't find out until it's too late. Be in their business, but do it with tact, right? Do it with respect. Don't just bust in the room and give me don't do that. Use tact. Be a little sneaky. You act like you don't know how to be sneaky. We've all been sneaky before.
Exactly.
Do that. Get into their life. Call your brothers, man. Call your sisters.
Mm-hmm.
Please call them. I ain't gonna be long winded because I know 84 came up here to say something.
No, this is so good though.
No, Bolo, you good, you good. You know me, I
E-Dub,
be
call me.
chilling, man.
E-Dub, call me. Nah, I don't mind, man. It's for the whole chat.
It's so true. As a school bus driver, for 3 years, you know, these kids, they're experimenting, and sometimes they experiment the wrong things. You know what I'm saying? That's why, as a school bus driver, if I don't stand up, you know, stand on business, if I just always stay in my seat, they won't respect me. That's why I had to get in their face, because if you just look at the mirror and say, okay, sit down, they don't respect you. But if you're in their face, if you always stayed up, they know you mean business. So you gotta be on these kids, because if you don't, someone will. I'm just saying, as a school bus driver.
Yeah, that's so true. 84, did you want to say something?
Nah, man, I'm just here, family. I'm just here. You know, I'm listening.
I am surprised
And,
you are still awake, brother. What you doing?
I'm surprised all y'all still awake. How y'all still awake?
I gotta be at work at 8, but I work from home, so
That's nothing, man. I'm 3 hours ahead of y'all.
Facts.
I've been working since 1 o'clock at night. I do this for a living.
It's still 4 y'all time, man. It's 7 o'clock.
Sun came up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Side at my desk, trying not to get in my bed from
You know
home.
what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. So see, we do know how to tell jokes, man. You know, y'all want to hear a joke? Moses, Jesus, and an old man are playing golf. And Moses, he's first up. He hits the ball into the river. So Jesus and the old man, they start laughing. So Moses looks and says, okay, he splits the river and he hits the ball onto the green. So it's Jesus' turn. Jesus hits the ball into the river. He walks on the water, hits it onto the green. So it's the old man's turn. Old man hits the ball and it's about to land into a water, and a red snapper jumps out the water and grabs the ball. And as the red snapper is about to jump back into the water, an eagle comes down and grabs the red snapper. So as the eagle is flying away, a lightning bolt hits the eagle, and the eagle lets go of the red snapper. The red snapper falls onto the ground, and he coughs up the ball, and the ball goes into the hole. And Jesus turns around and says, come on, Dad, you showing off now.
I don't get it.
That was God. God was the old man. He said, come on, you showing off now. Man, I thought y'all would catch on to it.
I'm slow. I'm not good at jokes like that.
Not you saying you slow.
When it comes to stuff like that, like, why did this do that? I be like, I don't know.
No. The reading is tomorrow, lady. The reading is tomorrow. Yes.
Did anybody in the chat get it, or am I just slow?
Yes, Elaine Navoa laughed. E-Dub laughed. Lana Love laughed.
So I'm kind of being slow.
84 laughed. So Lana Love said, I got it.
Okay.
I said, I got it.
Bolo, I think one time somebody told me they thought that you was actually God. And the way you don't sleep, I don't know. Maybe you might be.
Oh my God. I do sleep now, though. My work schedule changed. Like, I can't be up. Like,
sleep, brother.
I was up all night weeks ago. Those days are done for me. Like, I can stay up late sometimes, but not like I used to.
Nah, I call them more vampires. More don't sleep.
God, if you want to fight, I mean.
She said you.
Oh, wow.
He calling me slow.
You know what I saw? Look at the little hands that he have behind his name. The little muscle. Keel said, he said, I didn't know the old man was God. Great one, Bolo. Yeah. I got a lot of them, man. I'll give y'all one each time I'm on Mo Show. I'll give y'all.
Yeah.
Be careful on the 4th of July weekend.
Sleep, baby.
Huh?
Yeah, be careful on the 4th of July weekend, because I'm seeing people shooting fireworks at people now. They play around with fireworks.
Friday. I'm so excited to be off.
Yeah, it's getting crazy out here.
Be careful out there, man. You know.
Oh, I know. That's why I'm praying. I came in.
Halloween and Comic-Con are the worst times to go celebrate.
And they got fire too.
Because the police don't come out during Halloween or 4th of July because everything sounds like a gun. And on
Mm.
Halloween, everyone's wearing masks. So just be mindful, man, of these things and understand Halloween is a paganistic holiday that's rooted in
All
what.
of them are.
So, I mean, yeah, all of them are, but,
Hmm.
just be mindful of the things that we sit here. Like, how many people here say knock on wood?
I don't.
See, now no one says knock on wood. How
But
many
people
people
that
in the
I
chat?
didn't say
How
nobody.
many,
I just said I
how many
don't.
people in the chat says knock on wood? Come on, man, don't lie now. How many people in the
I
chat say
really don't say that.
knock on wood? How many people? Q said I do. Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever
Say
said
knock
knock
on
on wood,
wood.
or do you knock on wood? Put a 1 in the chat. Now cats gonna act like they don't do it.
That's superstitious, but I know it's a
See,
saying.
E-Dub said I have. Now, do you know where it comes from? Spirits live in trees. And what people used to do is they used to knock on the wood so that the spirit can come out. And the spirit would want a gift, not a good spirit. So it just became a cliche of knocking on wood. So don't do it. Because a lot of these cliches that we don't know, they're rooted in paganistic origins. So,
Mhm.
it's important that we realize what these things are. So please
And
don't do it.
I say that because I just remember growing up, and my mom and my dad are from Louisiana, so that's like witchcraft state. And my mom would always be like, "No, don't," like when she would hear my cousins and stuff say that, she'll be like, "No, don't say that. Like y'all don't understand what that means." So she was just real big on not, abiding by what those things mean. So
I'm
yeah.
gonna see, again, what we like to do all the time, right? When we like to show and prove what we say,
Mhm.
so it don't look like we be freestyling.
Right.
Can you share my
Lady Naveau, I am 39, girl. I'm up there. Uh-huh.
When is your
can you
birthday?
see?
March 14th.
It says the superstition of knocking on wood luckily originates from ancient paganistic beliefs in tree spirits. Many cultures, include the Celts, viewed trees as dwelling place for spirits and gods. Knocking on wood was a way to either invoke their protection, thank them for good fortune, or ward off evil spirits. So we know Christ don't deal with none of that madness. So we have
Mm-hmm.
to be mindful of the stuff that we do. So again, please look into some of the stuff that you guys are doing and getting involved in. Bucket 88 said I used to say it.
He used to what?
Tough guy says I knock on wood all the time. I'm a drummer.
Oh, tough guy get on my nerves. Love you, tough
he
guy.
said he said I knock on wood all the time. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. I thought someone else wrote that. You wrote Keels, not really.
I know, Lady Naveau. I'm just so used to, like, it just seemed like I was just 25 yesterday. And now I look up and I'm 39. I'm like, where did the time go? Really?
Where did the time go? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe it. It's a 7th month already. We get ready for another tax return.
I was just
Thank
thinking
God.
that.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy, right? It's crazy that we're in 2025,
Yeah.
2026. Remember when they were talking about 2025? We thought that cars would be flying in 2020.
Would you? I don't know how I feel about being in a flying car.
A flying car.
I don't know.
Flying cars are cool.
Yeah.
Brother, a flying car. You see how Trump did that little ship? It cost $2 billion to get a flying car, probably in the millions.
Yeah. I mean, they're working on it. They're
You
working on
see,
flying
you see how much Tesla? You see how much Tesla costs?
Come on, man. Don't disrespect the Teslas.
But I'm saying, you talking about flying cars. You can't even get a Tesla.
Don't disrespect the Teslas are the bombs.
The Teslas are what?
They're the bomb.
Oh. Hmm.
So what? I guess you got one.
I didn't say that, did I? You hear me say?
Okay. Autobots car. But okay. Are you barbecuing, brother?
For when? I'm trying to buy any good weather that I get outside of this damn rain. I'm barbecuing.
It's still raining out there.
It rained yesterday.
Oh
Yeah,
my
it did. It
gosh.
did.
New
I couldn't
York
even
all
see.
that up.
It woke me up.
Here's a. You want to hear another joke?
Yeah, let me focus in on this one so I don't miss it. Okay, go
Wow,
ahead.
Bolo.
Yeah,
Let
guys,
tell us what's
let's get the chat involved. Do you guys want to hear another one? Chat. Press
Put a
one.
one in the chat
Put a
if
one in
you
the chat.
want to
If
hear
you
a
want to hear
joke.
another one.
No, you should do your rap. You do your.
No, they're not ready for my raps, man. They're not ready for it. You know what I rap? You know I
Drop the
stop.
beat. Drop the beat. Drop the beat,
He
Bolo.
does says yes. Okay. What did God say after He created Adam? What did God say after He created Adam? Mo love.
I don't know.
Okay. Sweat bread.
I don't know,
Create a
brother.
helpmate or
Don't use
something.
me. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No one knows.
He needed a helpmate.
He said I can do better, and so He created women.
So he created what?
Women.
I like that.
See, you were a little slow on that too.
Shout out to the women.
You're a
No,
little slow on that.
I like that one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, so-
Jesus said, what the hell, Leontay?
yeah. So yeah, that's what I got.
Of course, either. Bucky said, "Boo." They saying that one was giving kind of lame.
Yeah, brother.
Okay, here's another one.
They're saying that was
You should
lame.
just rap.
How did Adam and Eve feel? How did Adam and feel after they were put out of the Garden of Eden?
Ashamed.
Embarrassed?
There's the fruit. There's the fruit. No more fruit.
Okay. Mo?
How did they feel? Embarrassed?
Okay. They felt really put out.
I mean, I'm like, huh? Okay, I got you. How was that, guys?
Go ahead, Bolo. Drop a beat, man. Drop a beat for one time. Go ahead, do your little down.
Okay, how about this one? Here's one joke. What excuse did Adam give to his children as to why they no longer lived in the Garden of Eden?
Child.
What excuse did Adam give his children to why they're no longer in the Garden of Eden?
Beer.
Excuse? I don't know, but it was disobedience.
Your mother ate us out of house and home.
Yeah, that's kind of. I get it. I think this. I'm low key laughing because you're laughing. But yeah. Yeah, that would get a few points, I guess.
Okay, here's one more that we're going to end it. Who was the first person to download something from the cloud?
Hi, Vaughn. The first person to download something from the cloud. Enlighten me.
It was Moses. He had 2 tablets.
Okay. I got you.
No, I think the rap was better than this.
Y'all some haters, man.
True Bleed, you behind. He typing 1.
Yeah. True Bleed's internet, baby.
One was like 5 minutes ago. That is hilarious. Yeah, this ended up being
it was a good one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Shout out to everybody for tuning in.
Come on, sister.
I can't believe it's 6:36 a.m.
Better believe it.
Wow.
I work in the Midwest, so it's 6:36 over here.
Where are you?
Oh, I'm well right now I'm in Indiana,
Oh,
but
okay.
yeah,
Gotcha.
All right, so
I work in the Midwest.
your man, Tough Guy said one more. I'm gonna give you one more, and then we're gonna leave it alone.
You rapping?
Okay. Which Bible book sounds like it's a theatrical production?
Which Bible book sound like it's a theatrical production?
Correct.
Theater. Would it be Psalms?
Sweat Brett?
Peter.
No.
You said Bible book, right?
Yes. Give up? Nope. Lana Love? Nope.
I thought it would have been Psalms.
Nope. Acts.
Oh
The
my
book
gosh. I get it. Okay.
Acts, the book of Acts. ACTS. Come on now. Y'all slipping, man. Y'all slipping. Y'all got to get it together, man. Y'all got to get it together.
I got you.
You know what
We're
I'm
slipping
saying?
on jokes. Wow.
And y'all can have them jokes. The only thing I ask is that if you see me, give me a quarter. You use them damn jokes, it's going to get you. You're going to
Or
pull up
pay
on the
attention or
and be
pay
like,
for.
hey, girl, you a Christian? I got some Christian jokes. And if I get one, you got to give me your phone number. Just give me a
I
quarter when
want
you
to
see
do like a Bible trivia though soon, like something more lighthearted.
I can give you Bible trivia. You want me to do that? I can give you Bible trivia. We used to do it in the village all the time after we did what's the name?
That would be so fire.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna give away like a few cash outs to.
Okay, so here's the question. You guys have to answer it for next Sunday. Okay.
And you get a cash out, whoever get it right.
Here's the
All
question.
they gotta do is go to Google though.
I know, the cheaters. Here's the question. Who were the neighbors Jesus was talking about when he commanded us to love your neighbor as yourself? Who were the neighbors Jesus was talking about when he commanded us to love your neighbor as yourself?
So what year was this?
What are you talking about? Yeah, what year? These Sweatbird, you be starting up stuff, B.
What year was this?
Look at Lady Novo. She got it. Lady Novo is the queen of emojis.
She is. That is
She has
so funny.
50 emojis in every text she sends. She can't send you just pure words. She got to put a picture of the word in it.
I call it Ebonics.
Vaughn put Fred and Barney. No, Vaughn, not
So,
Fred. I told you, Vaughn is a vampire too. He don't sleep
what is
either.
it?
Huh?
Oh, wait a minute. Hey, and today's,
Love?
no, it's not his birthday today.
I said, who were the neighbors Jesus was talking about when he commanded us to love your neighbor as yourself?
Your neighbor, your neighbor, your neighbor. I would think. Oh, I'm not supposed to say. My bad.
I mean, you want to give the first one, we answer it then, and then it's up to you.
Yeah. So I would think it meant like somebody that's really not for you, like an enemy. No.
No.
What?
He
Okay.
put Lucy and Ethel. Y'all want the answer now? Or do you want to wait for next Sunday?
Shiva. Tough guy.
Tough
the
guy just
answer.
told me.
Give us the answer, please.
Lady Novo
We
said,
got to do another one, Lady Novo. My bad.
oh, so you want okay? The
I was so
answer
eager
is
to answer.
the answer was everyone in the world. He wanted you to love everyone in the world. That's what he was talking about.
I thought he specifically meant enemies because what's the context of that?
No, he said love your enemies. We weren't talking about love your enemies.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. Hey, see what happens? Okay, let me get one more question for you. A question.
Kills, make sure you come back, please.
Yo,
And
Kills, you
just
need to
know
call.
that you can vent here anytime, and we will definitely keep you in prayer. I had no idea, and I appreciate you for the transparency for sharing that with us.
Man, yo, sweat breath. I can hear every breath you take.
That's not me. It's my motor.
Doesn't he have
Your motor, son? Damn.
Yes. I'm not like usually when I move, I can understand you hear me breathing, but I'm
Yeah,
staying
usually,
still.
Leave him alone.
Yeah, I see a heavy engine.
You're welcome, Kills. Oh, lady, who rap? Me?
No, Bolo, he raps. Go ahead, Bolo.
I
No,
rap
Have a freestyle.
no,
a little
no.
bit though.
Lady Navo is full of it. No, Lady Navo told me not to rap. Now she's telling me to rap.
I
Nah,
know, right?
Rap something or sing something.
There you
nope.
go, Bolo. Come on, Bolo. Come on. You should
Nope.
thing. We get the crap. Come
Knack,
on.
knack, pity, whack. There you go.
You done got scared.
Yeah, I know, right?
Whatever. Okay, here's a question for next week. Which of these did Jesus compare the earthly nature of the kingdom to? A field of wheat and weeds, a basket of loaves and fishes, a field of rocks and diamonds, a field of corn and barley. Which of these did Jesus compare the earthly nature of the kingdom to? That's your question.
Y'all might have to replay it if you forget the question.
Methuselah was the oldest man who
Riddle. They say that Methuselah was the oldest man who ever lived. How is that possible if he died before his father?
I was reading that
He
too.
died before his father.
Riddle. They say that Methuselah was the oldest man who ever lived. How is that possible if he died before his father? Methuselah.
How is that possible?
See, Vaughn think he's slick. I think he told me.
This is making my mind. I've already been up.
Vaughn told me this. I think Vaughn
Again,
said,
brother, happy birthday, Run.
Happy birthday, Vaughn.
Birthday.
Now you gonna make me think about this, Vaughn.
They say that Methuselah was the oldest man who ever lived.
Oh, okay, there you go,
How
Vaun.
is that possible if he died before?
Methuselah, he died with his father never died, I don't think. His father never died.
If he died before his father, Jesus help me. Do y'all get it?
Right. Yeah, the answer is, remember, you think he's slick. I knew you asked me this question. Should I leave it alone, Vaughn, and let the people go for it?
EW, yes, this is every Sunday night around 10:30.
Yeah, his father was Enoch. His father never died. That's why.
Okay.
His father was taken up.
Gotcha.
That's a good one. That's a good
That
one.
is good because I was, getting a headache. But it makes sense. Yes, EW, we do this every Sunday night, 10:30 p.m. Central Time, if you could make it.
Hell with PM Central Time. We do it Eastern Standard Time. 11:30, baby. Come on now.
Okay, so what you mean? So 11:30 East Coast.
Yeah. Well, because I'm Michigan, but I work on the Wisconsin, so like Illinois time.
Brother, you
So
gonna
it's
mess me up. Don't do it.
So it's like an hour before, then an hour backwards.
You
So
gonna
it's like
mess me up. You gonna mess me
in
up.
Vaughn, they don't, and Vaughn and sister, they're from California time.
Yeah. They're in California. They're 3 hours behind. But then you start doing Pacific Standard, and you get to that Central Standard. I don't know all that stuff, B. I just
I'm
ask.
surprised they up this early.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why, sister? What time is it right now?
For me, it's
No.
6:26.
Come on, California time. It should be like
they like 2 hours. I think it's like 4.
Right, it should be still dark. Yeah, it should be still dark over there.
3 hours.
It should be like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
For you, it's 3 hours. For me, it's 2.
Yeah, this is time wise.
All right, man. We going on 7 hours and 27 minutes.
I cannot believe you are still awake.
I'm about to go.
I know. I'm so shocked.
I'm about to go in the 4th dimension right now.
And you get mad at me, smart. Oh, Riley's gonna keep us. Mr. Sweatbread gonna keep us here.
You do it all the damn time, Sweatbread. You and Von Bryant like to stay up.
Oh, I love Vaughn. He is always like in the chat when you go to sleep.
He says the one time I get up early,
He
no
be right
more than
there.
no. I know, Vaughn.
Oh
Yeah, blame her.
no, this is tough guy's fault.
Nah, it's no one's fault. We haven't done Monday Reads in about 4 weeks, so it's
Oh
Tuesday.
yeah.
Yeah, in about 4 weeks. So.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right. I
I'm
forgot.
about to go to bed late, Navo, and I'm about to knock out. I promise you, I am.
Yes,
So,
me too. For a good
Unless nobody
hour
don't call him.
and 20 minutes.
Unless
so
nobody call him.
you get to end the show however you want to. Mo.
Yeah, so I gave my last thoughts like 15 or 20 minutes ago. I appreciate y'all all for tuning in. Please subscribe to my channel. If you have not, please feel free to share the live.
And subscribe.
Yeah. And uh give God your trauma. Remember, he goes deeper to the soul level. He sees the part of you that, as I stated, only he knows, and the part sometimes that you even hide. He is very gentle in power, and he wants to heal what is damaged. And remember the scripture, Psalms 34 through 18. I've had to speak that over myself time and time again. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted. And remember that trauma left untouched becomes a cycle. And that's how we have these generational curses a lot of times. So remember to let God uproot it and stop those negative cycles so that you can heal and be your best for you and everybody around you. Remember next week, 10:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. I love y'all so much.
Can I say this?
So
Tough
pray
guy.
for you,
We did pray for you, tough guy. We prayed for everybody in the chat.
pray for me too, tough guy. Yeah, we pray for everybody, but definitely. All right. Well, I'm going to end the show. Everybody be blessed. Bye.